Chapter 122. Zhang Shan stood at the door and asked in surprise, "What's going on? Why are the people from the county government here?" Li Mu asked, "Are they from the county government?" Zhang Shan nodded and said, "I've seen the uniform they're wearing a few times. It's the uniform of the county government." He looked at them and said, "Yangqiu County is under the control of North County. The people from the county government must be on the orders of the prefectural governor. These people wouldn't come to the county government for no reason. It must be something good or something bad." Whether it was good or bad, it had nothing to do with Li Mu. He had lost the bet with Li Si. He had to patrol for him for a month. Li Mu accepted his loss wholeheartedly. He was willing to accept his loss. It was just a matter of walking one more street while patrolling. In addition to accepting his loss, Li Mu also had his own thoughts. The collection of love was not divided into big or small love. Li Mu couldn't make Lu Hanyin fall in love with him, but he could make the people love and respect him. These two kinds of love were different in nature, but they had the same effect on condensing the soul. However, just as he walked out of the county government and was about to patrol, he was stopped by Zhang Shan. Li Mu asked, "Is there anything else?" Zhang Shan caught up from behind and said, "Don't go yet. The county magistrate is looking for you." "The county magistrate is looking for me?" Li Mu's face showed a trace of doubt. He asked, "Why is he looking for me?" Zhang Shan shook his head and said, "I don't know. It might have something to do with the people from the county government." Li Mu went to the front hall of the county government and saw that Li Si was also there. The Zhang County magistrates were chatting happily with several officers from the county government. Li Mu walked in and asked, "Sir, what's the matter?" Zhang County magistrates stepped forward and said with a smile, "In the past few months, you've done a lot for the people. You even exposed the conspiracy of the Dongxian heretical cultivation and saved North County from a catastrophe. I saw it all. This time, Constable Wu unfortunately died in the line of duty. I wanted you to take over his position." Hearing this, Li Mu hurriedly said, "Sir, please reconsider. I'm too weak. I haven't even completely refined the 7 souls. I'm afraid I can't take on such a heavy responsibility." Li Mu was very clear about his own abilities. To be able to be a constable, one had to be at least in the spirit condensing realm. It wasn't strange for them to be in the spirit condensing realm. They were often disciples of famous sects like Li Qing, Hanja, and Huiyuan. Not only did they have high cultivation, but they also had all kinds of unique skills. At present, Li Mu was far from them. Zhang County magistrates shook his head and said, "Although I think highly of you, I'm afraid I can't give you such a heavy responsibility now." Li Mu was puzzled. He didn't know what he meant. Zhang County magistrates pointed to the 3 officers and said, "These people are here on the orders of the county government to deliver an official document." Li Mu faintly sensed that something bad was going to happen. He asked, "What official document?" Zhang County magistrates said, "When the zombies broke out in Zhou County, it was you who suggested that glutinous rice could restrain the zombies. I told the county government about this idea. After the county government ordered people to carry it out, it greatly suppressed the spread of the zombie disaster in Zhou County. Otherwise, even more people would have died in Zhou County. This time, you were the first to discover the matter with Master Qianhuan and promptly reported it. Only then could the experts of the Fulu School act as soon as possible and completely kill this person. Although you didn't directly participate, your contribution can't be erased." Li Mu asked, "So?" Zhang County magistrates said with a smile, "So, the county government not only rewarded you with the courage and soul power to cultivate, but also prepared to transfer you to the county government. There, your monthly salary will be double. I congratulate you first." Great Zhou had a vast territory, but there were only 36 counties. North County was huge, and the area of Yangqiu County was much larger than the county-level administrative regions of the future. Yangqiu County was at least a few hundred miles away from the county capital of North County. Li Mu's family was in Yangqiu County, and his friends were also in Yangqiu County. There was no need for him to go so far away for an extra 500 copper coins a month. Ever since he met Lu Hanyin, Li Mu was like a fine horse meeting a talent scout. Whether it was publishing books or opening a shop, Everything was very smooth. Every minute was worth a few hundred copper coins, and there was no need for him to go to the county capital. He asked tentatively, "Can I just ask for the reward and not go to the county capital?" Li Mu was at the crucial moment of condensing his soul and soul. He still needed soul power and courage. If he could not waste it, he would not waste it. When an official from the county government heard this, he snorted coldly and said, "What do you think the county government's order is? Can you take half and leave half?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Then I don't want any of them." The job of constable was not a good job to begin with. Lu Hanyin had long advised Li Mu to resign and follow her. If it was not for the convenience of cultivation and also the ability to do something for the people, such as punishing the strong and upholding justice, he would have long hugged Lu Hanyin's thigh and begged her to take him away. The official glanced at Li Mu and said, "We have conveyed the county government's order. You are to report to the county government in a month. If you don't come by the time, you'll have to bear the consequences." With that, the three of them flicked their sleeves and left. Zhang County magistrates looked at Li Mu and asked in confusion, "Yangqiu County is still too small. This is a great opportunity for you. It will be very beneficial for your future cultivation. Why don't you want to go to the county capital?" Li Mu sighed and said, "I have feelings for this place." "Feelings?" Zhang County magistrates thought for a moment and suddenly understood. He said, "I understand. You have feelings for the people in the county government, not the county government. However, Miss Qing is a student of the Fulu School. The county government has no authority to order her around. You are an official of the Great Zhou. As long as you are in the county government, you have to listen to the county government's orders. Unless you don't want to be a constable." Li Mu did not answer immediately. He said, "Let me think about this matter." Li Si stood there for a while. Finally, he could not help but ask, "Sir, there's nothing for me to do here, right? If there's nothing for you, why did I call you here?" Zhang County magistrates glanced at him and said, "You and Li Mu are the same. In a month, report to the county government." "Why should I go?" Li Si did not understand. He said, "I didn't make any contributions. The county government promoted Li Mu, not me." Zhang County magistrates said, "The person who gave you this order was not the county government, but the county minister." Li Si was stunned for a moment. Then he said decisively, "Sir, I want to resign." Zhang County magistrates asked, "What will you eat and use after you resign? Are you going to rely on brothels and live off women for the rest of your life?" Li Si nodded and said, "The doctor said that my stomach is not good. I can only live off women for the rest of my life." Zhang County magistrate smiled and said, "It's useless even if you resign. The county minister means that you have to go whether you want to or not. There are only two choices in front of you." Li Si hurriedly asked, "What's the other choice?" Zhang County magistrate said, "You can choose to go by yourself or be tied up." Hearing the bad news, Li Si looked like a frosted eggplant. After he left the front hall, he sat listlessly in the duty room. Zhang Shan heard this and sighed. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't asked you for help, this wouldn't have happened." Li Si shook his head and said, "It's not enough for a beast like Zhao Yong to die 1,000 or 10,000 times. If I could do it all over again, I would still kill him." Zhang Shan asked, "Then what are you going to do?" Li Si thought for a moment and said, "I'll take it one step at a time." Zhang Shan looked at Li Mu and asked, "What about you, Li Mu? What are you going to do?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I haven't thought about it yet. Putting aside the emotional factors, going to the county city would do him more good than harm. Yangqiu County was only a small county. As Li Mu's cultivation improved, he would be able to obtain fewer cultivation resources from here. The county city was the capital of a county. Naturally, the cultivation resources would not be the same. Li Mu still had two spirits that had yet to condense. There would be more opportunities if he went to the county city. However, it was impossible to put aside the emotional factors for this kind of thing. He couldn't see Li Qing at the Yamen. He couldn't see Lu Hanyin and Wan Wan at the Yamen. He also couldn't visit Suhi often. Such a life was meaningless. Zhang Shan sighed and said, "It's a pity that the county governor didn't let me go. In the county city, my monthly salary would be doubled." Li Mu asked, "The county city is hundreds of miles away from here. Don't you want your wife?" Zhang Shan said helplessly, "Of course I want my wife, but I also need to earn money. The salary from the county yamen is too little. It's enough to support the two of us, but how can we afford to have a child?" Li Mu and Li Si each had their fill. The whole family wasn't hungry. Zhang Shan loved money as much as his life because he had a family behind him. Li Mu wondered if he should discuss with Lu Hanyin when he went back and help him find a way to make money. It could be considered as doing his duty as a friend. As for whether or not to go to the county yamen, he still had to think about it. If he went, he would have to adapt to an unfamiliar life. Although there were more opportunities there, it was also accompanied by greater danger. If he didn't go, as a minor official of the county yamen, disobeying the orders of the county governor, his path as a constable was about to come to an end. Li Mu didn't have to be a constable. However, as a minor official, it would allow him to get close to the people. It would be easier for him to gain the love and respect of the people and then obtain psyche power. At this moment, he was faced with the problem of making a choice. Li Qing walked into the duty room. She seemed to have something on her mind. She sat in her seat and her eyes were a little unfocused. After a while, she turned to look at Li Mu and asked, "I heard from Lord Zhang that the county governor wants to promote you to the county city. This is a rare opportunity for you. The county yamen has a lot of cultivation resources, spiritual jades, fulu, elixirs, magic weapons, and supernatural powers. You can obtain all of them through meritorious service." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I don't want to go." Li Qing asked why. Li Mu said, "I'm used to following you. If you don't go, I won't go either." Li Qing's eyes lost focus for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, "In half a month, my training in the Yangqiu County government will end." Li Mu was stunned and asked, "Are you going back to the sect?" Chapter 123. Li Qing nodded slightly and said, "My training in the county government has already ended. In half a month, the school will send a new disciple. The disciples of the Fulu school could not always remain in the local government." Li Mu had long known that this day would come, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. Li Qing looked at him and said, "After I leave, you must be careful on your own." Li Mu came back to his senses and smiled. "Boss, be at ease. I am no longer the same person as before." Li Qing was silent for a moment, then said, "In these past few months, you have become a completely different person. Sometimes I also wonder if there is another soul in your body." Li Mu let out a breath and said, "The previous Li Mu was truly dead. The one standing in front of you right now is the reborn Li Mu. If it were not for the 1,000 illusions master killing me once, perhaps I would not have changed so much. The current you is more responsible and more righteous. You're truly much better than the previous you." Li Qing was silent for a while, then looked at him again and asked, "Will you go to the county government?" A quarter of an hour ago, Li Mu had an incomparably sufficient reason for not going to the county government. But now, his reason did not seem so sufficient. Li Mu thought for a while, then nodded. "I will. After all, there are more opportunities there. I want to condense the other two souls as soon as possible." "That's fine." Li Qing looked at him and warned, "The county capital is not like the county capital. The cases there will be even more troublesome, and the criminals you will encounter will also be more formidable. You must be careful. This half a month was the fastest half a month that Li Mu had passed since he came to this world. In the past few months, there had been no end to the murder cases in the county, but recently, there had not even been a small case of theft. 15 days had passed in this sort of calm. Li Mu came to the guardroom early in the morning and saw Zhang Shan and Li Si standing at the door. Their ears were pressed against the door, and they were acting suspiciously. He didn't know what they were doing. He walked over and was about to ask when Zhang Shan suddenly gestured for him to keep quiet. He pointed inside the duty room and didn't say anything. Li Mu slowly walked to their side. He did not stick to the door. As a cultivator, their 5 senses would be greatly enhanced. He had also begun to cultivate his 6 senses. Standing here, he could clearly hear the conversation in the guardroom. Inside the room, Li Qing stood up and looked at Hanja. She asked, "What can I do for you, Constable Han?" Hanja forced a smile and said, "Junior sister Li, even if we're not from the same sect, we're still fellow disciples. It shouldn't be too much for you to call me senior brother, right? Li Qing was silent for a moment. Then she said, Senior brother Han, if you have something to say, just say it. Hanja asked, Junior sister Li, you've been in the soul refining and soul condensing realms for a long time these past few years. You should be consolidating your foundation. You want to wait until you reach the spirit condensing realm and use the shortest amount of time to break through to the transcendent realm, right? Li Qing nodded and didn't deny it. If that's the case, Junior sister Li should be cultivating in seclusion after returning to the sect. Hanja took a deep breath and suddenly said, There's something I've wanted to say to Junior sister Li for a long time. If I don't say it now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to do so after returning to the sect. He looked into Li Qing's eyes and gathered his courage. Junior sister Li, I've liked you for a long time. Are you willing to become my Dao companion? Li Qing shook her head without hesitation. She said, Sorry, senior brother Han. Hanja's face paled. Then he clenched his teeth and asked, Is it because of Li Mu? You like Li Mu, right? Li Qing shook her head. I only have cultivation in my heart. Not long after, Hanja walked out of the duty room in a daze. He glanced at Li Mu and left. Zhang Shan patted Li Mu's shoulder and sighed. Li Mu walked into the duty room and saw that Li Qing had already packed a bag. He asked, Boss, are you leaving today? I'll leave in a while. Li Qing nodded. You don't have to call me boss anymore. Li Mu smiled. I'm used to it. I can't change it in a short time. He walked to Li Qing's side and suddenly said, Actually, I also have something to say to boss for a long time. A trace of panic flashed through Li Qing's eyes. She asked calmly, What is it? Li Mu said, Thank you. Li Qing breathed a sigh of relief and asked, Thank me for what? Li Mu said, Boss, thank you for teaching me cultivation. During this time, you cared about me, protected me, gave me bai, and collected courage for me. As I said, you are my subordinate, Li Qing said. If you have your own subordinates in the future, you have to be responsible for them. I will. Li Mu smiled and said, I'll go out first. When you leave, I'll see you off. Li Qing looked at his back as he walked out. A trace of hesitation flashed across her face. She looked down at the green rainbow in her hand. Her gaze gradually became firm again. When Li Mu walked out of the duty room, Hanja stood in the courtyard and said to him, Today I'm going back to the sect. I don't know if we'll be fated to meet again in the future. Although Li Mu and Hanja didn't like each other, they were still comrades who had fought side by side many times. Li Mu lightly punched him on the shoulder and said, Take care. Hanja sighed and said, Although I lost, you didn't win either. Li Mu shook his head and said, I didn't bet anything with you. Hanja looked at him and said, We may not meet again in the future. Let's go out for a drink. After all, they had gone through life and death together. They were about to separate and might not have the chance to meet again in the future. Hanja invited them to the best restaurant in Yangqiu County. Li Mu didn't hesitate and agreed. Zhang Shan would never miss such an occasion. After all, it could save him money for a meal. He dragged Li Si along for a meal. Hanja didn't say anything about this. After drinking 2 cups of wine, he felt a little dizzy. He gave Li Si a thumbs up and said, In this yamen, I don't admire anyone else, but I admire you the most. You can sleep with any girl in the brothel. You don't even have to pay. His cultivation was not low, but his alcohol tolerance was average. After drinking 2 cups, he began to talk nonstop. Actually, when we were in the sect, I noticed Junior sister Li very early on. She's the most hard-working and serious cultivator in her branch. She's even more serious than senior brother Qin. I should have known. She only has cultivation in her heart. I lost. Li Mu, you didn't win either. Haha. After a few cups of wine, Hanja lay on the table, unconscious. Zhang Shan nudged Li Mu with his arm and said, Boss is leaving. You really don't intend to express your feelings to her before she leaves. Even Hanja, don't give me any ideas. Li Si stuffed a drumstick into his mouth and said, Don't you know boss? Since boss has decided to leave, it's useless no matter what Li Mu does or says. Li Mu smiled, picked up the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. After being together for so long, he knew Li Qing's character better than anyone else. If he was really like Hanja, It would only make a good party not feel like a party. His feelings for Li Qing were admiration and gratitude. But if it was to say that it was love between a man and a woman, it was probably not to that extent. If the two of them had been together for a little longer, they might have broken through that layer of relationship. Unfortunately, there was no chance. Li Si sipped his wine and sighed. What a pity, what a pity. Hanja was drunk. Li Si and Zhang Shan helped him to the yamen. Li Mu returned home and found Wan holding Xiao by on the swing in the yard. The friendship between girls always came very quickly, even if one was a human and the other was a fox, as long as it was a female fox. Lu Hanyin was in the shop and did not come back. Li Mu cooked 2 bowls of noodles for them. Xiaobai could not use chopsticks because it had not transformed. Wan ate a mouthful and fed it another mouthful. Seeing that they were getting along so well, Li Mu was relieved. He was in the county yamen during the day, and Lu Hanyin was in the shop. In the past, only Wan was at home. Now that there was a little fox that could talk, they could keep each other company. In the county yamen, Li Si and Zhang Shan helped Hanja back to his place and went back to the duty room. Li Qing looked at them and said, "In the future, you'd better not drink when you're in the yamen. The new arrestor may be stricter than me." Zhang Shan hurriedly said, just this once, just this once." Li Si suddenly looked at Li Qing and asked, "Boss, have you really thought it through?" Li Qing asked, "Thought about what?" Li Si said, "Cultivation or love, which is more important?" Zhang Shan looked at Li Si in confusion and asked, "What are you talking about?" Li Si shook his head and said with a sigh, "In love, it is always easier to take a step back than to take a step forward. If you take a step back now and regret it later, you'll have to take more than one step forward. By the time you regret it, perhaps someone has already taken a step ahead of you." Li Qing held the cyan rainbow sword so tightly that her knuckles turned slightly white because of the force. Images of what they had experienced in the past few months flashed through her mind. Finally, she took a deep breath and her eyes returned to calmness. In this calmness, there was a trace of determination, a trace of pain, and a trace of hatred hidden in the deepest part of her heart that no one had ever discovered. She lowered her head and said silently in her heart, "Wait for me." At the entrance of the county yamen, Zhang county magistrates personally sent Li Qing and Hanja out of the county yamen. He cupped his hands and bowed to the two of them, saying, "Constable Li, Constable Han, on behalf of the county yamen and the people of Yangqiu County, I thank the two of you for your contributions to Yangqiu County during this period of time. I hope the two of you will have a smooth cultivation in the future." Han cupped his hands in return. "Thank you, Lord Zhang." Li Mu, Zhang Shan, and Li Si stood together. They smiled at Li Qing and said, "Goodbye, boss." Li Qing's gaze swept across them and finally stopped on Li Mu's face. She said goodbye. The two figures gradually disappeared from Li Mu's sight. The crowd had already dispersed. Zhang Shan patted Li Mu's shoulder and said, "Let's go back." Li Si walked in front of Li Mu and comforted him. "Boss, and we're not people from the same world. Forget about her. In fact, Lady Lu is not bad. She is more suitable for you than boss. If you really can't do it, there's still that little girl." Lu Hanyin was good at both the hall and the kitchen. She was good at singing and dancing. Compared to Li Qing's immortal aura, she had more of a human aura. However, she had no intention of marrying in this life. When Li Mu returned home from the yamen, she had already prepared dinner. She even used a stack of books to raise Xiao Bai's chair so that it could lie on the chair and eat with them. After eating together for such a long time, he and Lu Hanyin had a tacit understanding. If Li Mu cooked, she would wash the pots and dishes. If she cooked, Li Mu would wash the pots and dishes. Li Mu moved the dishes to the kitchen. Lu Hanyin followed him and stood at the kitchen door. She asked, "You didn't say anything during dinner. You didn't eat much. Is there something on your mind?" Li Mu said, "Boss left." Lu Hanyin was surprised. "Arrestor Li left? Where did he go?" "Back to the sect." "Are you coming back?" "No." Lu Hanyin was stunned. She walked into the kitchen and rolled up her sleeves. She said, "How about I wash the dishes? You go rest." Li Mu shook his head. "It's okay." Lu Hanyin rolled down her sleeves. After thinking for a while, she looked at Li Mu again and said, Do you want me to drink with you? Chapter 124. When Lu Hanyin was happy, she would drink a little wine, but she didn't drink much. Seeing that Li Mu didn't eat much at dinner, she specially made 2 new dishes for Li Mu to go with the wine. She poured a cup of wine for Li Mu and said, "There are plenty of fish in the sea. With your qualifications, what kind of woman can't you find? Think about your big house. Don't you want to marry several wives? How can you be depressed because of this setback?" Li Mu was just a little sad because of Li Qing's departure. He wasn't like Han Zhe, who was heartbroken. Lu Hanyin obviously misunderstood. It was rare for her to be so considerate. Li Mu raised his wine cup and clinked it with hers. He said, "Things aren't like what you think." "I know." Lu Hanyin went along with Li Mu's wishes. She said, "The girls in the music house and the opera house are young and beautiful. As long as you don't dislike their status, I can help you build a bridge." Wan Wan ran in from outside and exclaimed, "Miss!" Lu Hanyin gave her a look, and the little maid reluctantly walked out again. Lu Hanyin continued, "If you don't like them, I'll marry Wan Wan to you in 2 years. Anyway, her heart is with you." Li Mu said helplessly, "You really misunderstood. Let's not talk about it." Lu Hanyin filled his wine cup and said, "Tonight, we won't rest until we're drunk." Li Mu's alcohol tolerance was a little better than Han Zhe's, but it was only average. Lu Hanyin's alcohol tolerance seemed to be better than Li Mu's, but not by much. She deliberately helped Li Mu drown his sorrows with wine. The small jar of wine she brought was quickly emptied. Li Mu didn't know when he lost consciousness. He only knew that he and Lu Hanyin both drank a lot. When he woke up, he was already on his bed. The strange thing was that even though he was not deliberately cultivating, the mana in his body was circulating at a very fast speed. It was even faster than when Li Mu was actively cultivating. He opened his eyes and saw that he and Lu Hanyin were sleeping face to face on the bed. Both of their clothes were intact. Lu Hanyin's shoes were still on her feet, so nothing should have happened. This allowed Li Mu to breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he began to search for the cause of the abnormal flow of mana. Soon, Li Mu discovered the source of all this. Unknowingly, he and Lu Hanyin's hands were clasped together and their fingers were intertwined. The mana in Li Mu's body circulated on its own. From his left hand, it was transferred to Lu Hanyin's right hand, and then from Lu Hanyin's left hand back to his body. During this transmission process, the mana circulated very quickly. This meant that the growth of the mana would also be faster than him cultivating alone. There was no doubt that this must be because one of them was pure yang and the other was pure yin. Yin and yang attracted each other. Cultivating like this for a day was at least comparable to Li Mu's 3 days of cultivation. Opposite Li Mu, the sleeping Lu Hanyin's eyelashes trembled and she suddenly opened her eyes. She had just woken up and her eyes were still a little confused. But when she saw Li Mu opposite her, she suddenly sobered up. The next moment, she remembered what happened last night. Li Mu's sweetheart left. In order to comfort him who was heartbroken, she deliberately accompanied him to drink, and then drank to the bed. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with her body. Her clothes were intact, and she didn't even take off her shoes. They should have just slept on the same bed. Although nothing happened, her fingers were intertwined with his, and they were tightly holding each other's hands. Lu Hanyin subconsciously withdrew her hand and frowned the next moment. When their fingers were intertwined, there was a very comfortable feeling in her body. But when she withdrew her hand, this feeling immediately disappeared. The strong contrast made her feel lost and frustrated. Thus, she silently put her finger back and experienced that comfortable feeling again. She looked at Li Mu with her eyes wide open and asked, "What's going on?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I don't know." Lu Hanyin could also feel the growth of the mana in her body. After thinking for a while, she said in surprise, "Is this dual cultivation?" Li Mu, maybe. Although he was not very sure, the mana in his body at the moment was indeed running faster than usual. This situation was not much different from the description of the growth of mana in the book when yin and yang dual cultivation. The only difference was that the dual cultivation in the book required the 2 people's souls and bodies to merge into one. Perhaps it was because Li Mu and Lu Hanyin were not really dual cultivation. They were just holding hands, so the growth of their mana was not as exaggerated as the real dual cultivation described in the book. Lu Hanyin was puzzled and said, "But didn't the book say that dual cultivation requires that?" Li Mu, maybe this is also a kind of dual cultivation method, but it's not as effective as that. Young master, young miss, you're awake. Wan ran in from outside and said, "Last night you drank too much and slept on the bed hand in hand. I couldn't pull you away, so I could only let young miss sleep here for the night." Wan's words came to an abrupt halt. She looked at Li Mu and Lu Hanyin's tightly clasped hands and said in disbelief, "Young miss, young master." Lu Hanyin quickly let go and got off the bed and said, "Nothing happened between us. Next time, just wake me up directly," Wan said sadly. "I did, but I couldn't wake you up." Lu Hanyin rubbed her eyebrows and said, "Let's go back. There's still many things to do in the shop." Wan and Lu Hanyin left. Xiaobai ran in with a wet towel in its mouth and whimpered to Li Mu. Li Mu took the towel from its mouth and casually wiped his face. Xiaobai took the towel away again. He sat on the bed and felt the abnormal growth of the spiritual power in his body last night. He licked his lips and felt like he hadn't had enough yet. Humans were born to like to take shortcuts. If they could use less time and less energy to do something easily, no one would want to go through so much trouble. This was also the reason why the cultivation world never lacked heretical cultivation. It was because this was the weakness of human nature. Not only humans, but any life with a bit of intelligence would find it difficult to resist this temptation. Compared to harming lives through merit and psychokinesis, it could also speed up cultivation, but the process was much more difficult. After all, it wasn't difficult to do a good deed, but it was difficult to do good deeds every day. This was even more difficult than the normal guidance of cultivation. Compared to these, the advantages of dual cultivation were simply too many. There was no need to harm lives, and there was no need to do good deeds every day. The growth of spiritual power was fast, and the process was very comfortable. Li Mu already had such an effect when he held hands with Lu Hanyin. If he did what dual cultivation should really do, how fast would his cultivation speed be? No wonder the book said that if one met a body of pure yin and pure yang without dual cultivation, it would be an extreme waste of heaven and earth's resources. After experiencing it once, even Li Mu felt that it was a pity. After Lu Hanyin left, he sat on the bed and felt uncomfortable all over. His heart was also throbbing. How could this be? Li Mu was shocked and immediately thought of a possibility. He couldn't be addicted to Lu Hanyin, right? With this thought, Li Mu immediately channeled his spiritual power and recited the heart-calming mantra. Only then did the throbbing in his heart gradually calm down. At the same time, in the music house of the Union Pavilion, Lu Hanyin was also a little restless in the zither room. She stood up at times and anxiously paced around the room. Then, she sat down again and recited the heart-calming mantra. It took her a lot of effort to calm down. She sat down again and plucked the zither strings, wanting to use the music to calm her heart. However, her music was soon disrupted. How could this be? Lu Hanyin covered her face and lay on the zither in despair. Why did Li Mu's figure keep appearing in her mind? She shook her head hard, but still couldn't get Li Mu out of her mind. Yangqiu County Government. Li Mu sat on a chair and closed the book in his hand. Occasionally, Lu Hanyin's figure appeared in his mind, causing him to be unable to concentrate. An hour later, the book in his hand only flipped 2 pages. Li Mu lightly slapped himself and muttered, "I must be crazy." This morning, he couldn't help but think about Lu Hanyin. The number of times he thought about Lu Hanyin was more than twice the number of times he thought about Li Qing. Li Qing had just left, and he was already thinking about another woman. This made Li Mu doubt himself. Could it be that he was essentially the same as Li Si? Li Mu hurriedly shook his head and expelled this terrifying thought from his mind. Sitting in old Wang's room, he began to focus on refining the evil from Monk Qianhuan. Wu Bo was dead. Li Qing and Han Zhe had returned to Fu Lu School. In everyone's eyes, old Wang had also died of old age. Before the new constable arrived, the county yamen was clearly understaffed. Zhang County magistrates temporarily handed over the task of household registration and files to Li Mu. After all, he had been in charge for a period of time in the past and was more familiar with these matters. However, during this period of time, there hadn't been any major cases in the county. Li Mu didn't have anything to do. Although he had lost the bet with Li Si, after Li Qing left, Li Si didn't mention it again. This way, Li Mu had enough time to do his own things. The prefectural governor had rewarded him with a lot of courage and sealed it in jade. It was just right for Li Mu to refine the evil. Li Mu stayed in the yamen until noon and prepared to go home. This was half an hour earlier than the time he usually went home. He didn't know why, but he really wanted to see Lu Hanyin as soon as possible today. When he walked out of the duty room and saw Lu Hanyin standing in the yard of the yamen, Li Mu almost thought that he was hallucinating because he missed Lu Hanyin too much. When she saw Li Mu, Lu Hanyin's restless heart suddenly calmed down. She pretended to look at Li Mu as if nothing had happened and said, "I just happened to pass by the county yamen, so I came to take a look. Are you done with your work? Do you want to go back together?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Let's go. It seems like there's no more food at home. We'll go to the market to buy some." Seeing the two of them walk out of the yamen side by side, Zhang Shan clicked his tongue and said, "I really envy Li Mu. He can eat Lady Lu's cooking every day." Li Si's face showed that he understood. He shook his head and said, "Like I said, if you don't want it, there will always be someone who wants it." Chapter 125. Li Mu had been restless the entire morning, but when he saw Lu Hanyin, his heart suddenly calmed down. This was something that had never happened before. Without a doubt, this had something to do with what had happened last night. He turned his head to look at Lu Hanyin and asked, "The Union Pavilion is closer to home. Why did you pass by the county yamen?" Lu Hanyin naturally wouldn't tell Li Mu that it was because she missed him and couldn't help but come over to take a look. Her eyes looked around and said as if nothing had happened, "Can't I just pass by for a walk?" Li Mu looked at her flickering eyes and seemed to realize something. He said in surprise, "Could it be that you also?" Lu Hanyin said, "What about me?" Li Mu went straight to the point and asked, "Have you been thinking about me this morning?" "Stop dreaming. Why would I think about you? There's no such thing," Lu Hanyin said mockingly. She suddenly looked at Li Mu and asked, "Could it be that you also?" Li Mu nodded. Lu Hanyin's face was blank. "Why would it be like this?" Li Mu said, "I think it might be because of what happened last night." The book didn't elaborate on what would happen when a pure yin body and a pure yang body were together, other than being able to increase their magical power through dual cultivation. After all, the probability of a man and a woman with these two types of physiques being together was extremely low. The probability of them coincidentally getting along as neighbors and coincidentally getting drunk and sleeping in the same bed was infinitely close to zero. Li Mu and Lu Hanyin's situation was something that no one had ever encountered before. It was only at this moment that Li Mu deeply understood what the book meant by a match made in heaven. They were like two magnets. Even if they were far apart, the reaction of the yin and yang bodies would still firmly attract them together. Just lying on the same bed for one night, he couldn't help but think about her hundreds of times. After a long time, Li Mu might really fall head over heels in love with her. Lu Hanyin obviously realized the seriousness of the matter and asked worriedly, "What should we do?" Li Mu thought for a while and said, "When you miss me, recite the clear heart formula." Lu Hanyin frowned and said, "But I can't recite the clear heart chant all the time, right?" Li Mu asked in surprise, "You're thinking about me all the time?" Lu Hanyin glared at him angrily and said, "It's all your fault. Why did you insist on drinking wine?" Li Mu was speechless for a while. Although it was Lu Hanyin who proposed to drink last night, she also did it for Li Mu. Li Mu blamed her at this time. It was a bit too inhumane. He didn't expect that the yin-yang body would be so strange. Just practicing hand in hand once was enough to make him addicted. He thought for a while and said, "It can't always be like this. As long as we don't see each other for a while, it should be fine." Lu Hanyin rolled her eyes at him and said, "Do you think I want to see you every day? We're neighbors. How can we not see each other?" Li Mu said, "In half a month, I will be transferred to the county office. At that time, you won't see me anymore." After Li Qing left, Li Mu thought carefully and finally decided to leave. The 10 provinces world was so big. If he stayed in the small Yangqiu County all his life, it would be a waste. Whether it was the condensing of the 2 souls or the cultivation resources after condensing the soul, Yangqiu County could no longer satisfy his needs. Lu Hanyin was stunned and asked, "You're leaving?" Li Mu nodded and said, "This is the order of the county governor. It came half a month ago." Lu Hanyin followed Li Mu silently for a while before saying, "Congratulations, Lord Li. You've been promoted." Li Mu said, "In this half a month, I will finish writing strange stories from a Chinese studio. I will leave the haunted house to you." Lu Hanyin pursed her lips and said, "You speak as if you didn't leave it to me in the past." Li Mu handed her a piece of jade and said, "This is a reward from the county governor. I haven't used it all. The remaining energy inside is enough for you to condense another soul. However, it's best to rely less on external forces for cultivation. The Dharma power you cultivate yourself will be more solid, and the power you can unleash will be greater." Lu Hanyin said impatiently, I know. At night, Li Mu sat cross-legged in the courtyard. Xiao Bai lay beside him. Strands of spiritual qi were separated from the surrounding void and entered the bodies of the human and the demon. At a certain moment, Li Mu's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He murmured, 9 cycles of pure qi, soul suppressing evil, heavenly beast guarding the door, delicate girl guarding the pass. Filth removal, condense. In the next moment, he felt some subtle changes in his body. The Dharma power in his body had also increased significantly. After half a year, he had condensed 5 of the 7 souls. Li Mu had only used a portion of the boldness bestowed by the county governor to successfully condense the soul of filth removal. Following that, the 2 emotions and 2 souls were Shunqing and Shunqing. He could easily refine them without the assistance of boldness. The difficulty lay in collecting them. Li Mu's Dharma power after condensing 5 souls was no weaker than a cultivator who had condensed 7 souls. After condensing the filth removal soul, his Dharma power was about the same as a cultivator who had just entered the 2nd realm. He tried to write Fu Lu that he could not write in the past. He discovered that he could already successfully write Fu Lu like the soul-searching talisman, the divine travel talisman, and the likes. As for the 3rd word of the 9 syllables mantra, he was still unable to grasp it. However, as his Dharma power increased by leaps and bounds in his daily practice, his mastery of the confrontation formula was no longer the same as before. If he encountered any jumping zombies now, even if they moved quickly, Li Mu was confident that he could kill them in one strike. And when he condensed the 3 souls to a certain extent and condensed them into a god, the lightning technique would undergo another transformation. It would evolve from white lightning to purple lightning. Even a transcendent cultivator would not dare to take it head-on. In this half a month, Li Mu had gone to the Bay of Clear Water twice, but he did not see Su He. The hut by the water was still there, but Su He was not in it. She was probably refining the soul power of the 1,000 illusions venerable in some hidden place. He did not know how long it would take for her to completely refine it. Perhaps before Li Mu left, he would not be able to see her again. Lu Hanyin was not in a good mood these days. Wang was also constantly frowning and seemed to have a lot on her mind. One day, when they were eating, she finally could not help but look at Li Mu and ask softly, "Young master, after you leave, will you come back?" Li Mu stroked the young maid's hair and said with a smile, "Of course, I will come back to see you at least once a month." With his current cultivation and the divine travel talisman, he could cover a distance of several hundred li in just over half a day. With Li Mu's promise, Wan's mood improved a little. Li Mu then looked at Xiao Bai and said, "In 2 days, I will send you back to the mountain." Xiao Bai raised her head and said firmly, "I have not finished repaying my debt of gratitude. Wherever my benefactor goes, I will follow." Li Mu shook his head and said, "The prefectural city is not like the county city. There are many powerful cultivators there. You will be in danger if you go. Besides, when I saved you, it was only a small matter. You have already repaid your debt of gratitude these days." Xiaobai did not listen to Li Mu, which was rare. She said, "Perhaps to my benefactor, this was only a small matter. But if not for you, I would have died at the hands of the hunters. My benefactor's kindness is the debt of saving my life. It is not something that can be repaid by sweeping the floor and wiping the table." When the little fox was obedient, she was very obedient. When she was stubborn, she was also very stubborn. Other than her appetite, this was the biggest difference between her and Wan Wan. Li Mu could not reject her directly, so he said, "You can't repay me now. After you transform, come to the prefectural city to find me." Lu Hanyin thought about it carefully, then raised her head and threw Li Mu a look of disdain. "What is it that can't be done before you transform?" Lu Hanyin thought about it carefully, then looked up and threw Li Mu a look of disdain. Li Mu pretended not to see it. What kind of place was the prefectural city? It was the capital of the North County. There were countless cultivators stationed in the city. It was not a place where a little demon in the embryonic body transformation realm should go. Even if she was not worried, Li Mu was not. Her benefactor was not chasing her away. He just disliked her because her cultivation was too low and she could not transform. The little fox thought about it and could only nod obediently. "Don't worry, my benefactor. I will cultivate well in the mountains and try to find you as soon as possible." Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief. Although Xiaobai's talent was not bad, she was still too young. If she did not have any fortuitous encounters, it would be at least a few years or more before she could transform. Even if she could find him by then, it would be a matter of time. Today's meal was still cooked by Lu Hanyin. After Li Mu finished eating, he went to the kitchen to wash the dishes alone. Lu Hanyin leaned against the kitchen door and asked, "When are you leaving?" Li Mu said, "In a few days." Lu Hanyin said, "Then you are not in a hurry to leave." Li Mu heard the deeper meaning in her words and asked, "What do you want to do?" Lu Hanyin asked, "Do you want to cultivate together again?" Li Mu had already experienced the attraction of yin and yang. It was very boring for him to cultivate alone, but if he cultivated with Lu Hanyin, he would be addicted. After cultivating together once, he would want to do it a second time, a third time. It was not easy to forget that feeling. Li Mu hesitated and said, "Have you forgotten the feeling after the last cultivation?" Lu Hanyin had already restrained herself for a few days. She said unhappily, "Anyway, you are leaving in a few days. This is the last time. Just tell me you are not coming." Li Mu thought about it and said, "Wait for me to finish washing the dishes." Lu Hanyin walked in and said, "I will help you." A moment later, in Li Mu's room, the two of them sat cross-legged on the bed with their hands pressed against each other. Li Mu circulated the mana in his body into Lu Hanyin's body. After circulating it once, it returned to his body. This kind of incomplete dual cultivation, circulating one cycle of mana like this, was equivalent to 3 cycles of cultivation by himself. However, although this method would increase the speed of cultivation, Li Mu's mind was filled with Lu Hanyin for the next day. Presumably, she was the same as him. The next day, after eating, Lu Hanyin glanced at Li Mu and asked, "Are you coming or not?" Li Mu said in surprise, "Didn't I say yesterday that that was the last time?" Lu Hanyin glanced at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Are you coming or not?" What a woman with no self-control. Li Mu complained in his heart and said, "I'm coming." The third day, Li Mu stood in the courtyard practicing his sword. Lu Hanyin walked in from outside and asked, "Coming?" Li Mu put down his sword and nodded. "I'm coming." The fourth day, Lu Hanyin flew over from the other side of the courtyard wall and gave Li Mu a look. Li Mu returned her look and silently walked towards the bedroom. The fifth day, Li Mu did not carry out incomplete dual cultivation with Lu Hanyin because he was leaving tomorrow. Today, he had to send Xiaobai back to the mountain. Chapter 126. Li Mu stuck on the divine travel talisman and hugged the little fox as he traversed through the dense forest. According to Xiaobai, its parents were killed by an even more powerful demon not long after it was born. It was Granny who raised it. A few other little foxes of the same clan grew up with it. Li Mu hugged it and asked, "Where's your home?" Xiaobai pointed ahead with its claws and said, "It's in the valley ahead." The fox clan was considered the weakest among the demons. They were not large in size and did not have sharp fangs or claws. They were at the bottom of the food chain. Therefore, when they cultivated, they had to avoid other ferocious beasts and demons. In Xiao Bai's clan, only Granny was a three-tailed demon fox. The rest were just little fox demons who had formed their embryos. This valley was considered hidden. When Li Mu carried Xiao Bai to the entrance of the valley, Xiao Bai jumped out of his arms and ran towards the valley while shouting happily, "Granny, Granny, I'm back." Li Mu's figure flashed and appeared in front of it instantly. Xiao Bai stopped suddenly and asked in confusion, "Benefactor, what's wrong?" Li Mu said with a serious expression, "Be careful. Something's not right here. Come to me." Although there was no movement around him, he instinctively sensed danger. This was the biggest difference between cultivators who had refined the fur soul and those who had not. Xiao Bai jumped lightly and landed on Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu held Bai and walked slowly into the valley ahead. As soon as he stepped into the valley, he smelled a strong stench of blood. Li Mu looked up and saw the corpse of a fox at a glance. His gaze moved forward again. Almost every few steps, there was a dead fox. In the area he could see, there were at least a dozen of them. The blood on these foxes had dried up. They had clearly been dead for a long time. A white figure jumped down from Li Mu's shoulder and ran to the corpse of a fox. She said with a trembling voice, "Sister Yingying, what's wrong with you? Wake up, Sister Yinyin, Sister Yinyin. What's wrong? Wake up." It kept jumping around the corpses of these foxes. Its voice was trembling, and it was on the verge of collapse. Li Mu looked at a fox corpse at his feet and frowned. Sword wound. The wounds on their bodies were flat and smooth. They had all been killed with a single strike. Monsters would not leave such wounds. It was very likely that they had died at the hands of human cultivators. Li Mu seemed to have thought of something. He circulated his magic power and used the Heaven's Eye technique. He saw that there was not a single soul in their bodies. The souls of demons would not dissipate so quickly. Furthermore, they had been dead for no more than 3 days. The first thing that came to Li Mu's mind was that there were cultivators who killed demons and took their souls. The reason why Run Yuan's cultivation had improved so quickly was because Venerable Thousand Illusions had used countless demon souls to help him. Seeing so many corpses of a kind, Xiao Bai had already collapsed to the ground. It cried, "Granny, where are you?" Li Mu sighed and asked, "Is there anything of your granny's here? Maybe we can find it with the Fulu." Xiao Bai ran toward the cave in the distance. Li Mu found a futon where it had stopped. Xiao Bai stretched out its front paw and wiped its eyes. It said with a choked voice, "Granny often cultivated here." Li Mu bent down and picked up a few fox hairs from the futon. The fox hairs were yellow and white. They did not have any luster. It was obvious that they were left behind by an old fox. Li Mu took out an immortal guiding talisman from his bosom. He mixed the fox fur into it and folded it into the shape of a paper crane. He then threw the paper crane into the air. The paper crane slowly flapped its wings and flew out of the cave. Li Mu carried Xiao Bai and said, "Let's go. It should be nearby." He activated the divine travel talisman and ran out of the cave. He ran towards a certain direction. In a secluded forest, a few gray wolves were attacking an old fox. The old fox had gray fur. Its body was pierced by a sword, and its aura was very weak. The gray wolves were very fast. When they attacked, they waved their claws, and there was a faint sound of wind breaking. Even so, they could not hurt the old fox. However, when the old fox's claws landed on their bodies, they could not cause any fatal damage to them. One of the gray wolves bared its white fangs and sneered. "Old fox, you didn't expect that you would have such a day, did you? When I devour your body, I will be able to achieve human transformation." The old fox looked at the 5 gray wolves. Its eyes were filled with despair and sorrow. If it was not injured, it naturally would not care about these wolf demons that had not achieved human transformation. However, it was heavily injured by that human cultivator and was on the verge of death. For the past 3 days, Its only belief was to persevere until Xiaobai returned. However, it did not expect that these wolf demons would still find it despite its heavy injuries. It forcefully mobilized a trace of dermic powers. A fox claw suffused with a dim light and smacked the head of a gray wolf that was attacking it. Bang! The gray wolf's head was smashed. It fell to the ground and twitched twice before it stopped breathing. As for the old fox, it was limp on the ground. It did not even have the strength to stand up. A trace of joy appeared in the eyes of the gray wolf leader. It said, "Attack together and kill it. This old fox's meat is good stuff." Smelling the fishy smell from the wolf's mouth, the old fox sighed and closed its eyes in despair. In the end, it could not wait for Xiaobai to return. Boom! The sound of thunder suddenly exploded in its ears. At the same time, it also felt a familiar aura. It opened its eyes and saw a white thunderbolt descending on the head of the Wolf King. The Wolf King was struck into charcoal on the spot, and its soul scattered. The rest of the gray wolves were shocked by this sudden change. When they came back to their senses, they subconsciously wanted to escape, but they saw a white light flash in front of their eyes. The next moment, they saw their rapidly running bodies in front of their heads. 4 gray wolves were beheaded in an instant. Li Mu stretched out his hand. The Bai sword that was not stained with a trace of blood automatically flew back to his hand. Now his mastery of the thunder technique and the art of sword manipulation had reached the point of perfection. He could kill a few molded demons with a wave of his hand. "Grandma!" Xiaobai saw the old fox and quickly ran over. The old fox's eyes were filled with gratification. It said with a smile, "I didn't expect to see you before I die." "Grandma, you won't die. You won't die." Xiaobai suddenly spat out a pill from its mouth and said, "Grandma, quickly eat this pill. You'll be fine after you eat it." Li Mu shook his head. Even if he fed the old fox the pill that he did not consume, it would be of no use. The old fox's soul was already very weak. It was so weak that it could only survive. The reason why it was not dead yet was because of the mental power in its heart. Li Mu's hand glowed with a golden light. He sent it into the old fox's body. The golden light passed through the old fox's body and did not have any effect. Li Mu retracted his hand and said while shaking his head, "What else do you have to say? Hurry up and say it." The old fox's spirit was slightly better. It nodded slightly at Li Mu and said, "Thank you, benefactor." Li Mu walked to the side and extracted the spirit power from the bodies of the wolf demons that died under by Yi Jian's sword. Xiaobai hugged the old fox. Its black pearl-like eyes were filled with tears. It cried, "Grandma, Sister Ying is dead. Sister Yin Yin is dead. Sister Yin Yin is also dead." The old fox used its claws to stroke its head and said, "They were killed by human cultivators. Promise me, before your cultivation is strong enough, don't avenge them." The old fox's claws brushed past. The image of a human cultivator appeared in Xiaobai's mind. It wiped its tears and gritted its teeth. "Grandma, don't worry. I will definitely avenge them." The old fox coughed a few times, and its breath became even weaker. It used its last bit of strength to turn its head and looked at Li Mu. Its eyes were filled with pleading. It did not speak, but Li Mu knew what it wanted to say. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. I will take good care of Xiaobai." The old fox's only wish had been fulfilled. It used its front claws to grab Xiaobai and said happily, "You have to listen to your benefactor. Stay by his side and serve him well." Xiaobai choked with sobs and nodded. She said sorrowfully, "Grandma." The old fox's pupils began to dilate. In the final moment of its life, it poured all of its spirit power into Xiaobai's body. Under the impact of this powerful force, Xiaobai instantly fainted. In a nameless valley, Xiaobai knelt in front of a few protruding graves. It was as if she had lost her soul. Her originally white fur had become rather translucent. The old fox had been in human form for a long time. In a few more years, it might be able to condense a demon core and become a 4th realm demon cultivator. Most of its spirit power had been sealed in Xiaobai's body. Once she completely absorbed and refined it, it would be time for it to transform. Li Mu stood silently by its side, accompanying it silently. After an unknown period of time, it finally stood up and sniffed. It glanced at the graves one last time and said, "Benefactor, let's go." Li Mu bent down and picked it up, slowly walking out of the mountain. He had originally wanted to send it home, but he never expected something like this to happen. Its entire clan had died tragically. Its only relative had died before its eyes. No matter what, Li Mu could not let it cultivate alone in the mountains. However, he was about to head to the provincial government. That was a completely unfamiliar place. Li Mu did not even know if he could take care of himself, let alone bring a little fairy with him. Even if he wanted to bring it with him, Li Mu had to first gain a firm foothold in the provincial capital and have the strength to protect it. When they returned home, Xiaobai was still immersed in grief. She silently returned to her room. A while later, Lu Hanyin walked over from next door. When she walked into the courtyard, she glanced at Li Mu. Li Mu knew what she meant. He said, "I'm leaving in 2 days. After I leave, I have something to ask of you. You don't care about the shop. You don't care about the money from selling the books. You want me to save it for you. Haven't you asked me for a lot of things?" Lu Hanyin rolled her eyes at him and said, "Speak. What is it?" "P.S. I recommend the new book by the old ghost of the Black Mountain, White-Headed Demon Master. It doesn't matter if the protagonist is powerful or a good person. It also doesn't matter if he can slay demons or exorcise devils. What matters is that his actions must be flashy and his hair must float." Chapter 127. In the courtyard, Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyin and said, "After I leave, I hope you can help me take care of Xiaobai." Lu Hanyin was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "Didn't you send Xiaobai back?" Li Mu sighed and said, "Something happened. Xiaobai's clansmen and her grandmother have all passed away. She's the only one left. I don't feel at ease leaving her alone in the mountains, but it will also be dangerous to bring her to the prefecture capital." Lu Hanyin said in disbelief, "How could this be?" Although she had not spent much time with Xiaobai, she still liked this cute little fox very much. Today, when Li Mu sent her away, she and Wan Wan were sad for a while. She did not expect that something like this would happen to her. She looked at Li Mu and asked, "Should I go and see her?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "Let her be alone for a while." Lu Hanyin sighed and said, "Don't worry. Wan Wan and I will take good care of her." Li Mu took out a piece of jade and gave it to her, saying, "There are a few wolf demons inside. They once besieged Xiaobai's grandmother. In a few days, you can give it to Xiaobai." Lu Hanyin took the jade and said, "I will exchange the silver you saved with me for banknotes tomorrow. Take them with you when you go to the prefecture capital. You will need them." Li Mu did not spend much on himself. Lu Hanyin helped him save up the profits from the shop and the royalties from bookstore. He did not know how much she had saved up. The next morning, Lu Hanyin took out a few banknotes and handed them to Li Mu, saying, "Here are 500 taels. Take them with you. Don't lose them. I asked Wan Wan to help you pack up some loose silver." I know. Li Mu was very clear in his heart that although he had earned a lot of money during this period of time, it was still far from 500 taels. However, he didn't say much. He accepted the banknotes and took the bundle from Wan Wan's hands. He said, "I'm leaving. I'll leave the family to you." Wan Wan looked at him reluctantly and said, "Young master, you must come back often." Li Mu patted her head and said, "I will." He lowered his head to look at Xiaobai and said, "Listen to Sister Lu at home and cultivate well." The little fox nodded seriously. "I'll work hard in my cultivation and wait for your return, benefactor." Li Mu waved to Lu Hanyin and said goodbye. Lu Hanyin waved her hand and said goodbye. She watched as Li Mu walked out of the house and forcefully restrained her urge to follow him. Then, her heart suddenly jolted. Just a moment ago, she really did have the thought of leaving with Li Mu. Because if she left with Li Mu, they could hold hands and cultivate together every day. That kind of feeling made her intoxicated. No. Lu Hanyin shook her head violently and chased the complicated thoughts out of her mind. She knew that she couldn't go on like this. If this went on, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to leave Li Mu for the rest of her life. Although that kind of feeling was really very, very comfortable, She couldn't sink into it anymore. Absolutely not. Lu Hanyin kept reciting the heart-calming mantra, and her gaze gradually became firm. Wanwan noticed her abnormality and turned to ask, "Miss, what's wrong?" Lu Hanyin let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Wanwan. She asked, "What do you think about opening a few more branches in the prefecture capital?" At the entrance of the county yamen, Zhang County magistrates gently patted Li Mu and Li Si's shoulders and said, "The county yamen is not like the county yamen. When you get there, you must keep a low profile and be careful. No matter what, your lives are the most important. If you really can't do it, come back. There will always be a place for you in the county yamen." Li Si thought for a moment and asked, "Sir, can I come back now?" Zhang County magistrate smiled and said, "The carriage is here. Hurry up and set off." Li Mu walked to Zhang Shan and said, "After I leave, help me look after the Union Pavilion." Zhang Shan patted his chest and said seriously, "Don't worry about going to the prefecture capital. From today onwards, I will respect Lady Lu like a mother. Whoever dares to bully her is bullying my mother. See if I don't twist his dog head off and kick it like a ball." Li Mu had previously mentioned to Lu Hanyin that if it was convenient, she could arrange a source of income for Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan was a bailiff. According to the laws of Great Zhou, he couldn't do business. Li Mu's haunted house was only a secret investment. On the surface, it was operated by Lu Hanyin. It wasn't easy to arrange a source of income for him. Lu Hanyin directly recruited Zhang Shan's wife into the Union Pavilion and gave her a good salary every month. Then, she inexplicably had a son. Li Mu trusted Zhang Shan. In the entire county yamen, he had followed Zhang County magistrates the longest. Although he was always kicked out, he was still the #1 lackey of the Zhang County magistrates. If anything happened, it would be up to Zhang County magistrates to cover for him. After dealing with these matters, he walked to the side of the carriage and said to Li Si, "It's getting late. Let's go." If Li Mu was alone and used the teleport talisman, it would only take a little more than half a day to reach the prefecture capital. However, Li Si was just a normal person. He couldn't use his mana to activate the teleport talisman. The two of them could only choose to take the carriage. Although it would take a little longer, it was more comfortable. Everything in Yangqiu County was more or less arranged. The only regret was that he didn't get to see Su He. Before leaving, Li Mu made another trip to the Bay of Clearwater, but he still didn't get to see Su He. He didn't know when she would end her closed-door training, whether the refining process would go smoothly, and when a female corpse at the bottom of the lake would emerge, Li Mu left a letter in the small house, explaining his whereabouts. When Sui finished her closed-door training, she would see it. Li Si leaned against the carriage. His gaze swept across Li Mu's face and said, "I didn't expect you to think of other women besides the boss and Lady Lu." Li Mu was surprised and said, "How did you know I was thinking of other women?" Li Si said indifferently, "When you think of the boss, your expression will be more serious. When you think of Lady Lu, the corner of your mouth will always be smiling. The woman you were thinking of just now clearly wasn't either of them. You're worried about her. Is she in danger?" Li Mu didn't answer. He only sighed and said, "It's a pity that you didn't go into fortune-telling." Li Si sighed and said, "It's a pity that I can tell the fate of others, but I can't tell my own." Li Mu was promoted by the governor because of those two contributions. The person who called out Li Si was the governor. Needless to say, the reason why he called out Li Si must be because of Chun Miao Miao. A few months ago, in order to bring Zhao Yong to justice, Zhang County magistrates used his daughter's help to invite Chun Miao Miao, the daughter of the governor. Later, Li Mu and Zhang Shan's plan failed. It was Li Si who used a handsome man trick to capture Chun Miao Miao's heart and reverse the situation. Obviously, this matter couldn't be hidden from the governor. However, if the governor vented his anger on this matter, no matter if it was Zhang Shan, Li Si, Li Mu, or even the county magistrate, none of them could escape the responsibility. However, in the past 6 months, the governor's mansion had been peaceful. It wasn't difficult to guess why the governor promoted Li Si. It wasn't recruiting constables, it was recruiting a son-in-law. Li Mu made a fist and palm salute to Li Si and said, "Congratulations, Li Si ignored him. He leaned against the carriage and looked up at the sky outside the window at a 45-degree angle. The speed of the carriage couldn't be compared with that of Li Mu, who used the teleport charm. The horse couldn't go all the way. Basically, it had to stop for a rest every 2 hours. Originally, it only took half a day, but now it took 1.5 days. At dusk, the coachman stopped the carriage and lifted the curtain. He said, "Sirs, there is still half the distance to the county capital. 10 miles ahead, there is an inn at the fork in the road. If we continue forward, the nearest inn will be a few dozen miles away. Why don't we rest there for the night and continue our journey tomorrow morning? The horses also need to eat and drink." Li Mu nodded and said, "Then let's stay there for the night." If there was a bed to sleep on, Li Mu didn't want to eat and sleep in the open. Moreover, there was Li Si. Anyway, the travel expenses along the way were reimbursed by the county government. The inn in the mountains was naturally not as good as the one in the county town, but it also had a place to shelter them from the wind and rain. The three of them booked 3 rooms. The coachman stopped the carriage in the yard and untied the horse. He led it to the stable and fed it some hay and water. Li Si was in a bad mood. He didn't speak much along the way. When he arrived at the inn, he went into his room and didn't come out again. The inn had prepared food, but Li Mu didn't eat it. Before he left, Lu Hanyin had prepared food for him in a food box. He could eat it after heating it up. She even thoughtfully drew a talisman for Li Mu. Li Mu stuck the Fulu talisman on the food box. After activating it, he waited for a quarter of an hour before opening the food box. The food inside was steaming. Li Mu sighed. Although he and Lu Hanyin often bickered, in his heart, Lu Hanyin was already a perfect woman. She wasn't as obedient as Wan Wan, and she wasn't as powerful as Li Qing. However, Wan Wan and Li Qing weren't as good as her in many aspects. If someone could marry her, he would be convinced by her after 3 lifetimes of hard work. It was a pity that such a woman didn't like men. After Li Mu finished eating, he put the food box away. He lay on the bed and slept without his clothes on. Tonight, he didn't meditate. He didn't know what would happen when he arrived at the county town tomorrow. He needed to conserve his energy. This inn was located in a remote mountainous area, so there weren't many guests tonight. There were only a few rooms that were lit up. After night fell, as time passed, the lights in each room were gradually extinguished. After midnight, only the lanterns in the corridor were still lit. When everything was silent, the candlelight and the lanterns in the corridor outside Li Mu's room suddenly flickered. 2 invisible shadows passed through the door and floated in. One of the ghostly shadows floated directly to Li Mu's window. Looking at the sleeping Li Mu, she exclaimed, "Sister, quickly come and look. This person is so handsome." The other ghostly shadow said unhappily, "Don't be silly. Quickly absorb his yang energy. If you go back late, you'll be scolded." The ghostly shadow in front of the bed floated above Li Mu's body. Looking down, she couldn't help but say, "Sister, he's really handsome. His skin is so soft and tender. I can't bear to suck him." As her voice fell, her soul suddenly swayed. She murmured, "Sister, why do I feel a little dizzy? You can't do anything well. I'll do it myself." The other ghostly shadow floated over and said unhappily. When she bent down, she was also stunned for a moment. She couldn't help but say, "You don't say this person's life is really beautiful. Why do I feel a little dizzy too?" Chapter 128. Other than lust, Li Mu could also collect the desire to see, listen, and touch. As long as it was within the 6 desires, it could help him cultivate. He originally thought that these desires could only be absorbed from humans. He didn't expect that ghosts could do it as well. These 2 female ghosts who had snuck into the inn to absorb his yang qi and covet his appearance had instead been absorbed by him. The desire to see was one of the 6 desires. Like the other 6 emotions, when it was contained in the body, there wouldn't be any special feelings. However, if it was extracted, it would feel as if the body was hollowed out. This was the same whether it was a human, a demon, or a ghost. Yang Qi was produced by the 7 souls of humans and contained in the body. It was greatly beneficial to ghosts and demons. When a human's yang qi was absorbed, they would be weak for a period of time. After that, the yang qi would be automatically replenished by the seven souls. If one absorbed too much at once, or if one's yang qi was absorbed too often, there was a possibility of dying. In comparison, directly seducing a person's soul was more effective than absorbing their yang energy. However, it would directly cause a death and attract the attention of the authorities. Therefore, some ghosts who had evil intentions but didn't dare to kill people would secretly absorb their yang energy when they were asleep. As long as they didn't absorb too much, the person whose yang qi was absorbed would at most feel a little dizzy and weak when they woke up the next day. They would recover quickly and wouldn't be suspicious. Before they absorbed the yang qi, they would be weakened first. The two female ghosts at the level of resentment stood beside Li Mu's bed, not knowing what to do. They had never encountered such a situation before. After a moment, the older female ghost thought for a moment and asked, "Do you want to try again?" The two ghosts looked at each other and bent down at the same time. Facing Li Mu, they gently sucked. On the bed, Li Mu, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. His hands reached out from under the blanket and stuck two Fulu S on their bodies. The two ghosts maintained their bent posture and froze there, unable to move at all. Their expressions were full of shock. Li Mu got down from the bed, coldly snorted, and said, "Absorbing people's yang qi to cultivate. You two ghosts, how dare you?" Those who could use Fulu were almost all cultivators. It was as easy as flipping one's hand to exterminate a vengeful spirit like them. The older female ghost's body trembled as she begged, "Immortal Master, please spare our lives. We only absorb some yang energy. We have never harmed anyone. Immortal Master, please spare us." Li Mu glanced at them and said, "Do you think you can still talk to me nicely if you've harmed someone? There is a huge difference between a ghost that cultivated on its own and one that harmed others." Ghostly cultivators relied on yin energy and spiritual energy. Ghosts that refined yin qi to increase their cultivation were bursting with yin qi. On the other hand, ghosts like Su He, who cultivated by guiding spiritual aura, had overwhelming spiritual aura. However, if it were a ghost that relied on consuming the soul essences of humans to swiftly raise its cultivation, the resentment and malevolent aura on its body would soar to the heavens. Just by getting close to it, one would feel extremely uncomfortable. It was the same principle to distinguish between monsters and zombies. Xiaobai and the snake demon had very pure demonic aura. However, monsters that had consumed human blood would have a tainted blood aura in their demonic aura. The zombies in Zhou County that drank human blood and the corpses that were nourished by spiritual energy under the Bay of Clearwater were also very different. These two female ghosts only had yin qi and no malevolent aura. Obviously, they had never harmed anyone. Otherwise, Li Mu would not have taken out the ghost locking talisman, but the ghost slaying talisman. Li Mu waved his hand, and the Fu Lu on the two female ghosts automatically floated down and flew back to Li Mu's hand. After his magic power had greatly increased, he had learned two more supernatural powers. One was called to, and the other was called to, which was the ability to control objects remotely. Although Li Mu could currently control some extremely light objects, there was no upper limit to the power of this supernatural power. He could only control the talisman remotely. However, when used by an upper realm cultivator, it could move mountains, fill seas, and cut off rivers. Although they had regained their mobility, the two female ghosts still did not dare to leave. They stood beside the bed, trembling. Li Mu glanced at them and said, "Although absorbing people's yang qi will not harm anyone's life, it is also not the right path. Seeing that your cultivation is not easy, I will let you live today. However, if you dare to do it again, I will not let you off easily." The younger female ghost seemed to want to say something, but the older female ghost pulled her and quickly said, "Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you, Immortal Master. This little ghost will not dare to do it again." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Remember what I said. Go." The older female ghost bowed again and said, "This little ghost will take her leave." After saying that, she dragged the other female ghost and fled in panic. After the two female ghosts left, Limu did not go to sleep. He picked up Bai and checked the Fulu on him. Then he walked out of the inn and threw out a ghost-seeking talisman. His figure followed the talisman and soon disappeared in a certain direction. It was already late at night. In the wilderness, there were two dark figures moving quickly through the wilderness. They were the two female ghosts, one big and one small. After walking for a while, the younger female ghost could not help but ask, "Sister, why didn't you tell Immortal Master to save us just now?" The older female ghost looked at her and shook her head. "Immortal Master is merciful. He did not pursue our offense and let us live. How could we implicate him?" The younger female ghost said with a bitter face, "But we did not absorb any yang qi today. We will be punished by the king when we go back." The older female ghost said, "Punish us if you want. We won't die anyway." The younger female ghost said in a low voice, "But we are already dead." The older female ghost said angrily, "I said die again. Why are you so talkative? Hurry up and go back." The two female ghosts walked all the way. They did not realize that not far behind them, a figure who hid all his aura was silently following them. Limu listened to their conversation and felt that the two female ghosts were loyal. It was not in vain that he let them go just now. When they were in the room earlier, Limu had sensed that the two female ghosts were hiding something from him. Now it seemed that it was true. They were controlled by the thing called King, which was very likely to be a high-level ghost. Limu did not know the level of the ghost, but he thought that it should not be in the middle realm. Ghost cultivators in the soul realm would not be so sneaky. So he was the most obvious example. Their cultivation was powerful, and they disdained absorbing the yang qi of mortals to increase their cultivation. Only weaklings who had not reached the middle realm would covet this little bit of mortal yang qi. Although it was better to avoid trouble when they were outside. As a constable, Limu could not help but follow them because of the professional habit he had developed in the past half a year. If the evil ghost was ordinary, he would directly eliminate it. It could be considered as eliminating evil for the people and worthy of his clothes. If the evil ghost was too strong, Limu was already fully armed and prepared to run at any time. He would report this matter when he returned to the county office. However, thinking about it, there would not be any soul realm ghosts in the wilderness, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The two female ghosts floated all the way. In about half an hour, they arrived at a desolate tomb. Limu followed them, but the two ghosts were nowhere to be seen. He looked around and found that the terrain was low. It was a place where Een gathered. Ordinary ghosts and demons would like to use this place as their nest. A thick old tree stood there alone. There was a big hole at the bottom of the tree. The two female ghosts had disappeared near the hole. Limu continued to use the breath concealment technique. Just in case, he stuck two breath concealment talismans on his body. Under the tree roots, only two people walked side by side through the hole. After dozens of steps, their eyes suddenly opened up. From the outside, this was just a wasteland, but there was a different world underground. The cave was brightly lit by candles. A ferocious-looking evil ghost sat on a stone chair in the cave. Two female ghosts knelt at his feet, trembling. In the cave, there were more than 10 ghosts scattered around. The evil ghost looked down at them and asked coldly, "Where's the yang qi you absorbed?" The little female ghost knelt on the ground, her body trembling. She could not say a word. The big female ghost raised her head and said nervously, "My king, we didn't meet any living people. There are no guests in the inn today." The evil ghost said indifferently, "You know what will happen if you return empty-handed, right?" He stretched out his hand, and a cloud of black gas surged out of his hand. In an instant, it condensed into a whip shadow. He whipped the big female ghost. The female ghost's body trembled, and even her soul shadow became a little illusory. The evil ghost whipped the little female ghost again. The big female ghost pounced on the little female ghost and blocked the whip for her. She suppressed the pain and said, "She's still young." My king can punish me. You're kind-hearted. The evil ghost whipped a few more times before saying, "Get lost. If you're so useless next time, this king will swallow you directly to avoid trouble." The little female ghost supported the big female ghost and leaned against the wall of the cave. He transferred some of his soul power to her. Her body was slightly more solid than before. At this time, another two ghosts ran up and carried an unconscious young man. They said flatteringly, "My king, we caught a living person today for your enjoyment." The wraith looked at the human youth with a satisfied look in its eyes. He waved his hand and sent out two clouds of black gas into the bodies of the two ghosts. The bodies of the two ghosts became even more solid. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. "Thank you, my king. Thank you, my king." The evil ghost walked in front of the human youth and opened his mouth. He said, "After swallowing the souls and flesh of a few more living people, I'll be able to break through to the soul realm. At that time, I'll definitely be put in an important position by His Highness. Where should I eat first?" He slowly approached the young man and stretched out his arm. Black gas surged on his arm and gradually turned into a ghost claw, slowly reaching for the young man's neck. Just as the ghost claw was about to touch the young man, a silver light suddenly flashed in the cave. A claw filled with ghost chi was cut off and fell to the ground. The evil ghost's face was ferocious. He covered his broken arm and said angrily, "Who is it?" Bai's sword flew back and landed in Li Mu's hand. Li Mu appeared and slowly walked out of the cave. Chapter 129. Just as Li Mu had guessed, this ghost's realm had not reached the spirit realm, so there was no need for him to hide. When the little female ghost saw Li Mu, she said in shock, "Immortal master!" A ghost claw had already grown out of the broken arm of the evil ghost. The ghost stared at Li Mu and said coldly, "Human cultivator." It was rather afraid of Bai in Li Mu's hand. It glanced at the ghost in the cave and said sternly, "Kill him and leave his soul behind." After receiving the order from the evil ghost, other than the two female ghosts, the other 10 ghosts in the cave swarmed towards Li Mu. With a thought from Li Mu, Bai flew out again. These ghosts who were only at the resentful spirit realm were pierced through by Bai. Their spiritual bodies directly collapsed. When they gathered together again, they were already more than half illusory. None of them dared to charge forward again. When the evil ghost saw this, it roared and pounced towards Li Mu with 2 steel forks in its hands. Li Mu raised his sword to meet it. The sound of weapons colliding could be heard in the cave. The steel forks were filled with ghostly chi. It was obvious that they were not ordinary weapons. However, the evil ghost did not have any method to fight. From time to time, it would be slashed by Li Mu. Although its cultivation was high and could recover quickly, it was still angry to the point of shouting. At this moment, Li Mu knew that Li Qing had put in a lot of effort for him. In a battle of the lower 3 realms, the depth of one's cultivation or magic power was not the decisive factor for victory. Although the evil ghost's cultivation was high, it could not gain any advantage at this moment. The evil spirit was no match for Li Mu in close combat, so its body simply exploded, forming an extremely dense, ghostly fog, which instantly filled the entire cave. Li Mu stood in place without moving. He knew that the ghost was hiding in the black fog, waiting to give him a fatal blow. His lips moved slightly, and his body emitted a dazzling golden light, repelling the black fog 3 meters away. "So it's a monk!" The evil spirit screamed in fear. It seemed to realize that Li Mu was not someone to be trifled with. It shouted in the fog, "Monk, listen to me. I am a ghost general under the command of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Take this man away, and we will mind our own business. How about that?" The evil spirit's voice exposed his position. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderclap exploded from the direction of his voice. After the drastic increase in his mana, Li Mu's usage of the thunder technique had already reached the stage where he could determine the location by listening to sound. He said angrily, "You're the monk. Your whole family are monks." After the lightning, the black fog dissipated. The evil spirit lay paralyzed on the ground, its aura extremely weak. Li Mu was slightly surprised in his heart. That bolt of lightning had clearly struck him, but it didn't cause his soul to scatter. This evil ghost could be considered to have some ability. However, it didn't matter. It was just a matter of adding another bolt of lightning. He held his sword and walked in the direction of the evil spirit. The evil spirit's face was filled with shock. It shouted, "I am under the command of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. If you dare to kill me, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon will not let you off." Boom! Another bolt of lightning fell and landed on the evil spirit's body. He didn't even have time to scream before his ghost body directly collapsed. The king's soul was scattered by the sudden intrusion of a human cultivator. The remaining dozen or so ghosts in the cave were frightened and fled in all directions. Under Li Mu's heaven's eye, these ghosts all carried resentment and evil aura. At a glance, it was obvious that they were not good ghosts. Li Mu's hand seal did not dissipate. Lightning flashed in the cave. Soon, the dozen or so wraiths here disappeared from his eyes. In the cave, there was only a large amount of soul power left. The two female ghosts hugged each other tightly and trembled. Li Mu withdrew his hand seal and put Bai back into the scabbard. Looking at the two female ghosts, he said, "So it was this evil spirit who ordered you." The little female ghost body trembled uncontrollably. She said in a trembling voice, "Immortal, immortal master, don't be afraid. You haven't harmed anyone. I won't kill you." Li Mu waved his hand and asked, "How did you work for this ghost?" Seeing that Li Mu had no intention of killing them, the big female ghost was slightly relieved. She said, "Benefactor, we were originally lonely souls in this mountain. We were kidnapped by this evil spirit and were asked to absorb the yang qi of mortals for cultivation. Thank you for killing this evil spirit and freeing us." Li Mu nodded. Thinking of the evil spirit's words before it died, he asked, "Who is Chu Jiang of Gojoseon?" The big female ghost shook her head and said, "We only know that this evil spirit claimed to be the 18th ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. We don't know who Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is." The 18th ghost general. This ghost general was actually not weak. If it wasn't for Li Mu, it would be difficult for ordinary cultivators in the soul condensing realm or the soul condensing realm to deal with it without special means. Such a powerful ghost was only ranked 18th. This Chu Jiang of Gojoseon was at least in the middle realm. Whether he was a human, a ghost, or a demon, Li Mu was no match for him. Li Mu put this matter aside for now. He collected the remnant soul energy of these ghosts and said to the two female ghosts, "Go and find a place to cultivate quietly. Don't absorb the yang qi of mortals. If other cultivators see you next time, they won't let you go so easily." The big female ghost was grateful and promised, "We swear to Immortal Master that we won't harm anyone again." The little female ghost looked up and asked, "Sister, where else can we go? I'm afraid we'll be caught again." Li Mu looked at the two female ghosts. It was indeed difficult for these lonely souls to survive. Righteous cultivators wanted to get rid of them. Heretical cultivation and demonic cultivators would capture them to refine magic tools. Even the more powerful ones wanted to devour them to improve their cultivation. These two female ghosts had good natures, but their strength was not high. If they were left to wander around, they would not have a good ending. Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "If you don't have a place to go, I can recommend a place for you." This young immortal master didn't kill them, so he definitely wouldn't harm them. The big female ghost was delighted. She quickly pulled the little female ghost and kowtowed to Li Mu, saying, "Thank you, immortal master." "Thank you," Li Mu said. "From here, follow the official road and go east. You should be able to reach Yangqiu County before dawn. When you arrive, go to the Bay of Clearwater and find a girl called Suhi. Tell her that Li Mu told you to find her." Thinking that Suhi might not have come out of seclusion yet, Li Mu added, "That place is very safe. When you get there, if she doesn't appear, you just have to wait patiently. She will take the initiative to find you." Suhi was alone, alone in the Bay of Clearwater. She was empty and lonely. Before, there was a snake accompanying her. After Bain left, there was no one to talk to her. She had complained many times that Li Mu did not visit her enough. Li Mu sent the two ghosts over. They were both ghosts, so he could have a companion, and the two ghosts could have a backer. They would not become lonely souls. It was the best of both worlds. The big female ghost thought for a moment and kowtowed to Li Mu. She said gratefully, "Thank you, Immortal Master. We will go now." Even if they were to hide in the deep mountains or forests, there was still a chance that they would be discovered by powerful, demonic ghosts. She did not know what would happen after reaching the Bay of Clearwater, but it was definitely better than wandering outside. After the two female ghosts thanked Li Mu, they floated away. Li Mu walked to the side of the young man on the ground. He leaned over and pushed his shoulder, saying, "Wake up." The young man's eyebrows twitched. His face suddenly revealed a frightened expression. He shouted, "Ghosts! There are ghosts," Li Mu said indifferently. "Those evil ghosts have been killed by me. You can go home." The young man looked around in fear. Sure enough, he found that those terrifying ghosts in the cave had disappeared. In front of him stood a young man. He had a handsome face and held a long sword in his hand. He was wearing a bailiff uniform, which gave him a great sense of security. His heart gradually calmed down. He looked at Li Mu and asked in a low voice, "Was it you who saved me?" Li Mu said, "Fortunately, I was free tonight. Otherwise, you would have been eaten by those evil ghosts." He slowly walked out of the cave. The young man crawled up from the ground and followed behind him. Li Mu walked out of the cave and asked, "Where do you live?" It was the middle of the night. If he let the young man go back alone and met some evil ghosts on the way, Li Mu's efforts would be in vain. The young man said, "I live in the county town." County town? Li Mu did not expect such a coincidence. He grabbed the young man's shoulder and said, "Then come with me. I will take you back tomorrow." The young man's body rose into the air. Li Mu carried him in the direction of the inn. On the way back to the inn, Li Mu could not help but sigh. A few months ago, he was also grabbed by Li Qing. At that time, a small vengeful spirit could take his life. Now, he could kill a third-level evil ghost all by himself. He could truly hold his own. Chapter 130. By the time Li Mu brought the young man back to the inn, it was already past midnight. The inn was already closed for the day. He let the young man sleep on the bed while he sat down cross-legged to refine the souls of the dead ghosts. The cultivation method of the second level of Taoism was to continuously condense and strengthen the three souls. Apart from refining the soul on a fixed day every month, one could also borrow the soul power of others. In theory, as long as one had enough courage and soul power, refining the soul and condensing the soul within a month would not be a problem. However, the realm that was created this way was just a facade. The mana was also like renuance. Fighting with cultivators of the same level was suicide. Li Mu did not plan to condense the soul too early. He planned to completely refine the soul power to the extreme and use it for himself before preparing to condense the spirit. The youth sat on the bed and asked Li Mu, "Are you a constable from the county capital?" Li Mu nodded and said, "You can say so." The youth lay down on the bed, and soon the sound of steady breathing could be heard. Li Mu lowered his head to take a look. Most of the time, the clothes he was wearing gave people a sense of security. In the Great Zhou, being a constable was never a lowly job. They received the lowest salary and did the most dangerous things. They often faced death and silently protected the safety of the people. This was the reason why the people trusted them. In the beginning, Li Mu did not care about the identity of a constable. His original goal was to stay in the county government and stay by Li Qing's side to protect his life. But when he saw a life that should have been gone come back to life in his hands, the satisfaction he felt was something he had never experienced in storytelling or acting. Perhaps this was the meaning of this job. In the morning, when Li Mu opened the door to his room, Li Si also came out from next door. He rubbed his head and held the door. He said in surprise, "That's strange. I slept for so long yesterday. Why am I still so tired?" Li Mu took out the porcelain bottle that Xuandu gave him. There was one last pill left in it, and he threw it to Li Si. Li Si took it and asked, "What is this?" This pill didn't have much effect on Li Mu, so Li Mu casually said, "It's for nourishing the body." Li Si poured out the pill from the porcelain bottle and tossed it into his mouth. A moment later, he looked at Li Mu in surprise and asked, "This thing is not bad. Do you have more?" "No." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Pack up and get ready to go." A moment later, Li Si stood downstairs and saw the youth who followed Li Mu out. He curiously asked, "Where did he come from?" Li Mu said, "I picked him up last night and sent him back to the county town." Li Si sized up the youth a few times but didn't ask much. After boarding the carriage, he sat in a corner with a worried expression. The closer they got to the county town, the deeper the worry on his face. On the way to the county town, Li Mu asked the youth a few simple questions. He learned that his surname was Su and his name was Hao. His family had a small business in the county town. Yesterday, he snuck out of his house and ran out of the town to play. Unknowingly, he played until it was dark and accidentally lost his way. Coincidentally, he encountered two ghosts and was captured. He almost became the ghost's food. The carriage traveled for a few hours and finally arrived at the county town at noon. As the capital of the North County, the county town looked much more imposing than Yangqiu County Town from the outside. The city walls were tall, and the gate could allow two carriages to pass side by side. There was an endless stream of people at the gate. The coachman drove the carriage into the county town. Li Mu lifted the curtain and said to the youth, "We've arrived at the county town. Quickly go back. Don't run around alone in the future. The next time you meet those things, no one can save you." The youth bowed to Li Mu and thanked him. He jumped off the carriage and ran into the crowd. The coachman stopped a passerby and asked for the location of the county office. Then, he started the carriage again. The county town of the North County was directly managed by the county governor. There was only one county office in the city. In the office, there were the county governor, the county deputy, and the county lieutenant. The county governor was responsible for all the affairs in the county. The county deputy's duty was to assist the county governor. As for the county lieutenant, he was mainly responsible for the security of the county. Li Si leaned against the carriage and sighed again. Li Mu said, "Didn't you say last time that Miss Chun was a good girl? Why are you sighing now?" "She is a good girl, but I didn't say that I would marry her." Li Si sighed and said, "My life plan is not like this." Li Mu said in surprise, "You have a life plan?" Li Si glanced at him and said, "If you don't even have a life plan, what's the point of living?" Even Li Si had a life plan. Li Mu thought about it and felt that he had to plan his life well. He was very clear about the short-term plan for his life. He had to condense the last two souls and become a complete person to make up for the final flaw on the path of cultivation. During this period of time, he had been trapped by the half-year deadline and had no time to plan his future. He looked at Li Si and asked, "What is your life plan?" Li Si said, "I want to play for a few more years. When I'm 30 years old, I'll find an honest girl to marry. How did the honest girl offend you?" Li Mu spat and said, "She's really a jerk." Li Si glanced at him and mocked. "Do you think you're better than me?" Li Mu asked, "What's wrong with me?" Li Si snorted and said, "If you don't like a girl, you shouldn't be too good to her. Otherwise, you won't be able to pay off this debt of love in this lifetime. Boss, Lady Lu, that little maid, and the girl you missed before you left, how much do you owe?" Li Si looked at Li Mu with disdain and said, "I'm just playing around with those girls in the brothel. I only enter their bodies and never enter their lives. What about you? You treat these girls too well, but you don't take the initiative, refuse, make promises, or take responsibility. Between the two of us, who's the bad guy?" Li Si actually thought that he was inferior to him. This made Li Mu somewhat difficult to accept. He looked at Li Si and asked, "Boss is good to me, and I'm good to her. Is that wrong?" Li Si said, "That's right." Li Mu said again, "Lady Lu is also my benefactor. She's good to me, and I'm good to her. Is that wrong?" Li Si shook his head and said, "That's also right." Li Mu said again, "I treat Wan Wan as my sister. I'm good to my sister. Is that wrong?" Li Si looked at him and said indifferently, "Do you want to see Boss get married? Do you want to see Lady Lu get married? Do you want to see your sister get married? Li Mu thought seriously and looked at Li Si with guilt. He said, I'm sorry. I'm not a good person. Li Si patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, I advise you to cherish the person in front of you. Cherish him while he's still by your side. Don't wait until it's too late to regret when you lose him. Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, You mean I should have expressed my feelings to Boss at that time? Li Si shook his head and said, It's useless. Your relationship with Boss hasn't reached that stage. Boss won't stay for you, and you can't keep her. Li Mu sighed softly. In fact, he knew this better than Li Si. He asked again, So you mean I should cherish Lady Lu? I want you to cherish me. Li Si grabbed his arm and said, If something happens to me, who will care about your relationship? Chapter 131. Li Mu used to feel pretty good about himself, but it was Li Si who constantly reminded him and made him recognize himself. Li Si's words made sense. Li Mu had never been in love in his 2 lifetimes. Without Li Si, he would have one less relationship mentor. But an arm can't twist a leg. Whatever the governor wanted to do to Li Si, he couldn't do anything. He could only comfort Li Si by saying, Life is like that. Since you can't resist, then just close your eyes and enjoy it. As his voice fell, the coachman lifted the curtain and said, Sirs, we've arrived at the county office. Li Mu jumped off the carriage and dragged Li Si down as well. After showing their transfer orders at the entrance of the county office, the bailiff smiled and said, You're new colleagues. If you go in now, you should be able to make it in time. Li Mu asked, Make it in time for what? The bailiff smiled mysteriously and said, You'll know when you go in. Li Mu and Li Si were led by this person into the county office and came to a very spacious courtyard. In the courtyard, there were more than 10 people standing neatly. These people were all men, and they were all wearing official uniforms. Li Mu looked over and found that they were all in the soul condensing realm. At the front was a middle-aged man wearing a purple official's uniform. He was actually in the soul condensing realm. The bailiff walked to the middle-aged man's side and pointed at Li Mu and Li Si. He said, Constable Zhao, these 2 are colleagues transferred from Yanqiu County. They just arrived at the county office. Do you want them to participate in this entry test? The middle-aged man looked at the 2 of them and said, The 2 of you, stand in line. Although Li Mu and Li Si didn't know what the entry test was, they still stood with the 10 people obediently. The middle-aged man only said one sentence from beginning to end. When Li Mu and Li Si stood in line, he took out a simple bronze mirror from his chest and poured his Fa Li into the bronze mirror. The bronze mirror suddenly shot out a white light. He raised the bronze mirror and allowed the white light to flash before everyone's eyes. Li Mu felt that the light was blinding, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the scene around him had changed. Illusion? This was not the first time Li Mu had been dragged into an illusion. After a brief moment of surprise, he began to observe his surroundings. He was in an unfamiliar room. There was no door in this room, and there were windows on all 4 sides. In front of Li Mu was a huge box. He didn't know what the so-called entry test was, but he insisted on dealing with all changes by remaining unchanged. He stood there quietly, motionless. Clang! Li Mu stood still, but the box in front of him suddenly opened. Li Mu looked over and found that the box was filled with silver. A voice in his heart told him to take a step forward, take a step forward. As long as he took a step forward, all the silver would be his. It would allow him to live in luxury for the rest of his life and enjoy glory, splendor, wealth, and rank. As this voice sounded, Li Mu's heart began to throb. At the same time, he found that his resistance to money was gradually decreasing. Li Mu finally understood what the Yamen Runner's test was. In an illusion, it was easy to lose one's mind. The various temptations of the human world would be infinitely magnified here. Those with a weak will would sink into temptation and desire. However, this level of temptation was something that Li Mu could easily resist without chanting the clear heart mantra. One is marked by the company one keeps. He had been by Lu Hanyan's side for a long time, so he was not tempted by a box of silver. Lu Hanyan, this golden mountain, had swayed before Li Mu's eyes every day, but he had not been tempted. How could he be tempted by this box of silver? The silver in the box turned into gold and jewels before Li Mu's eyes for a while. Li Mu looked at it expressionlessly, feeling a little bored. At this moment, among the dozen or so people in the county yaman's courtyard, many of them looked hesitant. In the end, two of them could not help but take a step forward. As soon as they took a step forward, their bodies trembled and they suddenly fell to the ground. Constable Zhao looked at them coldly and said, "If you can't resist the temptation of money, even if you become a yaman runner, you will still be an evil official who takes advantage of the common people. Men, take these two away and send them back to their original places of residence. They will never be hired again." His gaze swept around and paused for a moment on the faces of the three people. One of the youths had a determined expression and was not tempted by money. The other two were the two yaman runners who had just arrived from Yangqiu County. The more handsome one's expression did not change at all. It was as if the silver could not arouse his interest at all. This made Constable Zhao's expression change. Although the youth was not tempted, he was obviously trying his best to restrain himself. As for this young man, he was not interested in money at all. As for the last one, he seemed to be a little absent-minded. He had a worried expression on his face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Constable Zhao even wondered if he had seen the transmogrified treasure box. Li Mu was in the illusion and watching the things in the box change. Just as he was feeling bored, his vision suddenly blurred and he appeared in the courtyard again. He tilted his head to look and realized that the person who had been standing on his left had disappeared. He must have failed the test and been taken away because he could not resist the temptation of money. The rest of the people also realized that the two people beside them were missing and secretly sighed in relief. They had not felt good in the illusion just now and had almost failed to resist the temptation. Constable Zhao looked at Li Mu and asked, "The gold and silver treasures in the treasure box are enough to make you rich for the rest of your life. Why are you not tempted?" Li Mu replied, "I am not interested in money." What a strange person. Constable Zhao shook his head and looked at the youth again, asking, "What about you?" The youth's expression was firm as he said, "As an official of the Great Zhou, I must set myself as an example. I will not bribe, accept bribes, or accept ill-gotten gains." "That's right. As a constable, you must resist the temptation of money." Constable Zhao nodded approvingly and finally looked at Li Si, asking, "What's your reason?" Li Si came back to his senses and asked, "What's the reason?" Constable Zhao asked, "The gold and silver treasures in the treasure box. Were you not tempted for a moment?" Li Si was stunned and asked, "What treasure box? What treasures?" Constable Zhao looked at him in surprise. He had tested countless new people. Among these people, there were those with strong wills who were not tempted by the gold and silver treasures at all. There were also those with weak wills who were completely immersed in their desires. This was the first time he had encountered someone who was distracted in the illusion. But no matter what, he was not tempted by money. He had passed this test. Constable Zhao did not think that he could pass the second test. The first test to become a constable was money, and the second test was women's lust. This person's yang qi was insufficient, and his kidneys were empty. He must be extremely lustful. In the past, people like this would be the first to be eliminated in the second test. He looked at the people who had passed the first test and said, "Congratulations to all of you for passing the first test. I hope that in the future, you will be able to resist the temptation of money and always maintain a just heart." He cleared his throat and continued, "Next, you will undergo the second test. If you can pass the second test, you will officially become a constable of the county government." Constable Zhao picked up the bronze mirror and flashed it in front of everyone's eyes again. The scene in front of Li Mu changed again. He found himself in a room filled with pink fog. Opposite him, a woman wearing a light veil was looking at him with seductive eyes. The woman raised her arm delicately and beckoned to Li Mu. Her breath smelled like orchids, and she said in a tender voice, "Young master, come." Being in the illusion, one's resistance to beauty would be greatly reduced. Without chanting the mind-clearing mantra, Li Mu's heart began to have the urge to take a step forward. At this moment, Lu Hanyan's figure unconsciously appeared in his mind. Thinking of Lu Hanyan and looking at the woman again, Li Mu suddenly felt dull. Whether it was in terms of appearance or figure, the two of them were worlds apart. It would have been better if they did not compare. Now that they were compared, he suddenly lost all his urges. Chapter 132. In the county yamen, Constable Zhao stood in front of the crowd and carefully observed their expressions. Most of the remaining people looked like they were struggling with their inner desires. After a while, two of them could not help but take a step forward and collapse to the ground. Constable Zhao looked regretful and waved his hand. "Take them away." A few bailiffs came forward and carried the two of them away. When Constable Zhao walked to the front of the youth, he saw that his face was flushed, but his expression was still firm. His gaze was once again filled with admiration. He walked to Li Mu and saw that his expression was normal. He was not affected by the illusion at all. Not only that, but there was also a trace of reminiscence on his face. Constable Zhao praised in his heart. This young constable from Yangqiu County had a firm mind that was different from ordinary people. Whether it was the temptation of money or beauty, nothing could move him in the slightest. This kind of person, whether he was an official, would be a clear stream. I wonder what he's reminiscing about. Could it be his wife? To be able to think of such a method to break through the illusion, he must be a love-struck person. Constable Zhao looked at Li Mu and felt very gratified. This young constable from Yangqiu County had a firm mind and a high level of cultivation. He could be put to an important position. And that youth's mind was not bad either. He was a promising talent. With a bit of training, he could be a great use. Finally, he looked at Li Si and his face was filled with astonishment. He had thought that this person would be the first to succumb to the temptation of beauty. He did not expect him to hold on for so long. Not only was there no hesitation or struggle on his face, he even had a mocking expression. It was as if he did not care about the temptation of the illusion. Constable Zhao withdrew the illusion and looked at Li Si with astonishment. Then he said to the rest of the people, "Congratulations on passing the second test. As an official, you must not only withstand the test of wealth, but also the temptation of beauty. Your performance was very good. From now on, you are officially constables of the county yamen." Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and relaxed expressions appeared on their faces. At this moment, Constable Zhao continued, "However, before you enter the yamen, I still have to give you a third test. Those who can pass the third test and perform outstandingly can become my assistant and be exempted from the duty of patrolling the streets." Li Mu was quite tempted when he heard this. Patrolling the streets was a very time-consuming thing. If he could avoid patrolling the streets, he would have enough time to do his own things. He just didn't know what the third test was. If he couldn't get through it on his own, he could only rely on the clear heart art. Constable Zhao raised the bronze mirror again. Li Mu's vision suddenly turned pitch black. A ferocious and terrifying ghost face appeared from the darkness and flew towards Li Mu. The illusion could magnify his fear. Li Mu subconsciously tightened his grip on Bai, but then he realized it was just an illusion. He let the ghost face pass through his body. At the same time, several figures in the courtyard couldn't help but take a step back the moment the ghost shadow pounced on them, directly leaving the illusion. That evil ghost was at least a third-realm ghost. In their fear, they couldn't control their actions. When they left the illusion and observed their surroundings, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, they still had lingering fears. Constable Zhou looked at them and said, "As a constable, other than being able to resist all kinds of temptations, you also need to have a certain amount of courage. Those who are afraid of death can never become good constables. Your minds are still firm, but your courage still needs to be honed." A few of them looked guilty. They looked at the others who were still standing at the same spot with admiration. Li Mu was in the darkness. All kinds of demonic ghosts kept jumping out from all around him. Sometimes they were repulsive, evil ghosts. Sometimes they were zombies with murderous auras. Sometimes They were ferocious demons. In the illusion, the auras of these demonic ghosts were extremely real. When one's fear was magnified, they couldn't even distinguish between illusion and reality. However, whether it was the core condensation realm demonic cultivators, jumping zombies, or even the primordial spirit of the Dongxian heretical cultivation, Li Mu had fought with them before. These illusions couldn't disturb his state of mind at all. As time passed, a few more people were scared away by the illusion. Only 3 people remained standing at the same spot. One of them was the youth. Although he looked scared, his expression was still determined. The other person was a skinny youth with a pale face. His expression was wooden, but he didn't look like he was scared by the demonic ghosts in the illusion. Instead, he looked like he had seen through life and death. The last person's expression was very calm. He didn't seem to be afraid of the demonic ghosts at all. Under everyone's gaze, he didn't retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and directly stepped out of the illusion. Constable Zhao put away the bronze mirror and looked at Li Mu with admiration. He said, "What guts? Could it be that you fought with these evil beings in Yangqiu County?" Li Mu nodded and didn't deny it. The demonic ghosts in the illusion were only at the 3rd realm. The zombies were just jumping zombies. Li Mu had seen 4th realm demonic cultivators, soul realm demonic cultivators, and even flying stiff. How could he be scared by those things? At this moment, Li Si and the youth also woke up from the illusion. The youth's body was already drenched in sweat. His face was very pale as he stood there, panting heavily. Constable Zhao patted his shoulder and said, "With your cultivation, it's already very good that you could last this long." His gaze finally landed on Li Si. If the previous 2 people were both cultivators with strong wills who didn't fear temptations or demonic ghosts, then this person was just a mortal. Constable Zhao still couldn't understand why the county government would promote such a person from the county government, but it was precisely such a mortal who could pass the 3 tests without any ripples. Similarly, he wasn't tempted by money or beauty. He had enough courage to pass the test that most soul-condensing realm cultivators couldn't pass. This also showed that he wasn't that ordinary. Constable Zhao looked suspicious and asked Li Si, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Li Si was expressionless. He said, "What's there to be afraid of death? I don't want to live anyway." Constable Zhao sized up Li Si for a long time, but couldn't see anything special about him. He also didn't know if he passed the 3 tests or not. He thought for a long time and walked into a hall. He said to a man, "County Governor, how should we deal with this person?" The man said, "Let him stay." Constable Zhao hesitated. "But he's just a mortal." According to the rules, the man said he was specifically asked for by the county governor. Constable Zhao was stunned. After he came to his senses, he didn't ask any more questions. According to the rules, those who were selected from the county yamen were the best among the local constables. They still had to pass the county yamen's test before they could officially work in the county capital. But since the county governor had spoken, it wasn't difficult to make an exception for a mortal who had never cultivated. In the county yamen, everyone stood together and waited for the results. Li Si suddenly realized something. He looked at Li Mu and asked, "If I didn't pass the test just now, would I be able to go back?" Li Mu nodded and said, "In principle, yes." Li Si slapped his thigh and said regretfully, "Why didn't I think of that just now?" Constable Zhao walked out again and said to the crowd, "Congratulations to all of you for passing the pre-employment test. I'll bring you to your living quarters." Li Si suddenly walked forward and said, "Sir Constable, I'm a greedy person and am easily tempted by money. I'm afraid I can't take on big responsibilities." Constable Zhao smiled and said, "You can slowly change in the future." Li Si was stunned and said, "I'm also greedy for women. I feel uncomfortable if I don't go to the brothel every day." Constable Zhao cupped his hands and said, "It's good to be energetic." Li Si continued, "I'm a coward. I'll run away when I see demons, ghosts, and evil creatures." Constable Zhao praised him. Constables also have to cherish their lives. If you can win, fight. If you can't win, run. This is a very wise behavior. Li Si stopped pretending and asked, "What will it take for you to chase me away?" Constable Zhao smiled and said, "You passed 3 tests. Why would I chase you away? The county yamen is a big family. In the future, treat this place as your own home. Don't be shy." The county governor's manor. A young man was standing in the middle of the room and reporting to a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man tapped the table with his index finger and said, "You said that he passed 3 tests. Money and beauty didn't tempt him, and he wasn't scared by the third illusion?" The young man nodded and said in surprise, "He's just an ordinary person. How could he pass these 3 tests? He's worthy of being chosen by Meow Meow." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Let him see me." Chapter 133. When Constable Zhao brought them to their lodgings, everyone, including Li Mu, was dumbfounded. This was a small room. From the layout, it was obvious that it had been converted into a duty room. Against the walls on both sides, there was a bunk bed that could accommodate 5 people. On the wall inside, there was a standing cabinet. There were exactly 10 compartments on the cabinet that were used to store things. The 10 people who had passed the entrance examination were just enough to fill this room. Li Mu could not believe that the lodgings in the county yamen were so simple and crude. Although he did not expect to have a small house with a courtyard when he arrived, he did not expect that he would have to share a room with 9 other people. Constable Zhao saw their expressions and said, "The county yamen originally did not provide lodgings, but the prefectural governor empathized with everyone and converted the duty room into a bedroom. These are the conditions of a yamen. If you do not wish to stay here, you can also rent a room outside." These words were actually nonsense. The constable's monthly salary was only 1 tael of silver. It was not enough to rent a room or stay in an inn. The constables of the county yamen were all born and raised locally. No matter how poor they were, they had their own lodgings. However, the county capital was different. Many of the constables here were from other places and could not solve their own lodgings. The determined young man silently placed his luggage in a cabinet. He chose a spot against the wall and began to tidy his bed. The rest of the people looked hesitant. Living in the county yamen was obviously very depressing, and there was no privacy. However, if they moved out, they would have to spend a large sum of money. Even if they did not come to the county yamen for their salary, they would still feel the pinch. After seeing the situation here, Li Mu did not plan to stay in the county yamen. He had too many secrets and needed enough space to cultivate. He planned to rent a house nearby. He was no longer the poor constable who had to borrow 20 taels of silver from half a year ago. Li Si put down his luggage with an indifferent expression. Based on Li Mu's understanding of him, he would not come back to sleep too often in the future. Li Si had just sat down when a young man in white walked in. When Constable Zhao saw the young man in white, he immediately bowed and asked, "Do you have any orders for me?" The young man in white said, "I'm looking for Li Si." He looked at Li Si, who was sitting by the bed, and said, "Come with me. The prefectural governor wants to see you." Li Si sighed and slowly stood up, as if he had expected this moment to come. He looked at Li Mu and said, "If I don't come back, remember to bring my message back to the Fragrant Pavilion, Apricot Courtyard, and Spring Wind Pavilion. Tell Xiang Xiang, Ajin, Xiaowei, Per, and Suihua that I love them." After Li Si finished speaking, a resolute look appeared on his face, and he walked out without looking back. Li Mu watched his departing figure, and could only congratulate him in his heart for growing old together with Miss Meow Meow, and giving birth to a child soon. After the young man left with Li Si, another yamen runner walked in and whispered a few words into Constable Zhao's ear. "A yamen runner from our county office?" Constable Zhao looked at Li Mu and the others in confusion and said to them, "Everyone, pack your things in a while. Come out with me first." The 9 of them walked out of the room and returned to the front yard. When Li Mu walked into the yard, he raised his head and saw the young man he had saved last night standing in the yard. Beside him was a middle-aged man. When the young man saw Li Mu, he quickly ran over and stood beside him. He said, "It's this big brother yamen runner who saved me." The middle-aged man strode forward and held Li Mu's wrist. He said, "Thank you for saving me, sir. I only have 1 son. If something happened to him, I really don't know what to do." Li Mu smiled and said, As a Yamen runner, it's my duty to kill ghosts that harm the people. You're welcome. Constable Zhao said in surprise. It's you who saved shopkeeper Su's son? Li Mu nodded and said, Last night, I was resting in a wilderness inn and encountered 2 female ghosts sucking people's yang qi. I secretly followed them and chased them to the lair of one of the evil ghosts. After eliminating the evil ghosts, I saved him. The middle-aged man said gratefully, Sir, you saved the last of the Su family's descendants. The Su family is greatly indebted to you. I have prepared a small gift. I hope you can accept it. Li Mu waved his hand and said, I appreciate shopkeeper Su's kindness, but there's no need for a gift. This is my duty. If this precedent is set, I'm afraid it will have a bad influence on the Yamen. Firstly, he didn't lack money, and secondly, he didn't lack anything. He didn't need a small gift to thank him. The middle-aged man tried to persuade him again, but seeing Li Mu's insistence, he could only say, Since Sir is unwilling to accept it, then I will donate it to the county Yamen. He took the young man's hand and said, I'm not talented, but I have a small business in the county town. If Sir needs me in the future, just let me know. If I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Shopkeeper Su thanked him again, then left with Su Hao. Constable Zhao looked at Li Mu in surprise and said, I originally thought that you used some method to resist the temptation of the illusion. Now it seems that you really aren't interested in money. Shopkeeper Su gave you 1,000 taels of silver, but you rejected it just like that. Li Mu's eyes widened. 1,000 taels? Li Mu was extremely regretful. If he had known that it was 1,000 taels, he wouldn't have been so polite just now. 1,000 taels was enough to buy a house in the county town. His politeness angered a tenant in the county town. He worked hard for Lu Hanyan for half a year, writing books, telling stories, acting, and pretending to be a ghost. It wasn't easy for him to earn 500 taels. Among them, there was also Lu Hanyan's dozens of taels of care. Last night, he had almost earned 1,000 taels of silver. What kind of small business did this shopkeeper Su have that 1,000 taels of silver could only be considered a small gift? Shopkeeper Su is a famous wealthy merchant in the county town. His business is all over the North County. He often cooks and gives to the poor. 1,000 taels of silver isn't a big sum to him. Constable Zhao explained, then asked, Why? Are you regretting it? No, it was too late for Li Mu to regret. He could only sigh in his heart. Any small gift was worth 1,000 taels of silver. The richest person Li Mu knew was Lu Hanyan. Perhaps even Lu Hanyan wasn't as rich as the shopkeeper Su. Thinking of Lu Hanyan, Li Mu's heart began to itch. His hands also began to itch. This kind of situation happened frequently in the past 2 days. Without a doubt, Li Mu was already addicted to Lu Hanyan after so many times of dual cultivation. The heart-cleansing technique could only be used for a while, not for a lifetime. There were only 2 ways to get rid of the smoking addiction. First, the 2 of them lived in different places. After a long time, they would naturally stop thinking about each other. Second, if they moved together, they would be able to meet whenever they wanted to. They could enter the state of dual cultivation at any time. Naturally, there wouldn't be this kind of unattainable situation. Li Mu silently recited the heart-cleansing technique and calmed himself down. He thought of the evil ghost that he had killed last night and asked Constable Zhao, Constable Zhao, do you know Chu Jiang of Gojozian? Of course. Constable Zhao heaved a sigh of relief and said, He's an extremely powerful ghost cultivator. It's said that he has 18 ghost generals under him. Most of them are at the Soul Realm, Li Mu said in shock. Even his ghost generals are at the Soul Realm. Doesn't that mean his cultivation is even higher? Constable Zhao said, Most of the 18 ghost generals' cultivation is not weaker than that of a divine power cultivator. Chu Jiang of Gojozian himself is comparable to a creation realm cultivator. They are a huge scourge of the North County. Even the county governor has a headache. Li Mu was puzzled. Chu Jiang of Gojozian is only equivalent to a 5th realm cultivator. Could it be that even the county government can't defeat him? Logically speaking, Even if the North County government couldn't defeat a sixth realm Xian or a ghost cultivator, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a fifth realm Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Constable Zhao shook his head and said, "It's not that they can't defeat him. It's just that these ghost cultivators usually hide their heads and tails. It's very difficult to find traces of them. Moreover, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is easy to deal with, but the Nether Saint behind him is not." Li Mu said in surprise. "Who is the Nether Saint?" Constable Zhao asked. "Have you heard of the Thousand Illusions Venerable?" Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and said, "I've heard of him." Constable Zhao continued. "The demon sect has 10 subsects and 10 elders. The Thousand Illusions Venerable is an elder of the Corpse sect. The Nether Saint is an elder of the Soul sect. They are both at the peak of the sixth realm. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is a subordinate of the Nether Saint. He's ranked second among the 10 kings of hell." Li Mu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His heart was thumping wildly. The psychological trauma caused by the Thousand Illusions Venerable had not been completely eliminated. Now, there was the Nether Saint. He was just a lowly constable. Why was he always involved with such a monster? Constable Zhao looked at Li Mu and asked, "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Li Mu waved his hand and forced a smile on his face. He said, "Nothing, I'm just asking." Chapter 134. After calming down and thinking about it, Li Mu felt that he had nothing to worry about. Although Lord Nether Hell was terrifying, he was just an elder of the demon sect. He would not care about one of his subordinates. Perhaps the death of the evil ghost would not reach his ears. And that evil ghost was just one of the 18 ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon might not pay attention to him. At the very least, even if Chu Jiang of Gojoseon paid attention to him, he would not know who killed him. Li Mu was safe. Compared to Li Mu, Li Si was more worrying. The prefectural governor and the prefectural prime minister had their own mansions in the city. Li Si should have been taken to the prefectural prime minister's mansion. Who knew how he was now? In the prefectural prime minister's mansion, Li Si stood in a bright study. The young man in white retreated to the door. The middle-aged man sat at the desk and sipped the tea in his cup. The atmosphere was strangely quiet. The middle-aged man finished the tea and put the cup on the table heavily. He said coldly, "How dare you, Li Si? How dare you?" Li Si raised his head and said, "I don't know. Please tell me." Prefectural Prime Minister. Prefectural Prime Minister Chen snorted and said, "Do you think I don't know what you did in Yanqiu County?" Li Si sighed and lowered his head. He said, "What do you want me to do? Just say it." Prefectural Prime Minister Chen showed a playful expression and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Li Si walked to a chair and sat down. He said, "Why should I be afraid of death? If you want to kill me, I can't stop you. What's the use of being afraid?" Prefectural Prime Minister Chen looked at him and said, "Raise your head. I only want to ask you one question." Li Si raised his head and looked at him. County Magistrate Chen's eyes seemed to have turned into a deep pool, which sucked in all his attention. Commandery Minister Chen asked slowly, "What kind of person is Meow Meow in your heart?" Li Si reminisced. "She was the purest and kindest girl I've ever met." County Governor Chen's expression softened and he asked, "Don't you think she's ugly?" Li Si said, "Beauty and ugliness are just appearances. In my heart, she is more beautiful than anyone else." Looking at Li Si, County Magistrate Chen suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed for a while, then looked back at Li Si and said, "This official will give you 2 choices. First, accompany Meow Meow and make her happy for the rest of her life. Whatever you want, I will give you. Money, power, cultivation, I can satisfy you." Li Si thought for a moment and asked, "What's the second?" County Magistrate Chen said, "Every Qingming festival, I'll have someone burn a few more sticks of incense at your grave." Li Si stood up and bowed respectfully to him. "Honorable father-in-law, please accept a bow from your son-in-law." Li Mu waited for less than an hour before Li Si walked in from outside. Li Mu stood up and asked, "How was it?" Li Si looked up at the sky and said, "Xiang Xiang Jin, shall we, Pin'er, and Twa." Goodbye forever. Have you seen Miss Meow Meow? Li Si shook his head and said, She is not in the county capital. She will be back in half a month. Li Mu asked, Are you really going to stop? Li Si sighed and said, I'll take it one step at a time. It's good to stop. Li Mu comforted him and said, No matter how many women you have outside, it's not as good as having one at home. Li Si asked, What about you? Me? In Li Mu's mind, Li Qing's face and Lu Hanyan's figure appeared sometimes. He thought for a moment and waved his hand. We'll see. This time, the county government promoted a total of 10 constables from the local area. Aside from Li Si, the other 9 were all local officials who had performed outstandingly in this zombie disaster and had made some contributions to the local government. Among these people, there were no disciples from the big sections. In the county government, the disciples from the Buddhist and Taoist sects were the main force of the government. In the county government, they were the real officials of the Great Zhou. Their positions were either passed down by their ancestors or recruited by the county government. They were required to have a clean family background and no one from the previous 3 generations. They also had to be non-sect disciples. Among the 10 people, except for Li Mu, Li Si, and the young man, the others were all above 25 years old. Although they had reached the spirit condensing realm with their talent, it would be difficult for them to reach the spirit condensing realm. There was no possibility for them to go further. In the county government, there were 6 spirit condensing realm constables who were directly responsible to the county lieutenant. The 6 constables were responsible for different areas in the county capital. If the county government couldn't solve a case in the North County, they were responsible for solving it. Of the 10 people who passed the test, 3 were under Constable Zhao's command. They were Li Mu, Li Si, and the young man. Li Mu's performance in the 3rd test was the most outstanding, so he naturally became Constable Zhao's deputy. Although this deputy didn't have any actual power, Li Mu was quite satisfied that he didn't need to patrol the streets. Constable Zhao gave them 3 days to familiarize themselves with the prefectural city and settle their own matters. During these 3 days, Li Mu temporarily stayed in an inn to refine the soul energy that the prefectural governor had bestowed upon him, as well as the soul energy he had collected from killing the evil spirits. The county capital wasn't like the county capital. The work here was more dangerous, so he had to improve his strength as much as possible. In these 3 days, Li Si had already moved to the county prime minister's manor. Li Mu couldn't help but be envious, so he could only ask the broker to help him find a house for rent near the county government. He looked at a few houses, but didn't find one that he was satisfied with. He thought that if he couldn't find one in a few days, he would just pick one and make do with it. In the county government, Constable Zhao spread a map on the table and said, The eastern district of the county capital, as well as Yang County and Yu County in the east, are all under our jurisdiction. You have to arrange for people to patrol the city every day. Yang County and Yu County will only ask the county government for help if there's something they can't handle. What you have to do on a daily basis is to maintain the security of the Eastern District and be responsible for the safety of the dozens of villages outside the Eastern District. Li Mu's duties didn't change much compared to when he was in Yanqiu County. The only difference was that at that time, he only needed to follow behind Li Qing. Now, he had a rush in front. There wasn't much to do in the morning. Seeing that it was almost noon, Li Mu was about to go out for lunch when a Yamen runner who was standing guard at the door walked into the room and said, Constable Li, someone is looking for you. Other than the father and son of the Su family, Li Mu didn't know anyone else in the county capital. Could it be that shopkeeper Su felt that the gift he donated to the county government wasn't enough to express his gratitude, so he came to give another gift? Li Mu walked out expectantly. When he saw Zhang Shan standing outside the county government, he said disappointedly, Why are you here? Zhang Shan frowned. What's with your expression? Li Mu walked up and asked curiously, Why are you in the county capital? Zhang Shan said, I'm here to send someone off. Li Mu asked, Who are you sending off? Zhang Shan pointed at the carriage parked at the entrance of the county government. Lu Hanyan lifted the curtain and jumped down from the carriage. Then, it was Wanwan who jumped down with a little fox in her arms. Wanwan ran over quickly and said happily, Young master, Xiao Bai's eyes were also filled with smiles. Li Mu looked at them and asked in surprise, "Why are you in the county capital?" Wan Wan said with a smile, "Miss said that she wants to open a branch in the county capital." Li Mu calculated that they would arrive in the county capital at noon today. With the speed of the carriage, they should have left yesterday morning. This meant that from the time Li Mu left, Lu Hanyin only took 3 days from the time she decided to open a branch, arranged everything in Yangqiu County, packed her things, and left. He walked to Lu Hanyin and asked, "You want to open a branch here?" Lu Hanyin glanced at him and said, "The business in Yangqiu County doesn't have much room to expand. There are many people in the county capital, and there are many rich people. Business is good." Li Mu asked, "Have you chosen location?" Lu Hanyin shook her head and said, "No." "Have you hired someone?" "No." "Have you found a place to stay?" "No." Li Mu said speechlessly, "You dare to come to the county capital without anything? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you better at doing business, or am I better at doing business?" Lu Hanyin glared at him and said, "Let's go and eat first. Wan Wan is starving." With that, she ignored Li Mu and got back into the carriage. Li Si walked out of the government office and said meaningfully, "What are you waiting for? If you meet someone like this, just marry her." Chapter 135. Lu Hanyin made the decision to open a branch in the prefecture capital 4 days ago. She used 3 days to arrange everything in Yangqiu County. After Zhang Shan heard about this from his wife, he was worried that the two of them would encounter danger on the road, so he took the initiative to escort them here. Li Mu knew very well that Lu Hanyin saying that she wanted to open a branch in the prefecture capital was just an excuse. Some things would happen countless times after the first time. In these 3 days, Li Mu also wanted to return to Yangqiu County countless times to dual cultivate with her every night. After all, this was much easier than cultivating alone. Opening a branch was just a spur-of-the-moment thing, and she hadn't prepared anything yet. The first thing she had to solve was the problem of accommodation. To her, this couldn't be any easier. After dinner, she went to the broker house and bought a 2-story house. She gave the broker 10 taels of silver as a reward. The broker helped her complete all the transfer procedures within 2 hours and asked people to clean the house inside and outside. Zhang Shan couldn't help but sigh as he moved the boxes one by one from the carriage into the courtyard. It's so good to be rich. When can I buy a house like this? Li Si calculated and said, "It won't take too long. If you work in the county yamen and don't eat or drink, you can save 5 taels of silver a year. You could buy a house in 200 years. If you're willing to come to the prefecture yamen, you only need about 100 years, Lu Hanyin suddenly said. "If Brother Zhang Shan doesn't want to be a constable and is willing to come to Yin Pavilion, I guarantee that you can buy a house like this within 10 years. Li Si also said, "Didn't you just say that Lord Zhang's transfer order has arrived? He's about to leave Yangqiu County. When that time comes, you won't have much to do in the county yamen. Why don't you come to the prefecture capital?" Although the temptation of silver was great for Zhang Shan, he still said worriedly, "I'm not familiar with this place." Li Si patted his chest and said, "What are you afraid of? Don't worry, I will protect you." "You?" Zhang Shan pursed his lips and said, "You've only been in the prefecture city for a few days. Who can you protect?" Li Mu glanced at Zhang Shan and said, "He's really capable." Li Si was now living in the prefectural minister's mansion. In such a large prefecture, there were not many people that he could not protect. Even Li Mu needed his protection. Zhang Shan was still somewhat hesitant. He said, "Let me think about it." Li Si went straight to the point. "Do you want to stay in Yangqiu County to accompany your wife?" The hesitation on Zhang Shan's face disappeared as he said firmly, "I've made up my mind." After careful consideration, Zhang Shan decided to resign. First of all, after Zhang County Magistrates was transferred, he had lost his backer in the county yamen. His life in the future might not be as good as before. Second of all, the job of a bailiff was too dangerous for an ordinary person like him. If he was not careful, he could lose his life. Especially after his experience in the past 6 months, he had long wanted to quit. Most importantly, He did not have to struggle for 200 years. It was already late, so Zhang Shan could not go back. He planned to leave early the next morning. Lu Hanyin said, "There are many rooms in the new house. If Brother Zhang Shan doesn't mind, you can stay here for the night." Zhang Shan was about to agree. After all, staying in an inn cost more money. Li Si shook his head and said, "There are no bedding in the new house. It's too troublesome to prepare," Zhang Shan said. "I can sleep on the floor. It's fine." Li Si put his arm around his shoulder and said, "You came all the way here. How can I let you sleep on the floor? You can sleep with me tonight. My bed is very big and comfortable." Zhang Shan was dragged away by him. Before he left, Li Si looked back at Li Mu with a meaningful look. Lu Hanyin also gave Li Mu a look. It was a look that Li Mu was very familiar with. Li Mu's throat moved. He swallowed and said, I want to go back to the inn tonight." Lu Hanyin asked, "You're staying in an inn?" Li Mu nodded and said, "I haven't found a place to rent yet." Lu Hanyin pointed to the east and west rooms and said, "There are so many rooms here. You can choose one to live in. It'll be convenient for cultivation in the future." Without waiting for Li Mu to speak, she added, "If you think it's inconvenient, I can buy the house next door. You can choose to live next door. You can pay me rent every month. It's too troublesome to buy another house. I'll go to the inn to get my luggage." Li Mu thought about it carefully. Even Lu Hanyin didn't think it was a problem. He had nothing to worry about. In these 3 days, he wasn't used to being away from Lu Hanyin. After he went to the yamen, she didn't cook and wait for him at home. There was no one to dual cultivate with at night. Although Li Mu didn't show it, when Lu Hanyin came to the county town, his empty heart was suddenly filled. Li Mu returned to the inn and packed his luggage. When he returned, Wan had already helped him tidy up the room and made the bed. The quilt on the bed wasn't new. There was a faint fragrance. Wan took Li Mu's bag and said, "Miss used to cover you with this quilt before. Miss said she would buy you a new one tomorrow." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "No need. It's okay if it's an old quilt. It's fine as long as it can be used." Li Mu packed his luggage and heard the sound of footsteps coming closer behind him. Lu Hanyin leaned against the door and glanced at Li Mu. "You're here?" A moment later, on the bed, Li Mu and Lu Hanyin sat cross-legged facing each other. Their palms were facing each other. Mana quickly circulated in their bodies. Li Mu now somewhat understood why those who cultivated heretical cultivation would go further and further down this path once they started harming people. Why those righteous sects would strictly restrict the shortcuts their disciples took. Li Mu thought that he had a firm mind, but even he couldn't resist the temptation of such a rapid increase in mana. Of course, he just couldn't resist dual cultivation with Lu Hanyin. He never had the thought of harming people by extracting their souls. As for Lu Hanyin, she was clearly even less firm than Li Mu. Li Mu suddenly had a thought. Lu Hanyin couldn't wait to rush over from Yangqiu County. Did that count as having some kind of desire for him? He used the method of guiding her emotions to test her. He actually absorbed desire from her. Li Mu opened his eyes and looked at Lu Hanyin in shock. He didn't know if what he absorbed was desire to see, touch, or lust. Lu Hanyin, who had her eyes closed and focused on cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes. She felt a familiar feeling coming from her body. She looked at Li Mu and said angrily, "Did you suck me again?" Li Mu quickly stopped. Lu Hanyin snorted and said, "Do you think you're the only one who knows how to suck?" As soon as she finished speaking, Li Mu felt an emptiness in his body. He looked down and found that there was a yellow emotion in his body that was attracted to her. Yellow was desire. This was his desire for Lu Hanyin. Li Mu was stunned. Could it be that he also had desire for Lu Hanyin? His transcendence energy was much higher than Lu Hanyin's. He could cut off her guidance at any time, but this would hurt her. Li Mu simply let her guide him. At the same time, he continued to absorb the desire in her body. Not long after, the two of them fell on the bed at the same time. Lu Hanyin said weakly, "I don't want to play anymore. I'm so tired." Then she looked at Li Mu and asked, You actually have desire for me." Li Mu said, "Aren't you the same?" Lu Hanyin explained, "I'm doing it because of cultivation." Li Mu said, "Me too." Lu Hanyin was too lazy to speak again. She lay on the bed, her chest rising and falling as she recovered her strength. Li Mu thought of Li Si's words and suddenly said, "Say, aren't you worried that you won't be able to get married if we do this every night?" Lu Hanyin said indifferently, "I'm not thinking of getting married." Li Mu said, "I'm going to get married." Lu Hanyin turned to look at him angrily and asked, "What do you mean?" Li Mu explained, "What I mean is that since we're already like this, we can't leave each other. Why don't we just be together? It won't waste the pure yin and pure yang constitutions." Lu Hanyin was stunned and asked, "Didn't you say that I'm not as good as Constable Li, not as obedient as Wan Wan, and that I'm not your type?" Li Mu. Lu Hanyin got up from the bed and looked at Li Mu warily. She asked, "Why did you suddenly change your mind? Tell me, are you after my money?" Chapter 136. Good and evil had their retribution. This was the cycle of the heavenly Tao. Li Mu didn't expect retribution, and he didn't expect it to come so quickly. In the past, he had despised Lu Hanyin for not being as good at fighting as Li Qing and not being as obedient as Wan Wan. She had actually remembered all of this. He looked at Lu Hanyin and opened his mouth, but he was speechless. The atmosphere on the bed was somewhat awkward. Lu Hanyin got off the bed and put on her shoes. She said, "I'm going back to my room." Li Mu had originally wanted to explain that he was not after her money, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. In any case, they were already living together. In the future, there would be plenty of opportunities to prove himself, to prove that he was not after her money, but purely after her body. After coming to the prefectural capital, Li Si's words had awakened Li Mu from his dreams. At the same time, Li Mu had recognized himself and also began to face matters of the heart. In this half a year, Li Mu had focused on condensing his soul to survive. He did not have much time or energy to think about these issues. Even under such circumstances, two women still walked into his heart. Li Qing was the guide to his cultivation. She taught him cultivation, helped him condense his soul, protected him in all aspects, and saved his life several times. Although Lu Hanyin's cultivation was not high, she was kind-hearted and considerate. She had countless shining points. She fulfilled almost all the fantasies a man had of an ideal wife. To Li Mu, she was far more attractive than this. Pure yin and pure yang were innately suited for dual cultivation. After tasting it for the first time, the two were already inseparable. When he thought of Li Qing, Li Mu still felt some regret. However, he also knew very well that he could not change Li Qing's determination to seek the Tao. Li Si said that he had to cherish the people in front of him. Although he was talking about himself, Li Mu was thinking about Lu Hanyin. Today, when Li Mu saw her at the entrance of the prefectural government, he had already made his decision. However, Lu Hanyin was not Wan Wan. It would not be easy to win her over. Feelings could not be rushed. Anyway, she had already arrived in the prefecture capital and did not plan to leave in a short period of time. They had plenty of time ahead of them. When he went to the county yamen tomorrow, he would ask Li Si for advice. Li Mu composed himself. Xiaobai ran in from outside and jumped onto the bed. She said obediently, "Benefactor." Her cultivation had improved a lot compared to a few days ago, mainly because of the old fox's teachings before his death. Currently, she had not completely digested the soul power. Otherwise, she would have been able to transform. However, due to the increase in its cultivation, the demonic aura it was emitting had also grown stronger. There were many cultivators in the county city. The head constable of the county government was only at the soul condensing realm, while the 6 sub-constables of the county government were all at the spirit concentrating realm. The county captain had even reached the middle 3 realms. The risk of being exposed in the county city was very high. Even though she had never harmed anyone and the demonic aura it emitted was clear and pure, a demon was still a demon. If she was exposed in front of cultivators, there was no guarantee that they would not have evil intentions. Li Mu gently stroked her head. Xiaobai leaned on Li Mu. Her gem-like eyes curved into crescents, and her eyes were filled with contentment. Li Mu thought for a moment. The hand that was stroking her gradually emitted a golden light. The light of Buddha could expel the demonic aura from demons. There were many demons and ghosts in the Jinshan temple, but they did not have any demonic aura or demonic aura. This was because they had been practicing Buddhism for a long time. Li Mu used the Heart Sutra to activate the light of Buddha. After a long time, he could expel the demonic aura from her body. Li Mu had used this method to expel the demonic aura from the little snake. This method could not only prevent the demonic aura from leaking out, but it could also prevent her from being harmed by the light of Buddha in the future. As the light of Buddha entered her body, Xiaobai felt warm and comfortable all over. She could not help but let out a moan. The soul energy in her body gradually merged into her body under the light of Buddha. She rubbed her head against Li Mu's hand. Her eyes were a little intoxicated. She could already feel that she was not far away from taking human form. In the inner courtyard, Lu Hanyan's room was still lit. She sat in front of the table and held her chin with one hand. Her eyes were blurred as she muttered, "What does he mean? What does he mean by we can't leave each other? Why don't we just be together? Does this mean that he likes me?" Li Mu had expressed his disdain for her more than once. He despised her for not having a higher cultivation than Li Qing and not being as obedient and cute as Wan Wan. Lu Hanyan's confidence in herself had long been destroyed. Now he said something that she did not expect. Could it be that he was the same as her and had also been poisoned by the dual cultivation? In the 3 days that Li Mu had left, she was completely distracted. It was as if a piece of her heart was missing. This was the most important reason that drove her to the prefecture capital. If she could turn back time, Lu Hanyan would definitely not have taken the initiative to drink those few cups of wine with Li Mu. If they did not sleep together that night, she would not be in this predicament today. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. However, when she thought about how Li Mu actually had lust for her, her mood inexplicably improved. It was as if she had found the confidence that she had lost in the past. She had never considered marriage before. Now that she thought about it carefully, marriage did not seem so scary. Except for the fact that Li Mu wanted to marry many wives, he did not have any obvious shortcomings. If she were to marry him, it did not seem unacceptable. She smiled and said proudly, "It's too late to know my good now. What will happen in the future depends on your performance. Bah." As soon as this thought came to her mind, Lu Hanyan secretly spat a few times. She said shyly, "Lu Hanyan, oh Lu Hanyan, you have never thought of marrying. You even want to snatch Wan Wan's man." Zhang Shan and Li Si slept in the county premier's mansion last night. When Li Mu and Li Si sent him out of the prefecture capital today, his expression was still a little absent-minded. Before he got on the carriage, he still looked at Li Si in disbelief and said, "Do you really want to enter the county premier's mansion?" Li Si said with melancholy, "Do I have any other choice?" Zhang Shan did not say anything. He just patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't be too sad. I'll explain to Xiang, Jin, Xiaowei, Ping and Cuihua for you." Li Si looked in the direction of Yangqiu County and gazed into the distance. He said calmly, "Tell them that I'm already dead." The prodigal Li Si was indeed dead. Under the pressure of the county premier, he could not act recklessly again. Li Mu was also ready to face up to the relationship between him and Lu Hanyan. After returning to the county office, he humbly asked Li Si for advice on how to pursue a girl. Li Si put his hands behind his head and leaned on the chair of the county office. He said, "Pursuing a girl varies from person to person. There is no experience that can be applied to everyone, but one thing remains unchanged." Li Mu said sincerity. Li Si nodded and said, "There are countless ways to pursue a girl, but sincerity is the most important. In this world, sincerity is the most worthless, but it is also the most valuable." Li Mu said, "Can you be more specific?" Li Si continued, "Lady Lu's life experience is miserable. She relied on her own efforts to get to where she is today. Such a girl will often close her heart and will not easily trust others. You need to use your sincerity to open her closed heart." In the past few days in the county office, Li Mu found that it was even more leisurely than the county office. After all, It was the capital of county. Demons, ghosts, and evil spirits without any cultivation would not dare to be presumptuous nearby, so the office was relatively free. After listening to Li Si's advice, Li Mu went home early and went to the market to buy some dishes that Lu Hanyin liked. During dinner, Lu Hanyin sat down opposite Li Mu. She picked up her chopsticks and glanced at the table. When she found that Li Mu had made all the dishes that she liked, she suddenly looked up at Li Mu and asked, "Do you have something to ask of me?" Li Mu shook his head and said no. Li Mu denied it, and Lu Hanyin did not ask any more questions. After dinner, she prepared to clean up and wash the dishes. This was a tacit understanding that she and Li Mu had developed when they were in Yangqiu County. If one of them cooked, the other would wash the pot and the dishes. Li Mu stood up and put away the dishes. He said to Lu Hanyin, "Let me do it." Lu Hanyin looked at Li Mu suspiciously. "You really don't have anything to ask of me?" Li Mu said helplessly, "I said I don't." After a while, Lu Hanyin sat in the courtyard and glanced at the kitchen from time to time with a puzzled expression. Li Mu's behavior today was a little abnormal, and it made her feel a little uneasy. Thinking of what he said last night, Lu Hanyin was even more certain that something must have happened in the days when she was not by Li Mu's side. Li Mu finished washing the dishes and took the initiative to peel an apple. He walked to Lu Hanyin and handed it to her. Lu Hanyin looked around and said uncertainly, "For me?" Li Mu asked, "Is there anyone else here?" Looking at the apple that Li Mu had peeled for her for the first time, Lu Hanyin was not moved. She said with a nervous expression, "Don't be like this. I'm scared." Chapter 137. Li Mu gave the peeled apple to Wan Wan and Xiao Bai, then went back to his room. He really couldn't understand the thoughts of mature women. Wan Wan and Xiao Bai were still the most adorable and simple ones. He decided to put the matter of Lu Hanyin aside for now. He had absorbed a lot of lust in the past 2 days. After Li Mu refined it, he continued to cultivate the 6 senses of Buddhism. The best time to condense one's soul was on the night of the 3rd, 13th, and 23rd of every month. Apart from these 3 days, the effect of condensing one's soul was very ordinary. However, the cultivation of the 6 senses of Buddhism didn't care about the time. Li Mu had already cultivated the first sense of sight. Ordinary demonic ghosts couldn't hide from his eyes. When the first sense of sight was cultivated to a high level, one could see through all fabrications and wouldn't be trapped by illusions or formations. This was something that even the clairvoyance spell couldn't compare to. Lu Hanyin went to Li Mu's room when it was time. She did not mention anything about what happened last night. The two of them sat cross-legged across from each other. For hours later, she got off the bed and left. The next morning, Li Mu had just arrived at the county yamen. Before he could sit down, Constable Zhao walked in and said, "The yamen received a report from the villagers yesterday. Something strange happened in Guo village outside the city. I suspect it's the work of a demonic ghost. You should go and take a look." Other than Li Mu, all of Constable Zhao's subordinates were out patrolling the streets. Li Mu asked about the direction of Guo village. He went out of the city gate from the east side and headed for Guo village alone. Before he left, he had asked around and found out that there were no deaths in Guo village. He had just arrived at the county yamen. Constable Zhao wouldn't give him the important cases. Guo village wasn't close to the county town. Li Mu used the teleporting talisman, and it took him almost half an hour to get there. He arrived at Guo village and asked a villager about the situation. Then he knocked on the door of a house. It was a peasant woman who opened the door. When she saw Li Mu's clothes, her face lit up. She said, "Sir, you're finally here. Please save my husband." Li Mu walked into the courtyard and asked what happened. The peasant woman said, "I don't know what's wrong with my husband. For the past few days, he's been going out every night. When he comes back in the morning, he falls asleep the moment he falls asleep. I can't wake him up even if I call him." This was a sign of insufficient yang qi. Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, "Where is your husband?" The woman pointed to the room and said, "He sleeps at home all day." Li Mu walked into the room and saw a man lying on the bed, snoring loudly. His eyes were sunken and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Li Mu's eyes flashed with golden light, and he saw that this person's yang qi was extremely insufficient. Although the 7 spirits were all in his body, they were all dim and had no effect. Li Mu had also experienced drowsiness and difficulty waking up after the 2 souls of Fei Du and Dead Dog had lost their effectiveness. However, it was because his 7 souls were missing, while the man on the bed had his yang energy sucked away by something. Those low-level demons and ghosts who harbored evil intentions but didn't have the guts to kill people liked to suck people's yang energy the most. The woman looked at Li Mu and said worriedly, "Sir, what should we do?" Li Mu looked at the unconscious man and said, "When he wakes up, don't say anything or ask anything. If he goes out at night again, I will follow behind him." As a bailiff, Li Mu had carefully studied the laws of the Great Zhou. The laws of the Great Zhou were mostly written for the people of the Great Zhou. However, there were also restrictions for the demons and ghosts living in the Great Zhou, and even for the cultivators. For small cases, such as the yellow rat couple who only stole a few chickens from the villagers, the imperial court wouldn't kill them. According to the law, they just needed to pay double the compensation. However, for demons and ghosts that killed people, the law was merciless. It would only stop when their souls were destroyed. Sucking people's yang energy to cultivate was something between the two. Although it wouldn't lead to death, the punishment wasn't light either. At the very least, they would lose 10 years of cultivation. Those demons that didn't have a high cultivation level might be directly knocked out of shape and have to cultivate from scratch. Li Mu first returned to the yamen and reported the situation in Guo village. Hearing this, Bailiff Zhao said, "Tonight, I will send 2 soul-condensing realm bailiffs with you." "No need." Li Mu shook his head and said, "Things that need to suck people's yang energy to cultivate won't have a high cultivation level. I can handle it alone, but if there are more people, I'm afraid we will alert the enemy." Bailiff Zhao thought of Li Mu's performance in the 3rd illusion and knew that his strength shouldn't be above the soul-condensing realm. He nodded and said, "Then be careful. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately." He walked into the inner room of the duty room and took out a fulu. He handed it to Li Mu and said, "This talisman is for you. At a critical moment, it will ensure your safety." Li Mu took the fulu and discovered that it was a divine travel talisman. However, the spiritual energy contained in this talisman was much more than the divine travel talismans that Li Mu wrote himself. The higher the grade of the fulu, the more powerful it was. A divine travel talisman of this grade was probably made by a transcendent realm cultivator at the very least. The maximum speed it could unleash would also be greatly increased. With this talisman, even if he encountered a middle realm demon ghost, he would be able to easily retreat. A fulu of this grade was not cheap. As expected, the county government was rich and imposing. Even a Xian-grade fulu could be given to ordinary bailiffs when they went out on missions. Li Mu had asked the peasant woman before. Her husband would go out every night before nightfall. It was still early, so Li Mu was in no hurry to go over. He came to a room filled with books in the county government. He took a book from the bookshelf and sat down to read. Whether it was the county government or the county government, they all had a library. The books here were prepared for the cultivators in the county government. The cultivators in the county government did not belong to any sections. Most of their cultivation relied on the resources provided by the imperial court. These books were very diverse. There were fulu, pills, formations, and all sorts of unorthodox Taoist books. Although they were all basic books and could not touch on the core secrets of the fulu school, the pill cauldron sect, or the spirit formation sect, it was enough for people who had just stepped into the path of cultivation to broaden their knowledge. Li Mu did not refuse any of the books. No matter how unorthodox they were or whether they could be used now, he was not picky. What Master Qianhuan taught Li Mu was not only to be careful and not to trust others easily, but also taught Li Mu that reading more was never wrong. In the afternoon, Li Mu left the county government and went home first. Lu Hanyin was about to go out to buy food. She asked, "I'm cooking today. What do you want to eat?" Li Mu said, "I have a case to take care of today. Don't wait for me to eat." Lu Hanyin paused and asked, Are you coming back tonight? Li Mu thought for a moment and said, I should be back. Li Mu went home and changed into casual clothes. After saying goodbye to Lu Hanyin, he directly left. Wan Wan ran out from the inner courtyard and said, Miss, let me accompany you to buy food. Forget it. Let's not buy food. Lu Hanyin put down the bamboo basket and said, There's still a lot of food left from yesterday. Let's heat it up and eat. Gua Village. After the sun disappeared from the west, the sky gradually darkened. A sneaky figure walked out of the village. When he reached the entrance of the village, he looked around and saw that no one was following him. Then he left quickly. Another figure landed lightly from the locust tree at the entrance of the village. It was Li Mu, who had been waiting for a long time. Li Mu stuck a camouflage talisman on himself and followed the man up the mountain. The camouflage talisman could only hide one's body and fool the eyes of ordinary people. It was easy for cultivators to sense one's aura, but it was enough to follow Immortal. Li Mu followed him into a bamboo forest. In the depths of the bamboo forest, a bamboo house was hidden. The man walked to the front of the bamboo house and pushed the door open. He said with a lewd smile, Young lady, I'm here again. Golden light flashed in Li Mu's eyes. He saw that the bamboo house was filled with a faint demonic aura. Although the demonic aura was not as pure as Xiaobai's, it was not dirty either. It meant that this demon did not feed on humans. Judging from the level of the demonic aura, it should be a demon in human form. Li Mu used his heavenly eye again. Together with the golden light in his eyes, he saw through the bamboo house and saw two figures inside. One of them was the man. He was lying flat on the ground. Wisps of white smoke slowly drifted out from his nose and were absorbed by the other figure. Judging from the man's twitching movements on the ground, he was probably lost in an illusion. This demon used the illusion to confuse the man's mind and take the opportunity to absorb his yang qi for cultivation. If Li Mu did not use the thunder technique, it would be difficult for him to defeat this demon in human form. However, if he used the thunder technique, it would be reduced to ashes. In that case, he would have nothing to say to the yamen. Moreover, with its actions, although it was guilty, it did not deserve to die. Li Mu thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. He left Bai in a bamboo forest and slowly walked toward the bamboo house. Chapter 138. Inside the bamboo house, a woman in a green dress was absorbing the yang qi of the man on the ground. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she looked at the door. Light footsteps came from the door of the bamboo house. A young man pushed the door open and said, Good day, I was wondering what you were up to these days, sneaking out. It turns out that you are keeping a woman in the mountain. If you don't give me some benefits, I will go back and tell your wife. She will break your legs. Hearing this, the woman in the green dress softened. She put on a charming smile and walked away. After closing the door of the bamboo house, she said with a sweet smile, Don't. What benefits do you want? I will give it to you. As she spoke, she spat out a puff of pink mist. The young man inhaled the mist, and his expression became blurred. He looked at the woman in the green dress and murmured, I want you. The woman in the green dress waved her sleeve, and the man on the ground flew to the corner of the bamboo house, unconscious. She put one hand on the young man's chest and twisted her body. She said, Young master, you are so naughty. The young man was in a daze. Step by step, she helped him to the bed and looked at him. She said in a low voice, You are quite handsome. I can't bear to part with you. She put the young man on the bed gently and climbed onto the bed herself. She kept twisting beside him. Wisps of white mist flew out from the young man and were absorbed into her body. After a while, the woman in the green dress stopped. She looked confused. Although the young man who came in later had abundant yang qi, she only managed to absorb a little bit of it with great effort. On the other hand, it seemed that something in her body had been sucked dry. She felt dizzy and her legs were weak. She fell back onto the bed. She suddenly looked up at Li Mu and said in shock, You are not. Li Mu cast a spell with his left hand, and a white light flashed outside the house. The Bai sword flew in from outside and was held in his hand. Li Mu pointed the sword at the woman and said coldly, "How dare you, demon? I can tell at a glance that you are not human." Li Mu had already seen that the woman's true form was a green snake when he was outside. The yang qi of Guo Village's man had been sucked away by this shape-shifting snake demon. The woman was furious when Bai Yi pointed at her. "Damn it, you're a cultivator," Li Mu said coldly. "You didn't walk the righteous path, so you should have expected this day to come." The woman in the green dress coldly snorted. "That will depend on your ability." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared into thin air, leaving only a green dress on the bed. "Where do you think you're going?" Li Mu jumped down from the bed. Holding Bai Yi in his hand, he chased after a green shadow that was fleeing at high speed at the door. The body of this snake demon was a green snake about 10 feet long. Its body was covered with fine scales. Li Mu had just chased out of the bamboo house when he heard the sound of wind breaking. A black shadow came right at his head. Li Mu stretched out his arm to block. His body retreated a few steps before he regained his balance. Even so, his arm was still numb. The most powerful thing about monsters was their bodies. If not for Li Mu's dual cultivation of Buddhism and Taoism, and the fact that his body had been tempered twice by Xuandu and the abbot of Jinshan Temple, the snake demon's tail whip would have broken Li Mu's arm. However, the head-on confrontation just now had given Li Mu a clear understanding of his physical strength. Although the snake demon had the upper hand in the attack just now, its tail was still trembling slightly. This meant that Li Mu's physical strength was not much weaker than its monster form. Li Mu decided to take Bai Yi in. He wanted to use his physical strength to subdue this shape-shifting snake demon. Li Mu still remembered Xuandu's bravery. The snake demon's attack did not work. It used its tail as a drill and stabbed at Li Mu's chest. Li Mu reached out at lightning speed. He grabbed the snake demon's tail and swung it away. The snake demon was thrown out and hit a tree hard. The snake demon's body was aching. It was also shocked. This human cultivator's body was not much weaker than that of monsters. It sat on the tree and said angrily, "Damn human cultivator, I have no grudge against you. Why do you have to make things difficult for me?" Li Mu said, "You have broken the law by absorbing people's yang qi to cultivate. Come with me to the yamen and be punished. I can spare your life." "Don't even think about it." The snake demon snorted. "Do you think I can survive after I enter your yamen? Don't you humans like to extract my soul, extract my snake gall, and eat snake meat?" Li Mu said, "Then let's see who's the real deal." The snake demon spat out its tongue and jumped on Li Mu with the help of the tree. It was so fast that Li Mu could only see a shadow. Li Mu clenched his fists and punched forward. It hit the snake demon's head and made a dull sound. Li Mu's fist was numb. The snake demon was sent flying. It struggled a few times but still could not get up. It was shocked by Li Mu's strength and body. It endured the pain and dizziness and gritted its teeth. "If you hadn't sucked my strength dry, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me." Boom! A white thunderbolt blasted a hole in the ground beside it. The snake demon's eyes were wide open. She felt a strong sense of danger from the white thunderbolt. If this thunderbolt hit her body would definitely be turned into ashes. Even her soul would not be able to escape. Li Mu saw that the snake demon was stunned and did not continue to force it. "How about we make a bet? If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, you'll follow me back to the yamen and accept the punishment of the law. However, I can guarantee that the crime you committed will not be punishable by death." The thunderbolt just now had proved that this person had the ability to kill her. He was the knife and she was the snake meat. She had no choice. She sat up and asked, "What are we betting on?" Li Mu said, "Let's bet on whether you could disturb my concentration. If you can, I'll let you go." The snake demon hesitated for a moment and said, "Wait for me to put on my clothes." She slithered into the bamboo house. When she came out, she had already turned into a human and was wearing an emerald green dress. She walked to Li Mu's side and looked at him with fear and confusion. But soon she snorted. A normal man would not be able to maintain his concentration under her seduction. Li Mu stood there. The snake demon's lower body revealed its original form and gently wrapped around Li Mu's legs. She hooked her arms around his neck and leaned close to his ear. She gently exhaled and said, "It's boring to cultivate alone. Why don't we do something happier?" Although she said that, she was actually thinking about whether or not she should just reveal her true form and swallow him in one gulp. This thought only flashed through her mind, but she directly rejected it. First, she had never eaten a human. Second, she could not see through this person's cultivation. She was afraid that she would die in his hands before she could take action. Moreover, although this human cultivator was abominable, he was quite handsome. If she could subdue him and absorb his yang qi to cultivate every day, it would be an inexhaustible source. Wouldn't that be a better way to cultivate? Under such close contact, Li Mu's heartbeat was normal, but the snake demon's heart was in chaos. She had always absorbed people's yang qi through illusions. When had she ever used her own body as bait? This man's yang qi that hit her in the face made her a little restless for a moment. Even her body became weak, and she no longer had the strength to wrap around Li Mu. Soon, she realized that there was indeed a steady flow of power in her body. She immediately let go of Li Mu and said in horror, "What did you do to me?" Li Mu slowly opened his eyes and exhaled softly. He did not expect that one day he would still be reduced to the point where he had to rely on his body to cultivate. The desire provided by this snake demon was more than the two female ghosts and Lu Hanyin combined. Collecting the 7 emotions was indeed more useful the higher one's cultivation was. "You lost." Li Mu looked at her and walked toward the snake demon. He said, "Come back to the county office with me." He took a few steps and suddenly stopped. He raised his head and looked out of the bamboo forest. There was a powerful demon chi that soared into the sky and was quickly approaching the bamboo forest. That demon chi was much stronger than this green snake. It must be a monster of the middle 3 realms that had condensed a demon core. The green snake also felt the demon chi. Joy appeared on its face, and it said loudly, "Sister, save me." Chapter 139. Feeling the strong demonic aura, Li Mu couldn't care less about the green snake. Without hesitation, he took out the divine travel talisman and rushed into the bamboo house. He grabbed the man's body and rushed out of the bamboo forest from another direction. With his current strength, he was no match for the green snake at her peak without the help of the 9 syllables mantra. If Li Mu hadn't sucked a lot of her lust from her at the beginning, Li Mu wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand in the later fight. If he encountered a core condensation monster, he had no other choice but to run. Li Mu's figure quickly disappeared. A white figure came from outside the bamboo forest and landed beside the green snake. The green snake looked up at her and pointed in the direction Li Mu left. She gritted her teeth and said, "Sister, go and catch that human cultivator." The woman in white looked at the green snake who was lying on the ground and snorted. "Don't think I don't know that you secretly suck the yang qi of humans to cultivate. I came out this time to catch you." The green snake got up from the ground and said, "Then you don't care if I'm bullied by humans?" The woman in white pulled her ear and said, "You deserve it. If the government finds out, I'll see how you explain it to your father." Thinking that the human cultivator just now seemed to be from the government, the green snake's heart thumped. However, she was still unconvinced. "Didn't you sneak out not long ago? Why are you only talking about me and not yourself? You still dare to talk back? See how I'll deal with you when we get back." The woman in white glared at her. She rolled up a demon wind and took the green snake with her, quickly disappearing into the bamboo forest. At the foot of the mountain, Li Mu carried the unconscious man and ran quickly on the mountain path. There was only the sound of the wind in his ears. The speed of the spirit travel talisman was far beyond his expectations. The core condensation monster didn't catch up. Li Mu didn't know if the monster had anything to do with the green snake, but it definitely had nothing to do with him. If it had evil intentions, he might not have a chance to escape when it arrived. Be careful. If you can beat it, fight it. If you can't beat it, run. This was the first rule. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't easily reveal his methods to others, Li Mu would have found a few more helpers. When they arrived at Gua village, Li Mu leaped over a wall and tossed the man into the yard. The woman hurriedly ran out and asked in panic, "My lord, what's going on?" Li Mu glanced at the man lying on the ground and said, "He has been bewitched by the demon. Every night, he runs out to let the demon absorb yang qi. That's why he is so sleepy during the day. As long as you keep an eye on him and don't let him go out, this kind of thing won't happen again." The woman asked anxiously, "Will that monster come looking for us?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "No, just take care of your man." The snake demon was clearly not that bold. Otherwise, she would have fed on humans or gone around seducing men instead of waiting for them in the bamboo house. In the end, it was the man himself who couldn't resist the temptation, which gave the demon the opportunity to take advantage of him. "Thank you, my lord." The woman bent down and carried the man on her shoulder, saying, "I'll tie him up and keep him in the house. If he dares to run out again, I'll break his legs." Li Mu left Gua village and replaced the teleport talisman on his leg with a low-level talisman he drew himself. This high-level talisman was much faster than the one he drew. It could be used to save his life at a critical moment and could be used at a critical moment. He first went back to the government office and told the constable on duty about the green snake demon. Li Mu was just a small constable who had just entered the spirit condensing realm. He wasn't qualified to deal with a matter of shape-shifting demon, let alone a demon cultivator who had formed a demon core. The government office would send someone better to investigate. Although he didn't catch the green snake, Li Mu had sucked her lust to his heart's content. A demon with such a cultivation level would have a lot of emotional power. If it were an ordinary woman, Li Mu might have to suck thousands of them to reach the spirit condensing realm. But if he sucked the green snake every day, he might be able to reach the spirit condensing realm in less than a month. In fact, he shouldn't have made a bet with the green snake. He should have caught her and sucked her lust every day to help him cultivate. After tailing Wu village for a long time and fighting the green snake, he had to report back to the government office. When he got home, it was already midnight. Lu Hanyin and the others were already asleep. Li Mu didn't have time to eat in the afternoon. He was going to cook a bowl of noodles for himself. As soon as he walked into the yard, Lu Hanyin came out from the inner yard with a lantern in her hand. Li Mu asked in surprise, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Lu Hanyin yawned and said, "I'm a little hungry and can't sleep. I'm going to cook a bowl of noodles. Do you want to join me?" Li Mu said, "Then cook a bowl for me too." Soon, Lu Hanyin cooked 2 bowls of clear soup noodles. The 2 of them ate in Li Mu's room. In addition to a few vegetables, Li Mu also had 2 poached eggs in his bowl. His appetite was greatly increased. He finished the noodles quickly and even drank the soup. When he put down the bowl, he saw that Lu Hanyin's noodles hadn't been touched. He was stunned for a moment and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Lu Hanyin supported her chin with one hand and said, "I'm suddenly not hungry anymore. If you can still eat mine too." Li Mu looked at her and picked up the bowl in front of her. Lu Hanyin seemed to have seen it. She suddenly grabbed his wrist, pulled up his sleeve, and asked, "What happened to your hand?" Li Mu looked down and found that there was a bruise on his wrist, which should have been caused by the tail of the green snake just now. Although his body was also very strong, it still couldn't be compared with that of a monster. He lowered his head to eat the noodles and said, "I went out to handle a case at night and found a monster. I was injured when I was fighting with her." "How could you be so careless?" Lu Hanyin frowned and said, "Your skin is originally white and tender. It's so ugly to make it like this. I'll go and get the medicinal wine." Li Mu's body was strong and resilient. This kind of bruise could be healed in 2 years at most, but Lu Hanyin insisted on helping him apply the medicinal wine. Li Mu had reason to suspect that she just wanted to take this opportunity to touch him. But this time, he didn't find any desire on Lu Hanyin's body. Li Mu quickly finished the second bowl of noodles. Lu Hanyin put away the bowls and chopsticks and asked, "Are you still cultivating tonight?" Li Mu said, "I'm fine with anything. It's up to you." Lu Hanyin put away the bowls and walked out. She quickly came back in, took off her shoes, and sat cross-legged on the bed. Li Mu also got on the bed and sat opposite her. They began their daily dual cultivation. Lu Hanyin closed her eyes and suddenly said, "If you want to absorb my emotions, go ahead. Anyway, as long as I want a dual cultivation with you, I will have desire. Absorb a little every day, and there will be a time when you can condense your soul." Compared with the green snake's desire, Lu Hanyin's desire was pitifully small. Li Mu shook his head and said, "No, I'll find a chance to absorb from others in the future. Who do you want to absorb?" Lu Hanyin immediately opened her eyes and asked, "Do you want to marry a few more wives?" Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyin and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Si had once taught him that when pursuing a woman, he couldn't blindly pursue her. This would only reduce his bargaining chip in her heart. When appropriate, he had to be both hot and cold, neither close nor distant, so as to make her feel a sense of crisis and urgency. In any case, the two of them hadn't confirmed any relationship yet. Li Mu had the freedom to marry a wife according to the law. Lu Hanyin obviously also realized that Li Mu was her tenant and dual cultivation partner. She didn't seem to care about how many wives he wanted to marry in the future. She thought for a moment and explained, "I'm asking for Wanwan. It's not like you don't know how much she likes you. If you do this, she will be very sad." He wanted to make Lu Hanyin feel a sense of crisis, but he couldn't go too far. Li Mu said, "I only want to marry one at the moment." Lu Hanyin was somewhat satisfied in her heart, but she quickly realized that this didn't seem to be the best answer. If Li Mu really wanted to marry her, then what about Wanwan? Wanwan was the one who likely moved first. If she snatched him away, how sad would Wanwan be? She couldn't make Wanwan sad. After thinking carefully, she looked at Li Mu and said, "I think, if you want to marry two people, Wanwan can also accept." Li Mu looked at Lu Hanyin and seemed to understand what she meant. Although she didn't say it, in fact, she and Li Mu both knew it very well. The two of them probably couldn't leave each other for the rest of their lives. Lu Hanyin's words just now meant that if he wanted to marry two people in the future, she could also accept it. Wanwan was a servant girl, so she shouldn't be counted as a candidate. Was she hinting at Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai was already homeless. After transforming, she would definitely stay by Li Mu's side to repay his kindness. But she just said that Xiao Bai was a human, so she obviously couldn't be counted. Could it be that she was hinting at Li Qing? Chapter 140. Li Mu had only been in the prefecture capital for a few days, but he had already gained a lot. He had thought that he would only be able to condense the last two spirits when the time was right. He did not expect that he would be able to collect so much desire so quickly. More importantly, he had found a way to collect lust. Whether it was humans, ghosts, or demons, as long as they coveted Li Mu's yang qi, soul, beauty, body, etc., they would all generate desire. Now that he thought about it, he should not have sucked in too much of the green snake yesterday and been discovered by her. If he had pretended to be an ordinary person who had been charmed by her and contributed a little yang qi every day and absorbed a little desire, he would have accumulated enough desire to condense his soul in 2 months at most. He had been too careless. Early in the morning, Constable Zhao personally asked Li Mu about the details of last night's situation. Li Mu told him the truth about the green snake. Constable Zhao said worriedly, "One of them is in human form, while the other is in core formation. This is not easy to deal with. I hope that the core formation demon will not cause any more trouble." After a while, he went to the back of the office. When he came out, he had a piece of jade in his hand. He handed the jade to Li Mu and said, "This is a spiritual jade. The jade contains spiritual qi and can be used directly for cultivation. Although you did not bring the snake demon back, you saved the commoner from her. You have completed your task. This spiritual jade is your reward." Li Qing had once mentioned to Li Mu that cultivation resources were abundant in the prefecture government. One could obtain spiritual jades, fulu, pills, magic weapons, and even secret techniques through completing tasks. These were the most important factors that attracted cultivators to work for the imperial court. There were no sects or clans to provide them with cultivation resources. This path was almost the only way to obtain cultivation resources that were allowed by the law, and it was also the only way for them to obtain cultivation resources. Spiritual jades were a type of jade that contained spiritual chi. They were also the most common and basic cultivation resource. They were originally just ordinary jades because they had the ability to store spiritual chi. If they were placed in a place with abundant spiritual chi, they would accumulate a large amount of spiritual chi over a long period of time. The quality and size of spiritual jades were different, and the spiritual energy contained in them differed greatly. The spiritual jade in Li Mu's hand was very small, and the spiritual energy contained in it was equivalent to 7 or 8 days of guided cultivation. This kind of errand allowed him to absorb desire and obtain cultivation resources. It was the best of both worlds. After absorbing the spiritual chi in the spiritual jade, Li Mu gently pinched the jade in his hand, and it turned into fine powder. He didn't read the book. Instead, he sat quietly in the guardroom and used the soul-searching talisman to search through the memories in his mind. This time, he wasn't searching for himself, but the memories of Reverend Thousand Illusions. Previously, when Venerable Master Thousand Illusions failed to possess Li Mu's body, his consciousness was wiped out by the power of heaven and earth. However, his memories remained in Li Mu's body. At that time, these memories flashed through Li Mu's mind for a moment before quickly dissipating. Li Mu thought that those memories had completely disappeared, but when he accidentally used the soul-searching talisman, he discovered that those dissipated memories actually still remained in his mind. What surprised Li Mu was that through the soul-searching talisman, he could see not only the memories of the months when Venerable Master Thousand Illusions occupied Old Wang's body, but also the memories that belonged to the real Venerable Master Thousand Illusions. Venerable Master Thousand Illusions was one of the 10 great elders of the demon sect and a powerhouse of Dongxian. His memories were more useful to Li Mu than the Yaman's library. Although Li Mu had only searched a very small part of his memories, the contents of that part greatly broadened Li Mu's knowledge. The Corpse sect was one of the 10 great sects of the demon sect. As an elder of the Corpse sect, Venerable Master Thousand Illusions was very good at refining corpses. Less than half a month after the death of the old landlord Zhang, Venerable Master Thousand Illusions had used a secret technique to refine a jumping zombie with decades of cultivation. After that, he even used the yin-yang 5 elements soul refining formation to raise the strength of the flying zombie to the level of Dongxian, directly deceiving the 3 Dongxian cultivators of the Fulu school and Xuanzhou. Now that he thought about it, it was no wonder that he was so familiar with the altar under the Bay of Clearwater. For an elder of the Corpse sect, that kind of corpse nurturing formation was nothing but child's play. In his memories, there were many cruel and bloody secret techniques of the demonic path. In addition to the yin-yang 5 elements soul refining formation, there were also the 18 yin prison formation, the 10 ghosts god-trapping formation, and other demonic path formations. Li Mu only skimmed through these and didn't understand in detail. The Thousand Illusions demonic art, cultivated by Venerable Master Thousand Illusions, could create a split soul with all of his memories. By taking over someone else's body, he could be reborn and achieve immortality. Although Li Mu didn't plan to cultivate this demonic path technique, regardless of whether it was the demonic path or the righteous path, there were some similarities that he could learn from. He could learn from the Thousand Illusions demonic arts, split soul technique, and leave a life-saving skill for himself. Li Mu couldn't digest all of Venerable Master Thousand Illusions' memories in a short time. After searching for a short time, his head started to swell. He took off the soul-searching talisman and planned to rest for a while. A Yaman runner walked in from outside and said, "Li Mu, here's an invitation for you." Li Mu took the invitation and opened it to see that it was from shopkeeper Su. Tonight, he was hosting a banquet at the Su mansion and invited some friends. He also invited Li Mu to thank Li Mu for saving Su Hao's life. Li Mu hadn't decided whether or not to go. Compared to the delicacies of the Su mansion, he still preferred Lu Hanyan's home-cooked dishes. Lu Hanyan hadn't been in a good mood for the past 2 days. The construction of a Yunyan Pavilion branch didn't seem to be going smoothly. Zhang Shan returned to Yangqiu County for a few days and came to the county capital to help with the construction of a new Yunyan Pavilion. Zhang County magistrates had been Yangqiu County magistrate for many years and had enough experience. Although he was slow to realize the truth about Venerable Master Thousand Illusions' death, one of the 10 great elders of the demon sect, the Yangqiu County government had contributed greatly. As the county magistrate, his contributions were naturally not small. He took this opportunity to be promoted and placed in an important position by the imperial court. Zhang Shan had long had thoughts of resigning. Now that Zhang County magistrates had left, he also took this opportunity to resign from his post as a bailiff. He planned to help Lu Hanyan build a new Yunyan Pavilion in the county capital and buy his own residence within 10 years. Although Lu Hanyan was quite capable, she was still a woman and wasn't suited to show her face in certain matters. After asking Zhang Shan, Li Mu found out that the profits in the county capital had long been divided up by the major merchants. It was almost impossible for the new shop to interfere and take a share of the profits. Zhang Shan looked at Li Mu and asked, "Do you want to ask Li Si for help?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "No need." Li Si was living off a woman in the county magistrate's residence. Although no one in the county capital could bully him, it wasn't realistic for him to use his position to bully others. Li Mu walked into the inner courtyard and saw Lu Hanyan sitting by the stone table. She rested her chin on one hand and looked worried. Li Mu walked over and sat across from her. He asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Lu Hanyan said, "The bookstores, music stores, and opera houses have all been firmly occupied by those people. Nothing can enter. If there's really no other way, then we won't open a branch. In any case, the 4 shops in Yangqiu County are enough for us to spend our entire lives. Let's not think about these things." She shook her head and stood up. "What do you want to eat? I'll go cook." Compared to the banquet at the Su Manor, Li Mu still preferred to eat at home. He casually threw the invitation on the table and said, "Whatever. I'll eat whatever you cook." Lu Hanyan's gaze inadvertently skimmed over the invitation and saw that it was quite exquisite. She opened it and looked at it. She said in shock, "Why would the Su family invite you?" Li Mu said in surprise, "You know of the Su family?" "Of course." Lu Hanyan held the invitation and said, "They're also a major merchant in the county capital. If they're willing to help, the matter of the branch is nothing." Lu Hanyan looked expectantly at Li Mu and asked, "To think that the Su family would invite you to a banquet, and it was even personally invited by shopkeeper Su. Are you close to him?" Li Mu nodded and said, "We've only met once." Seeing Lu Hanyan's expression, Li Mu knew that this banquet was unavoidable. Although Li Mu and shopkeeper Su had only met once, after the banquet, Li Mu had mentioned to him that he had a friend who wanted to open a shop in the county capital. Shopkeeper Su had expressed a strong desire to take care of him. In the business world, the Su family was undoubtedly the local tyrant of the county capital. In just half a day, he had already helped the Yunyan Pavilion establish all the connections and even helped choose the location of the shop. This was undoubtedly telling everyone that the Yunyan Pavilion had the support of the Su family behind it. If anyone wanted to do anything wrong, they had to consider the Su family. Li Mu also did not expect that his small effort back then would be exchanged for the Su family's great help. Lu Hanyan came back from looking at the shop in the morning. She looked at Li Mu and said, "Thank you." Li Mu waved his hand. "We're on the same side. You're welcome." Lu Hanyan did not say much. She glanced in the direction of Li Mu's bedroom. Li Mu walked into the bedroom. Lu Hanyan followed him in and closed the door. Wan Wan carried Xiao by and stood in front of the moon door. She muttered, "What do Miss and young master have to talk about every day in the room?" Chapter 141. In the next few days, Lu Hanyan was busy with the opening of the shop during the day and came to Li Mu's room to dual cultivate at night. She went from cultivating for 4 hours every day when she first came to the prefecture capital to spending the entire night in Li Mu's room, only returning at dawn. She cultivated for a shorter time than Li Mu, but now she had already condensed 4 spirits, only one less than Li Mu. This was partly because of her pure Yin body and partly because of their dual cultivation. In the morning, Li Mu opened his eyes. Lu Hanyin, who was sitting cross-legged opposite him, her long eyelashes fluttered and her eyes also opened quickly. The two of them sat cross-legged opposite each other with their hands in front of them, holding each other tightly. At the beginning of dual cultivation, their palms were still facing each other. Later on, Lu Hanyin felt that it was too tiring to hold her hands up, so she suggested that Li Mu change positions. The two of them tried many positions, but in the end, they still felt that this one was the most energy efficient. Li Mu sensed the subtle changes in Lu Hanyin's body and asked in surprise, "You've refined the 5th spirit?" Lu Hanyin was slightly proud and said, "I'm the same as you now." Li Mu sighed inwardly. She had a complete pure Yin body. Under normal circumstances, her cultivation speed would be faster than Li Mu's. In addition, she had the fear of the 7 spirits and the courage that Li Mu collected for her. Her cultivation speed could be said to be extremely fast. Right now, he was still far away from the completion of his lust and love. Lu Hanyin would definitely refine the 7 spirits earlier than him. However, as of now, both of them had refined the 5 spirits, but the difference in their dermic powers was too great. If they really fought, Li Mu would be able to make her lie on the ground and beg for mercy in a very short period of time, even if he only used one hand. He stretched his body and said, "Go home early today. I'll teach you a Dao technique." Dao techniques? Lu Hanyin was shocked. Aren't Dao techniques not allowed to be taught to outsiders? The Dao techniques of those orthodox sects cannot be passed on to outsiders. My Dao techniques did not come from them, Li Mu explained. He then added, "Besides, you are not an outsider." Lu Hanyin felt a little sweet in her heart. She asked curiously, "Besides me, who else did you teach it to?" Li Mu was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly got out of bed and said, "I'm going to be late. I'll go to the Yamen first." Lu Hanyin saw his figure disappear quickly, and she already had an answer in her heart. A woman's silhouette appeared in her mind. She sighed, her heart aching. Then, she felt an even deeper sourness. Lu Hanyin turned to look at the door. She saw Wanwan standing there with Li Mu's toiletries in her hands. Her expression was complicated. Lu Hanyin panicked for no reason. She immediately explained, "We're just cultivating." Wanwan walked in and said, "I know. Miss also likes young master." "Nonsense. How could I like him?" "Don't worry, Mississippi. I won't be angry." Wanwan walked to the bedside and whispered, "If it weren't for Miss, I would have starved to death. My life was saved by Miss, so my things are Miss's things." Lu Hanyin rubbed her head and said helplessly, "Why are you so silly?" Wanwan's small face showed a charming smile. "I want to be with Miss and young master forever." Lu Hanyin sighed and said, "You must have freeloaded on him in the past." "He must have drugged you," Wanwan pouted and said. "Then Miss must have drunk it too. Young master just left, and you chased him here. Miss is more anxious than me. Little girl, you're getting more and more impudent. I have big and small. Miss is big. I'm small." Li Mu didn't even eat breakfast and slipped out of the house. Even a girl as indifferent as Li Qing would be angry because Li Mu passed the Qing Xin formula to Lu Hanyin. If he told Lu Hanyin that he passed the confrontation formula to Li Qing first and not her, she probably wouldn't go to Li Mu's bed tonight. He casually bought 2 buns on the street. After filling his stomach, he went to the Yamen. Because of his outstanding performance in the entrance examination, Li Mu didn't have to work hard on patrolling the streets. Most of the time, Li Mu stayed in the duty room alone. He originally planned to comb through Thousand Illusions' venerable master's memories. When he walked into the duty room, he found that Constable Zhao was also there. "Good morning, Constable Zhao." Li Mu walked into the duty room and greeted him. Constable Zhao walked over and said, "You're not early. I've been waiting for you." Li Mu asked, "Is there an errand again?" Constable Zhao nodded and said, I originally planned to arrange for someone else to investigate this errand, but since you've come to the Yamen, I think it's best for you to go. Li Mu asked, what errand? Constable Zhao said, do you still remember that you asked me about Chu Jiang of Gojoseon? Li Mu had just killed a ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. Furthermore, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon was backed by the Nether Saint, who was also one of the 10 great elders of the demon sect. How could he forget? Li Mu probed. Could this errand be related to Chu Jiang of Gojoseon? Constable Zhao smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not asking you to capture Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. I just want you to investigate a place. This place may involve a ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. If it was just a ghost general, it would be fine. With Li Mu's current cultivation, even if he couldn't defeat a fourth realm ghost, he could still escape unscathed. Constable Zhao thought that he still had concerns and said, don't worry, this errand isn't too dangerous. If it weren't for the fact that the prefectural governor wants to investigate whether Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has any conspiracy behind his back, he would have already taken action himself. With your strength, you should be able to handle it easily. Li Mu asked, what errand is it? Please tell me in detail, Constable Zhao. Constable Zhao nodded and said, we need you to investigate a brothel. That brothel may be related to a ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. It's easy to kill that ghost general, but the prefectural governor wants to find out Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's secret through that ghost general. Li Mu was puzzled. What secret could Chu Jiang of Gojoseon have? Constable Zhao sighed and said, the Nether Saint has the 10 kings of hell under him. Chu Jiang of Gojoseon is ranked second among the 10 kings of hell. His cultivation has reached the peak of the 5th realm. He must have a motive for leaving the Soul Sect and coming to the remote northern county. Li Mu was still puzzled. There are many colleagues in the Yamen who have higher cultivation than me. Why would he choose me? Constable Zhao looked at him and said, firstly, the other people in the Yamen are all familiar faces. It's easy to be exposed. The 10 of you have just arrived at the Yamen and are not familiar with your colleagues, let alone outsiders. Secondly, the person who carries out this errand needs to have strong willpower. He must be able to resist the temptation of beauty and maintain a clear mind at all times. He must also have the courage to face danger without fear. Li Mu thought for a while and said, actually, Li Si is more suitable for this errand than me. Constable Zhao sighed and said, I've also thought about Li Si. He has no cultivation, so he won't arouse suspicion. But it's because he has no cultivation that he can't protect himself if something happens. If something happens to him, the prefectural governor will blame us. No one can bear the responsibility. He looked at Li Mu and said, you're different. Although you only have the cultivation of the spirit condensing realm, you can fight against demons in human form and escape from those in the core condensing realm. You're the most suitable person to carry out this errand. Li Mu hesitated. If it was just a ghost general, it would be fine. But Chu Jiang of Gojoseon was a 5th realm ghost cultivator. He was even stronger than Su He. He was an opponent that Li Mu couldn't defeat even if he used a cheat. Constable Zhao added, the brothel is in the prefecture capital. At most, there will be a 4th realm ghost general. Maybe it's not even in the 4th realm. After you complete the errand, you'll receive a generous reward. Li Mu thought for a while and asked, how generous? Constable Zhao said, you can choose 30 pieces of spiritual jade. You can also choose treasures of similar value, such as Fulu and so on. 30 pieces of spiritual jade was equivalent to about half a year of his guidance cultivation. Li Mu's expression turned serious and he said, the reward isn't important. What's important is to get rid of evil for the people. He quickly thought of something and asked Constable Zhao, if I kill one of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's ghost generals, will the Yamen reward me? Constable Zhao said, there are 18 ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. You'll receive a generous reward for killing any one of them. The stronger the ghost general is, the more generous the reward. After he finished speaking, he realized something and looked at Li Mu and asked, You killed one of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's ghost generals? At this time, Limu didn't need to hide anymore and said, Shopkeeper Su's son was captured by one of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's ghost generals. I killed him while I was at it. Constable Zhao was stunned and asked, So that's why you asked me about Chu Jiang of Gojoseon at that time? Limu nodded. Constable Zhao looked at him in surprise and said, I'll bring you to see the county lieutenant. Limu had been in the yamen for a few days, but he had never seen the county governor or the county lieutenant. They all had their own mansions and wouldn't come to the yamen unless there was something important. The county lieutenant, on the other hand, was usually in the yamen, but he had never shown his face. Constable Zhao led Limu to a spacious hall. Limu stood at the door. Before he even stepped in, he could smell a strong smell of alcohol. A few wine jars were carelessly thrown on the ground. A man was slumped on a chair, holding a wine jar in his hand and drinking wine with his head tilted back. Constable Zhao shook his head and walked forward. He said, Sir, I have something to report. He whispered a few words, and the man suddenly opened his eyes. The drunkenness in his eyes was gone, and he stared straight at Limu. He asked, You killed one of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's ghost generals? Limu nodded and said, It was just a coincidence. The man waved his hand, and many ghosts appeared in the air in front of Limu. The man asked, Which one? Limu immediately recognized the evil ghost he had killed. He pointed at the last of the ghosts and said, It's him. That's right. The man glanced at Limu and said to Constable Zhao, Bring him to the Xian house and choose anything. When Limu walked out, he looked at Constable Zhao in confusion and asked, The county governor knows about the death of the ghost generals. Could it be? Constable Zhao smiled and said, Do you think that Chu Jiang of Gojoseon has been in the North County for so long that the officials would not be on guard? Limu said in shock, Could it be that we have spies under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon? Constable Zhao did not say anything else. He led Limu to a pavilion and went straight to the second floor. He said, This is the Xian house. You could choose any one of the Fulu and Dharma treasures here, or convert them into spiritual jades. Limu looked around and saw rows of wooden shelves in the room. The first row of shelves had dozens of Fulu arranged neatly. The second row of shelves had all kinds of Dharma treasures. There were bronze mirrors, jade hairpins, short swords, long swords, etc. The third row of shelves was filled with spiritual jades. Constable Zhao walked to the middle of the first row of shelves and pointed at a Fulu. He said, I suggest that you choose this guiding thunder talisman. This Fulu can kill demonic ghosts of the fourth realm and below. It can save your life at a critical moment. Limu smiled and glanced at the Fulu. To him, the thunder talisman was a useless talisman. Its power was not as strong as the confrontation formula, and it was a one-time use item. He wanted to choose spiritual jades, but when he passed by the wooden shelves with all kinds of Dharma treasures, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze swept across the bronze mirrors and all kinds of weapons. Finally, it stopped on a jade hairpin. This jade hairpin was very simple. It was made of white jade without any other color. There was a pearl flower embedded at the top of the hairpin. It looked like an ordinary white jade hairpin. Limu stood in front of the shelf and thought for a moment. He said, I want this. Chapter 142. After coming down from the small building, Limu raised his head and looked up. There were 4 floors in this building. Each floor had a square wooden plaque. From top to bottom, they were respectively heaven, earth, black, and yellow. This was the treasure vault of the county government. It was used to store the rewards of the county government. According to the contributions of the officials, the rewards were divided into 4 levels. The higher the floor, the higher the grade of the magic treasures. It was said that in the heaven floor, there were heaven-grade Fulu, heaven-grade magic treasures, and Taoist techniques as rewards. Of course, items of this level would not be stored here. They would need to ask the imperial court for permission from the emperor himself. Then, the imperial court would distribute them. Limu did not even need to think about heaven-grade merits. unless he killed a demon sect elder, like the Thousand Illusions Venerable or the Nether Saint, or destroyed a demon sect subsect by himself. Those who could do all these did not care about these rewards. Those who cared about these rewards did not have the ability to obtain them. Li Mu did not have any extravagant hopes. Thinking about the scene in the back hall, he asked Constable Zhao, "The county governor seems to hate Chu Jiang, a Gojosian, very much." Constable Zhao sighed and shook his head. The county governor and Chu Jiang of Gojosian have a blood feud. His parents, wife, and children all died at the hands of Chu Jiang of Gojosian. Thinking about the county governor's appearance, Li Mu was shocked. Constable Zhao continued, "When the county governor first came to the North County, he took the lead. When he encountered dangerous tasks, he always rushed in front of everyone. The 18 ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojosian committed all kinds of crimes in the 13 districts of the North County. The county governor killed 5 of them in half a month. Even the number 1 ghost general that Chu Jiang of Gojosian valued the most was killed by the county governor." Li Mu didn't expect the commandery officer to have such a past. Thinking of the drunkard just now, he couldn't associate him with such a brave image. Constable Zhao's face was filled with grief as he said, "When the 5 ghost generals were killed, Chu Jiang of Gojosian was enraged. He personally took action and exterminated the prefectural governor's family. Since then, the prefectural governor has become what he is now. He hates Chu Jiang of Gojosian to the core. Otherwise, with your contribution in killing an evil spirit, you wouldn't have been able to choose resources from the Xian." While Li Mu sighed in his heart, he also raised his vigilance. As a bailiff, his duty was to protect the safety of the people under his jurisdiction. He often had to risk his life against these demons and ghosts. Even if he wasn't afraid of them, he had to be on guard against them attacking the people around him. It was urgent to improve the strength of Lu Hanyin and Wan Wan. He left through the back door of the county office. For a long time, Li Mu's task was to investigate the secrets of the brothel called Spring Wind Pavilion. In order to not attract attention, he didn't have to come to the Yamen again. Going from the back street to the main street, Li Mu hesitated for a moment when he passed by a jewelry store. He walked in and bought a hairpin. Then he went to market and bought the pig trotters that Wan Wan liked and the roasted chicken that Xiaobai liked. He took them home. Lu Hanyin didn't go out today. Seeing Li Mu, she said in surprise, "Why are you so early today?" "There's nothing going on in the Yamen today." Li Mu put the things in the kitchen and asked, "We didn't go to the store?" "With Zhang Shan there won't be any problems." Lu Hanyin glanced at him and said, "Besides, didn't you tell me to come back early?" Li Mu didn't say anything else. He took out the jade hairpin and handed it to her, saying, "This is for you." Lu Hanyin didn't immediately reach out to take it. She asked, "Why are you suddenly giving me something?" She glanced at Li Mu and saw that his expression was normal. She was suspicious. Did he know what it meant for a man to give a woman a hairpin? Li Mu said, "If you don't want it, I'll get it to Wan Wan." Lu Hanyin finally reached out to take it. Li Mu looked at the little maid who had a disappointed expression. He walked over and pinched her face with a smile, saying, "Of course, there's also yours." He took out a brocade box from his sleeve and handed it to her, saying, "See if you like it." The little maid's face bloomed with a smile again. She hurriedly took the brocade box and opened it. She was stunned for a moment. A jade hairpin lay quietly in the brocade box. The jade hairpin was exquisitely made. The body of the hairpin was carved with beautiful patterns. At the top was a beautiful pearl flower with beautiful tassels hanging from the bottom. No matter how she looked at it, this jade hairpin was much more beautiful than the previous one. Compared to this jade hairpin, Lu Hanyin's hairpin was just an ordinary white jade with a bead embedded in the back. Wan Wan lowered her head and hesitated for a moment. She held the jade hairpin and walked in front of Lu Hanyin, saying, "Miss, this is for you." Lu Hanyin also pinched her face and said, "Since it's for you, you should take it." Li Mu knew that Wan Wan and Lu Hanyin had a deep relationship. If Lu Hanyin hadn't taken her in, she would have been abandoned by her parents and starved to death in the wilderness. Therefore, she always wanted to give the best things to Lu Hanyin. When she saw that her hairpin was more beautiful than hers, her first thought was to exchange it with her. Lu Hanyin treated her as a younger sister, but in her heart, she had always regarded herself as a maid. Although Xiao Bai envied Lu Hanyin and Wanwan's gifts, she also knew that before she could transform, these beautiful clothes and jewelry could only be looked at. After dinner, she couldn't wait to go back to her room to cultivate. Li Mu and Lu Hanyin washed the dishes together and said, "Come out of the city with me." Lu Hanyin asked, "Why are we going out of the city?" Li Mu said, "You'll know in a while." After instructing Wanwan and Xiao Bai to guard the door at home, Li Mu and Lu Hanyin walked out of the house and out of the city. Lu Hanyin didn't say much along the way. Li Mu knew what she was thinking and explained, "Your hairpin is different from Wanwan's." "I know it's different." Lu Hanyin curled her lips and said, "You like Wanwan and Constable Li. You give them all the good things first, and then they give the rest to me. After all, I'm not as good at fighting as Constable Li, and I'm not as obedient as Wanwan. I'm not your type." If Li Mu could go back to a few months ago, he would definitely slap himself in the face. Now, he could only cough softly and say, "Actually, that was just a joke. Apart from being better at fighting than you, and Wanwan being more obedient than you, what else could she compare to you? You're multi-talented, you're good in the kitchen, you're beautiful and rich, and you're talented in cultivation. Which man wouldn't like someone like you?" Lu Hanyin's beautiful eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. "You really think so?" Li Mu pointed to the sky and said, "I swear on my Taoist heart." Lu Hanyin lowered her head and said, "Bah, who asked you to swear?" Li Mu smiled and asked, "You're not jealous now, are you? Really, you're even jealous of Wanwan." Lu Hanyin blushed and snorted, "Who? Who's jealous?" Li Mu realized that his previous understanding of Lu Hanyin was still somewhat wrong. When she was cute, she didn't lose to Wanwan at all. With her talent, it was only a matter of time before she surpassed Li Qing. He was really blind to have been so focused on condensing his soul back then. At some point, the two of them had left the official road, and there was no one around. If it were anyone else, Lu Hanyin naturally wouldn't have followed them to such a desolate place. She just looked at Li Mu in confusion and asked, "Why did you bring me here?" After Li Mu confirmed that there was no one around, he said, "Take out that hairpin. I said that your hairpins are different, but it's not what you think." Lu Hanyin took out the hairpin, and Li Mu formed the army formula with his hand. With a thought, the hairpin flew out from Lu Hanyin's hand and danced in the air. Li Mu's thought moved again, and the hairpin streaked across the air, piercing straight into a tree not far away. Poof! A small hole appeared on the trunk of the tree, through which light could penetrate. Lu Hanyin's red lips slightly opened, and she said in astonishment, "Is this a magic weapon?" Li Mu recalled the hairpin and asked, "Are you still jealous?" Lu Hanyin's pretty face turned red. She pinched his waist and said, "Don't mention it." Li Si said that when a woman starts to not avoid physical contact, even if it's physical abuse, it means that the distance between two people has been greatly reduced. If a woman doesn't like you, she won't even bother to look at you. Li Mu rubbed the soft flesh on his waist, and his heart was slightly happy. He continued, "I'll teach you the art of silence first, and then I'll teach you this Tao technique. Practice it every day, and in the future, when you encounter danger, you'll be able to catch your opponent off guard." The use of the army formula was to use an extremely small amount of dermic powers to activate magic treasures. Originally, only cultivators above the transcendent realm could master this ability. Lu Hanyin's hairpin, compared to Li Mu's Bai sword, was lighter and more agile, and also more concealed. This hairpin itself is a magic weapon. If it pierces a person's heart or brain, it can be a one-hit kill. Even if it's a transcendent realm cultivator, if they're not prepared and this hairpin pierces a vital point, their body will instantly die. Lu Hanyin clumsily controlled the hairpin. She asked, "Where did you get this hairpin?" Li Mu said, "I killed an evil spirit last time. I used my merit to exchange for it at the yamen." Lu Hanyin's gaze wandered. She asked, Why didn't you exchange it for something else?" Li Mu did not answer this question. He said, focus on practicing. I didn't even teach you this Dao technique. Lu Hanyan's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, but she said, what does it have to do with me whether you teach it to others or not? Women always say one thing and mean another. Previously, when Li Qing was angry, she also said the same thing. After practicing for a while, seeing that Lu Hanyan was already able to control the hairpin steadily, Li Mu formed the 6-ding jade maiden mudra and said, watch this Dao technique carefully. Combined with what I just taught you, you can kill a third-realm cultivator. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. After Li Mu's research during this period of time, he figured out how to use the confrontation formula and the army formula in combination. Using Lu Hanyan's jade hairpin as an example, he first used the army formula to destroy the enemy's physical body unexpectedly. Regardless of whether it was a demon or a human, once their vitals were pierced, their physical body would die instantly. As for third-realm demons and assembled spirit cultivators, after their physical bodies died, their souls could still leave their bodies and survive. After the army formula, he followed up with the confrontation formula. One destroyed the body, the other destroyed the soul. This combination was clean and efficient. Under normal circumstances, the enemy would not even have the chance to react before their souls were scattered. Lu Hanyan's dermic powers were ultimately not as good as Li Mu's. After practicing for only 10 or so times, her dermic powers were depleted. Leaning against a tree, she could not even stand stably. Li Mu walked to her side and said, I forgot to tell you, although Dao techniques don't consume much dermic powers, your dermic powers are still too weak. You can't practice for long periods of time. It's best to start with archery and throwing. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Hanyan leaned against the tree, her chest rising and falling slightly. She said unhappily, my legs are wobbly now. How can I go back? Li Mu thought for a moment and asked, how about I carry you? Chapter 143. Although Lu Hanyan refused verbally, her body was very honest. Her physical strength and magic power were seriously overdrawn. If she didn't let Li Mu help, she could only crawl back. Li Mu gave her 3 choices. She could either hug, piggyback, or crawl back on her own. After thinking for a while, she still chose to let Li Mu piggyback her. She lay on Li Mu's back and hooked her arms around his neck. She said suspiciously, did you do it on purpose? Just now you kept telling me to practice more. Li Mu, do you think I want to piggyback you? You're so heavy. Lu Hanyan snorted and said, what do you know? It's not like the lighter a woman is, the better. She wasn't wrong. Women weighed less than 100, so they were either flat-chested or short. Lu Hanyan's chest was flat, and she wasn't short either. She was hinting to Li Mu that she had a good figure and where her flesh should be. Li Mu shook his head and said, how would I know? It's my first time piggybacking a woman. Lu Hanyan curled her lips. Isn't it my first time being piggybacked? Li Mu piggybacked her and walked straight along the official road. Lu Hanyan rested her head on his back and suddenly asked, what you said last time, is it true? Which one? You said that in 2 years, if you and I haven't married, we'll be together. Li Mu's footsteps paused, and then he continued forward. Of course it's true. Lu Hanyan said, didn't you say that I'm not your type? That's because I'm stubborn. Who wouldn't like someone like you? Li Mu asked as he walked. So you agree? Lu Hanyan's lips curled up. It depends on your performance in the future. Li Mu had been waiting for her to say this for a long time. He let out a sigh of relief, and his footsteps became lighter. Lu Hanyan said again, however, I have another condition. Li Mu asked, what conditions? Lu Hanyan said, Wan and I will never be separated for the rest of our lives. Li Mu asked, what do you mean? Lu Hanyan snorted and said, don't play dumb. Don't think that I don't know that you had this idea from the beginning. When you used the barbecue to lure Wan, you had this idea in your heart, right? Li Mu defended himself. I can swear to the heavens that at that time, I didn't have any thoughts about you. Lu Hanyan was jealous. At that time, You were interested in Constable Li, weren't you? Li Mu knew that she was starting to be jealous of Li Qing again. He changed the topic and asked, when can we start the real dual cultivation? As expected, Lu Hanyan's attention was diverted by this question. She said softly, don't even think about it now. We'll talk about it when you marry me. Li Mu actually didn't think about it now. There were too many resources that could be used to cultivate the lower three realms. Soul power, courage, and spirit jades. Even if they didn't cultivate yin and yang dual cultivation, their cultivation speed wouldn't be too slow. After reaching the middle three realms, the effect of these resources would be minimal. Only then would the real effect of dual cultivation be revealed. Moreover, the first real dual cultivation was very important. It would be a great waste to integrate the primordial yang and primordial yin that they had accumulated for many years. Lu Hanyan was exhausted. Lying on Li Mu's back, her heart was very calm, and she soon fell asleep. She didn't wake up until Li Mu carried her home. Tonight, she probably didn't have the strength to do dual cultivation. Li Mu carried her to the bed in her room. When he walked out of the door, he said to Wan Wan, "Wan Wan, come with me to my room." The little maid followed him into the room. She lowered her head and rubbed the corner of her clothes. She asked, "Young master, what's the matter?" Li Mu said, "Do you still remember that I told you that your eyes are very rare spirit eyes?" Wan Wan nodded and said, "I remember." Li Mu patted her head and said, "Although spirit eyes are rare, they can see things that ordinary people can't, especially some yin spirits and ghosts. So I sealed your spirit eyes. Now that you have mana, you can control your spirit eyes. I will help you remove the seal. In the future, you can cultivate your eyes according to the method I taught you." Wan Wan nodded obediently and said, "I will listen to you, young master." Old Wang once gave Li Mu a book on cultivating spirit eyes. He obtained more information from the memories of monk Qianhuan. He could help Wan Wan find a correct path to cultivate spirit eyes. Li Mu formed a seal with his hands and wiped Wan Wan's eyes. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes became clearer and brighter. It was like a whirlpool, as if it wanted to suck in Li Mu's entire mind. Li Mu quickly looked away, and that feeling disappeared. He was secretly shocked. Wan Wan had only cultivated 2 souls and unconsciously used spirit eyes. She could already make his mind tremble. When she learned how to use this talent, it would not be difficult for her to cross realms to control. Soul, body, and primordial spirit would be completely restrained by her. This made Li Mu realize that if he did not work hard, he would not be able to catch up to Lu Hanyan. Perhaps even Wan Wan could suppress him. When this task was completed, he planned to choose a magic treasure for Wan Wan. He wanted to be fair, so that they would not think that he was biased. After Wan Wan left, Xiao Bai jumped in through the window and onto the bed. She quietly crawled to Li Mu's side. These few days, Lu Hanyan stayed at his place. Li Mu did not have time to use the light of Buddha to remove the demonic aura in her body. The demonic aura in her body became more obvious. This did not seem to be a long-term solution. Li Mu helped her every night, but he could only help her for a while. It was better to let her cultivate on her own. Demons were actually similar to humans in their cultivation. They could learn human supernatural powers and Tao techniques. Many demons would also take the path of cultivation of Taoism or Buddhism. Their bodies were originally strong, so it was more suitable for them to cultivate Buddhist supernatural powers. After using Buddhism to cleanse the demonic aura in their body, not only would their bodies become stronger, but some supernatural powers that targeted demons would also be useless to them. However, Xiao Bai had not yet transformed, so she could not cultivate human cultivation methods. Even if Li Mu wanted to teach her, he would have to wait until she transformed. For Li Mu, the most important thing right now was to investigate Spring Wind Pavilion. According to the Yaman's information, this pavilion was very likely to be related to Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. To be safe, Li Mu decided to make sufficient preparations before the official investigation. There was no need to go to the Yaman for the time being. After Li Mu woke up, he made breakfast and waited for Lu Hanyan and the others to wake up. Lu Hanyin had slept with Wan Wan last night. When she woke up and saw Li Mu, she asked in surprise, "You don't have to go to the yamen today?" Li Mu replied, "I don't have to go these days." Lu Hanyin said, "That's good. After breakfast, let's go take a look at the shops together." With the help of the Su family, the branch of Yunyan Pavilion was progressing smoothly. Lu Hanyin bought 2 shops and recruited enough people. If all went well, the shops could open within a month. The operation of the music house and opera house was more troublesome than the bookstore and tea house. Perhaps because she felt that 4 shops were too exhausting, she only opened the bookstore and tea house in the county capital. There was no need to recruit musicians and performers, so it was much simpler. Li Mu also didn't want her to be too tired. The 2 shops were handed over to the shopkeepers to manage, so she could have more time to cultivate. In the future, it would be good to cook at home and take care of the children. Li Mu, Wan Wan, and Lu Hanyin were walking on the street. When the 2 girls passed by a jewelry shop, they planned to go in and pick a few pieces. Li Mu stood outside and waited for them. Opposite the jewelry shop was a brothel. Several women with heavy makeup were trying their best to solicit customers. "Young master, come in and take a look. Shopkeeper Wang, a new batch of tea came in yesterday. Don't you want to try it?" "Young Master Qian, several of our girls miss you." Li Mu's eyes swept over the women. He raised his head and saw the plaque Spring Wind Pavilion hanging above the brothel. A golden light flashed in his eyes, but he didn't see anything unusual about Spring Wind Pavilion. The brothel keeper and prostitutes at the door were all human women. There was no ghostly or demonic aura around Spring Wind Pavilion. Everything was normal. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary brothel. Most of the men coming out of Spring Wind Pavilion had gloomy faces. Their footsteps were weak, and their yang qi was lacking. They looked like normal brothel patrons. Seeing the handsome young man staring at them from the entrance of the jewelry store, a prostitute boldly approached and said with a smile, "Young master, you've been standing outside for so long. Do you want to go in and have some fun?" Li Mu didn't have time to answer before a pain came from his waist. Lu Hanyin came out of the jewelry shop and held Li Mu's arm. She didn't look at the prostitute and said, "Wan Wan, let's go." Wan Wan glared at the prostitute. She stuck out her small chest and held Li Mu's other arm. With Lu Hanyin on the left and right, she almost carried Li Mu away. The prostitute shook her head, walked back, and once again tried to win over the passing men. Lu Hanyin held Li Mu's arm and asked coldly, "What do you think? Are they beautiful?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "They're dressed like ghosts. They're not beautiful." Lu Hanyin gritted her teeth and said, "If they're not beautiful, then why did you look for so long?" Li Mu couldn't refute and could only say, "I was just looking. They're not beautiful, but you look at that kind of place. You men are really the same. I won't look next time." "Next time? There won't be a next time." Li Mu walked on the street with one arm held by Lu Hanyin and the other arm held by Wan Wan. Along the way, they attracted countless people's attention. Who knew how many people bumped into others because they turned around? Lu Hanyin seemed to have forgotten to let go. She held Li Mu like this, and Wan Wan on the other side didn't let go either. In the distance, Li Mu saw a familiar figure coming from the front. Li Si wasn't alone. There was a woman beside him. The woman was 5 feet tall and at least 3 feet wide. She held Li Si with a sweet face. Standing beside the woman, Li Si, who was 6 feet tall, looked like a little bird. Li Si obviously also saw Li Mu. He looked at Lu Hanyin on Li Mu's left, then looked at Wan Wan on Li Mu's right, and then looked at his own side. He looked up at the sky and tried hard not to cry. Chapter 144. Chun Miao Miao noticed Li Si's abnormality. She turned around and asked in confusion, "Li Si, what's wrong?" Li Si wiped his tears and said, "It's nothing. The wind is a little strong today. I think some sand got into my eyes." Chun Miao Miao said with concern, "Let me help you blow." "No need." Li Si said, "I'll be fine after I cry for a while." Lu Hanyin saw someone familiar and quickly let go of Li Mu's hand. Wan Wan also let go. Li Mu glanced at Li Si and smiled at Chun Miao Miao. Miss Miao Miao is back. Chun Miao Miao looked at Li Mu in confusion. She quickly remembered and smiled. It's you. We met in Yangqiu County. Li Mu didn't want to disturb Li Si and Chun Miao Miao's reunion. He smiled and said, we still have some things to do. We won't disturb you. You can continue shopping. Ever since she met Chun Miao Miao, Wang Wan had a lot on her mind. Li Mu accompanied Lu Hanyin to look at the unfinished shop. Wang Wan couldn't help but ask, young mistress, will I look like Miss Miao Miao in the future? Just keep your little heart in your stomach. Lu Hanyin patted her head gently and comforted her. Miss Miao Miao didn't want to be like this. She doesn't eat as much as you. She then looked at Li Mu and asked, is Li Si really together with Miss Miao Miao? Li Mu had told her about Lin Wan's case and also about Li Si and Chun Miao Miao. He nodded and said, I'm afraid he has no choice but to be together with her. Lu Hanyin said, that's good too. Otherwise, he won't be doing his job and loitering around brothels. Actually, he wasn't like this before. Having received a lot of favors from Li Si, Li Mu decided to defend him. In the past, he was just like me. He wouldn't even take a second look at the brothels when he passed by. He has a fiancée named Qing Qing. Qing Qing and her childhood sweethearts. He scrimps and saves every day, eating steamed buns and drinking water to save up his salary. He wants to gather enough betrothal gifts for Qing Qing. Lu Hanyin listened attentively and asked, what happened next? Li Mu said slowly. Later, when he gathered all the betrothal gifts, Qing Qing had already married a rich man as a concubine. She despised Li Si for being too poor and unable to give her the life she wanted. Lu Hanyin frowned and said, the life you want depends on your own efforts. It's fine if you don't marry this kind of woman. She doesn't have any self-reliance and self-respect. She deserves to be a man's vassal for the rest of her life. It's not worth it for him to fall for such a woman. With Lu Hanyin's own experience, it was normal for her to look down on these women who worshipped money. Li Mu said, men can't forget their first love. Qing Qing was the first woman Li Si liked. The deeper the love, the deeper the hurt. Qing Qing, Qing Qing. Lu Hanyin seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Li Mu and asked, so, you also can't forget Arresterly? Li Mu looked around and suddenly said, Wan Wan, are you hungry? Let's go eat. The prefectural minister's manner. Chun Miao Miao sent Li Si back to his room and said, if there's anything else you need, just tell me. I'll have my father prepare it. Li Si was silent for a moment. He turned his head to look at her and said, actually, there's something I've been hiding from you. Chun Miao Miao was stunned and asked, what is it? Li Si said, my name isn't Li Si. My name is Li Si. Chun Miao Miao asked doubtfully, Then when we first met, why did you say your name was Li Shan? To hide my identity and purpose. Li Si's eyes were apologetic. He said, in order to bring Zhao Yong to justice, I had no choice but to lie to you. Chun Miao Miao's face gradually paled. She muttered, so, you've been lying to me all this time. You've never liked me? Li Si didn't answer directly. He only sighed and said, you're a good girl with a good family background and a kind heart. I'm just a small bailiff. I only have a salary of 500 coins a month, and I often hang around brothels. I'm not as good as you think. Chun Miao Miao shook her head and said, I don't care about your past or your identity. I only care if you're sincere to me. Li Si said, I'm so poor that I can't even support myself. You won't be happy if you follow me. Chun Miao Miao raised her head and said, as long as I can be with the person I like, I'll be happy. If you feel uncomfortable here, we can go back to Yangqiu County. If you can't support me, then I'll support you. I can pawn those gold and silver jewelry and exchange it for money. It's enough for us to live. We can also do a small business. We can live well without father's care. Li Si stared at her in a daze. The image of a woman nestled in someone else's arms, ignoring his pleas, and closing the vermilion door appeared before his eyes once more. You're just a small bailiff. You won't have any future in your life. I won't be happy if I follow you. The woman's words were still deeply engraved in his heart. He looked at Chun Miao Miao and suddenly laughed. Li Si raised his hand, and wiped away her tears. He said, "Everything I've said to you is true." Shun Miao Miao smiled through her tears. She held his hand and said, "I'm also true. I'm willing to go to Yangqiu County with you because I want to suffer with you." Li Si shook his head and said, "You're willing to suffer with me, but I'm not willing to let you suffer. Let's stay in the county capital." In the past few days, Li Mu and Lu Hanyan's relationship had warmed up daily. Although she would ask some questions about death from time to time, under Li Si's influence and guidance, they were able to survive each dangerous situation safely. When he saw Li Si again, Li Mu was shocked. 3 days ago, he was only an ordinary person without any mana. 3 days later, he had already refined the 3 souls. The saber at his waist had also been replaced with a treasured saber. He looked at Li Si and said in shock, "You've really made up your mind?" Li Si nodded and said, "I've made up my mind. Miao Miao is a good girl. I can't let her down." The prodigal son had turned over a new leaf, and the Sea King had come ashore. It was a joyous occasion. Li Mu clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations." Li Si shook his head and said, "However, father-in-law also has a condition. He wants me to cultivate to at least the transcendent realm before marrying Miao Miao. If Li Si cultivated alone, it would probably take him at least 20 years to reach the middle realm. However, with his speed of refining 1 soul per day, if his rich and powerful father-in-law was willing to spend unlimited cultivation resources on him, his cultivation could reach the transcendent realm within 2 years. Although his battle prowess could not compare to a normal transcendent realm cultivator, his cultivation was at the middle realm. Li Si asked, "How's your matter?" Li Mu nodded and said, "It's just a matter of time. I said that sooner or later, you two will fall in love with each other." Li Si's expression showed that he understood and asked again, "However, have you really thought it through? Are you sure you won't regret it in the future?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "Why would I regret it?" Li Si looked at him and nodded slightly. "Cherish what you can now. Let's talk about the future later." The two walked on the street. When they passed by Spring Wind Pavilion, Li Si looked straight ahead while Li Mu glanced at it. Li Si said in surprise, "You're not interested in this kind of place, are you? You think I'm you?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "There's a very important case related to this brothel." Li Si looked back at Spring Wind Pavilion. After a while, he nodded and said, "There is indeed a problem with this brothel." Li Mu's heaven's eye and insight couldn't see the problem with this brothel. He looked at Li Si and asked in surprise, "What did you see?" Li Si said, "The girls here are not real brothel girls. When I first came here, they actually took my money." Li Mu asked, "You talked about life with them?" Li Si said, "Yes. There really is a problem." Li Mu whispered and looked at Spring Wind Pavilion. "You go first, I'll go in and take a look." "Be careful." Li Si left directly. Li Mu turned and walked into Spring Wind Pavilion. On the other side of the street, Zhang Shan saw Li Si and Li Mu walking side by side. He was about to say hello, but just as he raised his arm, he froze. He saw Li Si walk past the street without stopping, and Li Mu walk into the brothel without hesitation. He rubbed his eyes and murmured, "Damn, I must be too tired these 2 days. I can't even tell Li Si and Li Mu apart." Lu Hanyin came out of a bookstore and saw Zhang Shan standing at the door. She asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Shan shook his head and said, "Nothing, my eyes are a bit blurry." Chapter 145, Spring Wind Pavilion. As soon as Li Mu walked in, the brothel keeper greeted him with a smile. "Young master, do you know any girls? Would you like me to recommend them to you?" "Li Mu, it's my first time here." The smile on the brothel keeper's face became bigger. "Oh, it's a new guest. Today, you must serve the young master well. Xiang Xiang, Xiao Xiao, Rong Rong, you 3 come here." Several girls were called over by the brothel keeper. The brothel keeper approached Li Mu and asked with a smile, "These 3 are the top girls in our shop. They are proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting." "Young master, which one do you like?" Li Mu took a step back, keeping a distance from the brothel keeper, and looked at the 3 girls opposite him. Of the 3, One was petite and cute, one had a hot figure, and one was tall and cold. Li Mu thought for a moment, pointed to the third one, and said, "She is—" The brothel keeper said, "Rong Rong, why don't you lead the young master upstairs?" "Young master, please." The cold woman said coldly to Li Mu and turned to go upstairs. Although it was Li Mu's first time in a brothel, he knew that the attitude of a brothel woman to a guest was not like this. Li Si and Li Mu had said this kind of trick was just one of the methods they used to attract guests. This woman was not really cold. This was just her character. After all, the guests who could choose her were generally a little masochistic. They liked this kind of cold type, which made them more excited. The woman opened the door of her room and led Li Mu in. Then, she sat on the edge of the bed and pretended to be unapproachable. Li Mu walked to her side and asked, "Can you play the zither?" The woman was stunned for a moment and shook her head. "Can you play the flute?" The woman continued to shake her head. "How about the pipa?" The woman still shook her head. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "You can't do this, you can't do that, and you have the nerve to say that you're proficient in everything. Go down and tell the brothel keeper to get someone who can do these things." The woman was stunned for a moment. Then, she suddenly stood up and walked downstairs angrily. She said to the procuress, "There's a strange person here. He doesn't do what he should do and only wants to listen to music. Is he crazy? Who would come to a brothel to listen to music? I can't take this job." In this world, there are all kinds of hobbies. I usually ask you to practice the zither, but you don't listen. Now you're blaming the customer. The brothel keeper shook her head and said to the voluptuous woman, "Ciao, ciao. You go." Li Mu sat in the room for a while. The plump woman named Ciao Ciao, whom the brothel keeper had introduced just now, swayed her hips and walked in. She hugged the Guqin and asked with a smile, "Young master, what song do you want me to play?" "Li Mu, just play whatever you know." The woman put the Guqin aside and began to take off her clothes. Li Mu was stunned for a moment and asked, "If you want to play the zither, then play the zither. Why are you taking off your clothes?" The plump woman was startled and asked, "Do I have to wear it and play it?" Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Wear it." The woman looked at him strangely. She could only sit down and play the zither with both hands. This woman's zither skills could only be regarded as a beginner, but it was still incomparable to Lu Hanyin. Li Mu was used to Lu Hanyin playing the zither. Listening to her again, it was somewhat boring. The woman played the zither and found that there was no movement beside the bed. She looked up and found that the young customer was lying on the bed asleep. She couldn't help but feel strange. In the past few months, she had served a lot of customers, but this was the first time she met someone like him. He came to the brothel and didn't look for physical entertainment. He only listened to music and fell asleep. However, she was not too surprised. She had seen men with all kinds of hobbies. Some people's hobbies in this area were so abnormal that it made people's hair stand on end. Compared to them, this young master was nothing. She played for a while and saw that the other party had fallen asleep. Her fingers left the strings, stood up, and lit an incense burner. As the incense burner emitted green smoke, a trace of weak yang qi drifted out from Li Mu's body and was absorbed into the incense burner. After doing this, the woman walked to the bed and looked at Li Mu's face. She murmured, "You look so handsome. Where can't you find a woman? Why did you come to this kind of place?" She gently stroked Li Mu's face and sighed. What a handsome young master. Li Mu, who was lying on the bed, already knew what this brothel was doing secretly. They were the same as the green snake, sucking people's yang qi. However, the green snake was obviously not smart enough. It only grabbed one person and sucked. Naturally, it was easy to reveal flaws and be noticed by the authorities. And the same method of sucking people's yang qi. This brothel's method was much more brilliant. The customers who came here were originally here to have fun. Coincidentally, their way of having fun was also very physically and mentally exhausting. This way, even if they lost some yang qi, no one would notice. The lack of yang qi was not much different from the lack of kidney qi. They didn't need to absorb too much from a person. As long as the brothel was open, there would be an endless stream of customers. The yang qi was inexhaustible. This woman was not a demon ghost. nor was she a cultivator. She mainly relied on that strange incense burner to absorb yang qi. In order not to arouse suspicion, Li Mu took the initiative to release a trace of yang qi for her to absorb. He also didn't absorb too much of this woman's lust, so that she wouldn't feel the slightest discomfort. In the process of carrying out his task, he didn't forget to take advantage of her. After all, whether or not she could complete the collection of yang qi and successfully condense the sixth essence depended on this. Li Mu didn't know where the yang qi absorbed by the incense burner went. He was only here today to find out. During this period, he would probably become a regular here. After all, the county government didn't want to destroy this place. They wanted to secretly investigate and find out the secret of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon. He had absorbed enough of yang qi. If he continued, this woman would notice. Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. "Young master, you're awake." The woman sat by the bed and smiled. "Do you want me to help you bathe?" "No need. I just want to sleep for a while." Li Mu said, "I haven't been sleeping well these few days. After listening to your song, I feel much better. I'll look for you again next time." The woman stared blankly as Li Mu got off the bed, put on his shoes, and walked out. She sat by the bed and said in surprise, "That's it. That's it." Downstairs, Li Mu looked at the brothel keeper and asked, "Listening to a song costs 1 tael of silver?" The brothel keeper smiled and said, "1 tael of silver is cheap. If young master goes to the music house and orders the ladies, it will be even more expensive." Li Mu didn't talk nonsense with the brothel keeper. He simply took out the money. He knew that this kind of place was expensive, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. This money must be reimbursed by the government office later. The plump woman came down from upstairs and said, "This young master is really strange. He just listened to a song and slept." The brothel keeper didn't care and said, "There are all kinds of people in this world. It's not strange after seeing many of them." After she said that, she asked a question without rhyme or reason. You didn't forget, right?" The plump woman nodded and said, "I didn't forget." The brothel keeper said, "That's good. Go outside and get customers." Li Mu walked out of Spring Wind Pavilion. He didn't go to the government office, nor did he go home. First, he walked around for a while to see if anyone was following him. It was difficult for a normal man to go to a brothel to listen to music without arousing suspicion. But this was something that couldn't be helped. Arrestor Zhao's intention was to let him put on a show and be a dedicated undercover agent. He had to make the show real and use real guns and real bullets, of course. Li Mu couldn't accept it. For a mission, he lost the primordial yang energy that he had saved for 19 years. It was a bloody loss. His primordial yang energy was reserved for Lu Hanyan. On the street of June City, at the door of a tea house, Lu Hanyan looked at the door of Spring Wind Pavilion and asked Zhang Shan, "Did Li Mu just come out from inside?" Zhang Shan quickly shook his head and said, "No, I didn't see him. You must have mistaken him for someone else." When Li Mu returned home, Lu Hanyan was sitting in the courtyard with her back to him. Wan Wan stood beside her and kept winking at Li Mu. Lu Hanyan turned to look at him and asked, "Where did you go at noon?" Li Mu said, "I didn't do anything, nothing." Lu Hanyan stood up and looked at him with disappointment. "Wan Wan, and I saw you come out of the brothel with our own eyes." Li Mu was startled and explained. Lu Hanyan said sadly, "What about you? Don't tell me that you went to the brothel just to listen to music?" Li Mu was silent for a moment. He looked at her and said helplessly, "If I said that I really just listened to a song, would you believe me?" Lu Hanyan didn't say anything. Li Mu didn't expect that he would be caught red-handed doing a proper job. Times had changed. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have needed to explain to Lu Hanyan. But it was different now. If he didn't explain, the wife he was about to pursue might run away. Li Mu looked pleadingly at the little fox and said, "Xiao Bai, you're the only one who can prove my innocence now." Xiao Bai understood and jumped onto the table. She said to Lu Hanyan, "Big sister Lu, you misunderstood. Nothing really happened with our benefactor." Lu Hanyan said angrily, "You're still speaking up for him at this point." "No, I'm not siding with our benefactor. Xiaobai leaned close to Lu Hanyan's ear and whispered a few words. Lu Hanyan was stunned for a moment. She said in disbelief, "You can tell?" Xiaobai nodded and said, "This is the talent of our clan. Our benefactor still has his vitality." Limu looked at Lu Hanyan and said, "I swear, I went to the brothel today for an errand. I came back after listening to a song. I didn't even touch those girls." Lu Hanyan already believed him, but she still said stubbornly, "What errand required you to go to the brothel?" Limu didn't answer. He just shook his head and said, "You don't trust me. You've disappointed me." He ignored Lu Hanyan and went straight to his room. After a while, Lu Hanyan walked in from outside and whispered, "I was wrong." Limu glanced at her. "What was wrong?" Lu Hanyan lowered her head and said, "I shouldn't have mistrusted you." Limu snorted and said, "Is one wrong enough?" Lu Hanyan thought for a moment and threw him on the bed. She kissed him lightly on the lips and asked, "I gave you my first kiss. Is that enough?" Limu pursed his lips and said, "You can make a few more mistakes next time. In your dreams." Lu Hanyan sat up again and asked, "Was this your first kiss too?" Limu thought for a moment and nodded. "You're also the first woman I kissed." Chapter 146. Lu Hanyan was the first and only woman Limu had ever kissed. Sui was a ghost, not a human. At that time, Limu's life was in danger. He was almost killed by Thousand Illusions' venerable master's soul power. He was in a coma and didn't have time to think about other things. Thinking of Suhi, he didn't know if she had come out of seclusion or if she had received the two ghosts Limu had sent her. Lu Hanyan was keenly aware of something and asked Limu, "What are you thinking about?" Limu quickly came back to his senses and said, "You kissed me too quickly. I wasn't ready yet. Do you want to do it again in your dreams?" Lu Hanyan left in a hurry with a red face. Limu was relieved. Haste makes waste, and Lu Hanyan couldn't eat hot tofu. She took the initiative to kiss Limu, which was already a big step forward in their relationship. If Limu took an inch and wanted a mile, it would have the opposite effect. Let nature take its course. One day, the two of them would be able to completely give themselves to each other. Being caught by Lu Hanyan in the act of going to the brothel was also good. In the future, he could openly enter Spring Wine Pavilion without worrying about Lu Hanyan being angry. During the day, he only saw that the brothel was using some kind of utensils to absorb the yang energy of the customers. At night, Limu went to Spring Wind Pavilion again. As usual, he called a woman to play the zither while he slept on the bed. When the woman saw that Limu was sleeping, the zither gradually slowed down and stopped. She glanced at the sleeping Limu, picked up the incense burner, and left the room. When she left, she didn't notice that a paper figurine the size of her pinky was stuck to the bottom of her shoe. With the sound of the door closing, Limu, who had long since fallen asleep on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. Paper dolls were a secret technique of the Fulu school. Originally, only the disciples of the Fulu school could make them. Limu had found the method to make them from the memories of the Thousand Illusions' venerable master. The paper dolls created through the Fulu method could replace the owner to do some things. They could also be used to explore dangerous places. They had a wide range of uses. With the aid of the paper doll, he could hear the voices around the woman. In his ears, other than the sound of gentle footsteps, there were occasional moans of men and women. As the woman walked down the stairs and into the backyard, Limu's ears finally quieted down. Spring Wind Pavilion, backyard. The woman carried the incense burner to an ancient well. The brothel keeper of Spring Wind Pavilion was guarding the well. The woman slowly walked over and handed the incense burner to her. The procuress took the incense burner and said, "You stay here and guard. Don't let any outsiders come in." The woman nodded respectfully and stood at the mouth of the well. The procuress held the incense burner and looked around. Seeing that there was no one in the courtyard, she directly jumped into the well. Limu was lying on the bed in the room. He didn't know what was going on around the woman. After the procuress's voice disappeared, there was no more sound. With the help of the paper doll, The range of hearing was limited. Li Mu was too far away from the woman, so his hearing couldn't work. He thought for a moment, got down from the bed, went around the back door, and flashed into the backyard. He covered his stomach and ran around. The woman found him and said in panic, "Young master, why did you come down?" Li Mu's face turned red. "Latrine, where is the latrine?" The woman pointed to the corner and said, "The latrine is there." Li Mu ran into the latrine in the corner of the courtyard. The woman looked at the latrine and then at the mouth of the well. She slowly put down a wooden bucket. Li Mu closed the latrine door and silently recited the clear heart chant to eliminate all disturbances. Finally, with his hearing, he vaguely heard some sounds. The sound came from underground. Li Mu thought of the dry well in the courtyard. He was sure that there was a problem with the well. Ghost General, last place at sacrifice, Yangqi. The sound coming from underground was very weak. Li Mu could roughly hear it. He was worried that if he stayed too long, he would be discovered and affect his plan. After listening for a moment, he walked out of the latrine, left one silver, and left Spring Wind Pavilion. A moment later, in the backyard of Spring Wind Pavilion, the woman lifted the wooden bucket, and the procuress's body slowly floated out of the well. He looked at the woman and asked, "No one came here, right?" The woman shook her head. The nervousness on the procuress's face disappeared. She swayed her body and left. The woman left as well. As she walked, the paper dolls under her feet gradually turned to dust and disappeared. Half a month passed in a flash. In this half a month, everything in Spring Wind Pavilion was normal. The only difference was that every day, a young master would come here and pick a girl. He would only listen to music and sleep, not doing the things that men and women like to do. At first, everyone was a little strange, but after a long time, they became accustomed to it. Many of the guests who came here had strange fetishes. Some had a special liking for women's feet. Some liked to be whipped by girls, and some liked to wear girls' underwear. Compared to them, the young master's hobbies were nothing. Yangshuo County Government. Li Mu, wearing a cloak, entered from the back door and went to the guard room. In this half a month, he went to Spring Wind Pavilion every day and secretly investigated some information. At the same time, he also accumulated a lot of lust. Almost all the prostitutes in Spring Wind Pavilion had been sucked by him. He sat in the guard room for a while. Not long after, Constable Zhao came in from outside. He walked in front of Li Mu and asked, "How's the investigation?" Li Mu nodded and said, "After more than half a month of secret investigation, I found that behind Spring Wind Pavilion, there's indeed a ghost general under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon controlling it. Her hiding place is in the well in the backyard of Spring Wind Pavilion." Constable Zhao said, "The ghost Qi is hidden in the well. No wonder you can't see anything strange from the outside." Li Mu continued, "The procuress and prostitutes of Spring Wind Pavilion should have been bewitched by her long ago. They secretly absorbed the yang qi of the guests for her to cultivate. Demonic ghosts could not only eat people, but they were also good at bewitching people. Those who were bewitched by them would completely become their slaves, unable to have the slightest disloyalty." Constable Zhao asked, "Why did this ghost take the risk to cause trouble in the county capital? Did you find a reason?" "I found it." Li Mu nodded and said, "The 18 ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon are not fixed. As long as the ghost soldiers under him are strong enough, they can replace their positions at any time. Not only that, Chu Jiang of Gojoseon also set a cruel rule for the 18 ghost generals." Constable Zhao asked, "What rule?" Li Mu continued, "Within a certain period of time, the last ghost general who has not reached the spirit realm will be used as a sacrifice. His spirit will be erased, and his soul will be sacrificed. In the backyard of Spring Wind Pavilion, the female ghost under the well has the strength of a peak evil spirit, almost reaching the spirit realm. She absorbs the yang qi of these people in order to advance. If she succeeds in advancing to the spirit realm, she will not have to worry about being sacrificed. Although the strength of a peak evil spirit ranked at the bottom of the 18 ghost generals under Chu Jiang of Gojoseon, it was not the last. The culprit who made the female ghost so nervous was actually Li Mu. Before he killed the ghost general was ranked last among the 18 ghost generals. After he killed the ghost general, the female ghost became the last. If she didn't work hard, her intelligence would be erased, and she would become someone else's nourishment. Chu Jiang, a Gojosian, could think of such a way to motivate his employees. He was a genius. Constable Zhao asked, "Did you find out the secret of Chu Jiang of Gojosian?" "No." Li Mu shook his head and said, "If Chu Jiang of Gojosian really has a secret, I'm afraid it's not something a low-level ghost general can know." "That's true." Constable Zhao nodded and said, "Continue to investigate first. Once you have any news, immediately report to the county government." Li Mu had a troubled look on his face. Constable Zhao asked, "What's the problem?" Li Mu said, "The expenses at Spring Wind Pavilion are too expensive." From start to finish, I have already spent more than 10 taels of silver. I can't keep paying like this. How about the Yamen give me some in advance? Constable Zhao said in surprise. "Didn't they say that you hooked up with a rich woman, lived in a big house, and wore clothes of the best quality?" Li Mu froze for a moment and said angrily, "Who leaked? Who spread the rumor?" Constable Zhao smiled and said, "I only heard about it. The Yamen should pay for these taels of silver. I'll go to the treasury later to get it for you." Constable Zhao left the guard room and quickly came back. He gave Li Mu 30 taels of silver and said, "Take these 30 taels of silver first. If it's not enough, come to the Yamen to get more." Li Mu took the taels of silver and thought that he could be extravagant today. He could order 2 girls, one to play the zither, one to play the flute, and one to play the zither and flute. Anyway, the Yamen would reimburse him. If he exceeded the budget, he could apply again. After Constable Zhao finished speaking, he took out another item and handed it to Li Mu. He said, "The female ghost at the peak of the evil spirit realm is not to be underestimated. If things change, you might have to confront her directly. Take this magic weapon and return it when you're done." Li Mu looked down at the item in his hand. It looked like a soft branch, light as if it was weightless. He looked at Constable Zhao and asked, "What is this?" Constable Zhao explained, "This item is called the Soul Beating Whip. It's made from a 1,000-year-old willow branch and can cause great damage to souls and primordial spirits. With one whip, an ordinary spirit or resentful spirit will die and scatter. Even if it's an evil spirit, it won't feel good if it gets whipped. As long as you use this whip to delay the female ghost for a moment and send a message in time, the Yamen's reinforcements will arrive immediately." Li Mu's eyes lit up. The whip's restraint on souls was even stronger than his Bai sword. After using it, he had to figure out a way to get it. It would be a good idea to give it to Wan Wan for self-defense. Constable Zhao saw the light in his eyes and coughed softly. He said, "This is something from the Yamen. I'm only lending it to you temporarily. You have to return it when you're done with it." Li Mu smiled and said, I understand. He put away the soul-beating whip and thought for a moment. He asked again, "If something from the Yamen is broken or lost in the process of carrying out a task, do I have to pay for it?" You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.